Are you all right? Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he ran towards Lei. I'm so cold, said Lei, forcing a smiling. She didn't want Lin Feng to worry, but he still felt worried. Lei's lips were frozen. Are you all right? I'm going to have to kill some people, said Lin Feng, smiling at Lei. He hugged her tightly and then looked at the second guy who had attacked them. He had broken the ice by now. However, he felt deathly cold now, especially when he saw Lin Feng's eyes. Excuse me, it seems that I bothered you, said that person smiling and running backwards. His friend wasn't weak, but he had immediately been cut in two. Lin Feng jumped forwards and released demonic intent. He glared at him and said, "Look at me!" That person couldn't resist looking at Lin Feng's eyes. Arg! Lin Feng shouted like a demon. He fused cursing and demonic energies together, and his opponent's head started shaking violently. Even though he was stronger than Lin Feng in terms of level, his skills, abstruse energies, and special powers weren't as good as Lin Feng's. Boom! Lin Feng arrived in front of him and punched his head, exploding it into 1,000 pieces. Lin Feng looked at Lei. She was still smiling as if she didn't mind the ice energies. Lin Feng knew that Lei was extremely determined and that if she wasn't injured, the ice energies couldn't do anything to them. Boom! Lin Feng released fire abstruse energies and wrapped Lei inside them. He also released fire energies around himself, but once he did that, the cold energies around him started chilling his body even more, as if it was intensifying. He sat down again, his black hair became white. My love, don't worry about me. I can solve the problem myself. She couldn't deny the fire abstruse energies around her made her feel a bit better. Practice cultivation, don't worry, said Lin Feng. Lei hugged Lin Feng tightly and kissed him on the lips with her eyes closed. Even with your eyes closed, you're still a devil, said Lin Feng smiling. Then, he released demonic energies again to counter the ice energies. The demon abstruse energies made Lin Feng's eyes look even darker. The atmosphere became calm and a long time passed. Lei seemed to have fallen asleep in Lin Feng's arms, as if the outside world didn't have anything to do with her. However, Lin Feng looked like an ice statue. Even if he looked like a statue, his eyes were still pitch black, looking both aggressive and brutal. After a long time, Lei opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. My love, you're so silly, said Lei, stretching her hand and touching Lin Feng's face. However, at that moment, the ice cracked away as demonic and fire energies dashed to the skies. Gotcha! The ice continued cracking as Lin Feng moved and raised his head. He looked at the ceiling with his pitch-black eyes. A thread of demonic intent came out of his eyes and a pitch-black light pierced the air. Break! Shouted Lin Feng. The ice exploded and Lin Feng's body appeared. He was still holding Lei in his arms. Demon abstruse energies, level 3. I think I'll break through to the second Zunqi layer very soon, thought Lin Feng. He had broken through to the first Zunqi layer for only a few months now, and making love with Lei helped him. Now, the potentially deadly challenge of the 4th floor had helped him become even stronger. He couldn't wait to see what the other tests of the Ice and Snow Shrine would be. Who's that guy? He's so strong. Lin Feng was astonished. He was looking at the guy who had asked him questions before. In front of him were a few corpses, making it look like he had killed them and that they had frozen after. He was like Lin Feng. He had just broken through to the first Zunqi layer, so many people chose to fight him. But they all lost. Gotcha! Boom boom boom. Mountains of ice were breaking around them. Lin Feng and Lei raised their heads and saw a gigantic piece of ice falling down on them. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, releasing demonic qi, and broke it. However, more pieces of ice fell, but Lin Feng destroying them all. Boom! Lin Feng saw a statue not that far in front of him. A block of ice fell onto it and they both exploded. Even if they didn't die by freezing there, if a piece of ice fell on top of them and crushed them, then they'd still died. Maybe the envoy hadn't lied. If that guy hadn't been crushed by the ice block, he would have made it out. Lin Feng glanced at the other young man. His mouth was open while swallowing a piece of ice. He could even eat the larger blocks of ice which were a few hundred meters wide. Snow continued falling, but they had the feeling they were rising up. The mountain range under their feet slowly disappeared and suddenly, fire appeared. It was a scorching fire, the complete opposite of what they had just experienced. That was the 5th floor. Others may have been concerned, but Lin Feng was excited. That was a pure kind of fire. Come out! A light emerged from Lin Feng's hand and his Tianji sword crossed the fire world. His Tianji sword had souls. It could swallow fire energies and condense them to create a soul. In this ice and snow shrine, there seemed to be different worlds with different tests. If you fail the tests, you die, but if you succeed, you'll become stronger, said Irenlei, smiling at Lin Feng. If Lin Feng used his full strength, he could even make cultivators of the 5th Zunqi layer go insane. There are 9 floors in the ice and snow shrine and we're on the 5th floor. Does that mean we have to go up floor by floor? What will we find on the next floors? Whispered Lin Feng. The test on the previous floor was about determination. What did the test of the 5th floor consist of? Let's sit and see. Then, both Lin Feng and Irenlei sat down, surrounded by fire. Most of the people there were ice cultivators, so the previous floor hadn't surprised them. However, that floor possessed a powerful fire which wasn't suitable for them. Lin Feng began using his cosmos-burning sun technique. Fire surrounded his body as he absorbed the fire qi. The cosmos-burning sun technique was a Tian-level scripture, so even though it wasn't as strong as ancient scriptures, it was still quite powerful. However, as Lin Feng absorbed fire, he felt cold and sensed ice-cold energies surrounding him. He stopped and opened his eyes, looking at Irenlei. Did you sense that too? Asked Irenlei. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and touched her hand. She was sweating, but she felt cold. An ice world can also become a fire world. What does that mean? Whispered Lin Feng. Bzzz. At that moment, a dazzling light lit the sky. Everybody raised their heads, but they couldn't see through the light. That's a one-paged book, thought Lin Feng. There was a mysterious qi flowing throughout the book and it contained marks and words. It looked a little like the 3 live scriptures and the 10,000 things of creation scriptures. That's moon and sun dual qi, thought Lin Feng. Moon and sun energies were flowing throughout the book, changing and flashing. The fire in the book turned into ice, and then the ice turned to fire again. Fire, ice, impermanence, the 4 seasons. The moon exists because of the sun and vice versa, water exists because of the fire and vice versa. Thought Lin Feng. Was that the lesson of the 5th floor? The moon and the sun were interdependent, the same applied to fire and ice. Ice could burn like fire. The crowd looked at the book, but they were smart. None of them tried to steal it. It was probably difficult to obtain, and even if they took it, they might burn to death anyways. Let's see what kind of ancient scripture that is, said someone rising up. He looked at the book, but it seemed to contain ordinary scriptures, so he wasn't that interested. He came from a rich clan who had their own ancient scriptures. A gigantic hand made of ice moved towards the book. However, as soon as it touched the book, that person was propelled backwards. The gigantic hand broke apart and the cultivator's very hand burnt. It was half burnt, half frozen, actually. Ah! He gave a horrible shriek and shook his hand violently, trying to get rid of the pain. Crackling sound ensued as he used his blood strength to heal, but it didn't work. Even though Zun cultivators could use their blood to heal and could even grow new body parts again, if the injuries were too serious, they couldn't completely heal. After that person lost his arm, the fire continued to attack him, piercing him through his wound. No need to pay attention to that book right now. You need to understand both fire and ice qi to take it, said Lin Feng to Irenlei using telepathy. Irenlei nodded. She was wondering how to resist those energies herself. Lin Feng and Irenlei sat down and looked at the fire and ice energies in the air. A light appeared in Lin Feng's head. He thought about another kind of abstruse energy, life abstruse energy. Life abstruse energy was a special kind of abstruse energy. Everybody relied on it just to live. The moon and the sun, fire and ice were interconnected. But what about life? The opposite of life was death. Human beings had limits because their vitality slowly faded. Death slowly replaced life along a person's life. My life energy can't be used to save people, or extend my life expectancy, or stay young forever. In the cultivation world, there is no complete and independent abstruse energy, thought Lin Feng. His eyes slowly turned pitch black again. He was pensive, desolate. Lin Feng closed his eyes and his celestial book spirit appeared inside his body. The entire demon territory appeared in his body. Desolate abstruse energies rose up in the air. My desolate strength is a pure form of death chi. Wuxia learned how to use decaying abstruse energies through desolate strength, thought Lin Feng. Desolate strength could corrode things because it contained death qi. It was a pure destructive strength which, at a certain level, could easily destroy cultivators at the same cultivation level. For example, if his desolate abstruse energy was level 3, he could easily destroy a cultivator of the 3rd Zun Qi layer. If he used another kind of abstruse energy in a similar way, it didn't necessarily mean he could kill cultivators at the same level. Death, death, whispered Lin Feng. He was calmly thinking about life and death. He released cursing abstruse energies. Inside the cursing strength, there was a powerful death energy. He could easily kill people with such energies, but Lin Feng wasn't strong enough to do that yet. Life and death abstruse energies are interconnected. If I could use life abstruse energies to destroy life, then I could kill. Cursing energies can also kill. Lin Feng was trying to connect these things. Life, cursing, and desolate abstruse energies, to fuse them together and create a spell. He could also add demonic abstruse energies. Then his attack would be even more terrifying. In the past, Lin Feng randomly condensed abstruse energies together. But now that he knew so many kinds of abstruse energies, he had to think and determine which fusions were the best. Lin Feng was excited, so excited that he almost forgot about the fire world. The ice and fire energies were becoming even scarier. On the 4th floor, many of them had already been eliminated. Those who had managed to go from the 4th to the 5th floor could be considered strong. However, some of them were starting to go insane on the 5th floor. But some people always amazed everyone else. Like the girl in black clothes. She was sitting there and she wasn't sweating at all. There was also the mysterious young man who didn't seem affected at all. No. Finally, someone gave a horrible shriek. That person suddenly burned alive. After a short time, a second horrible shriek appeared as another person burned alive. Fire, ice, sun, moon, hot, cold, in certain physical states and conditions, those things could be the same thing. After a long time, maybe a day, Lin Feng finally smiled as if he had realized something. He shook his hand and released fire energies. Then, it became ice cold. His sun fire turned into moon coldness. Lin Feng opened his eyes. They were pitch black and dazzling as always. He didn't study fire energies, he focused on the other kinds of abstruse energies. Sometimes, he tried to make the ice corrode his body to see what it did precisely. In that time, he began to understand the impermanence of life. Bzzz! Lights descended from the sky. Those lights were filled with both moon and sun energies at the same time. They turned into a light and penetrated into Lin Feng's body. The one-paged book suddenly started shaking as it shined and moved towards Lin Feng's third eye, penetrating into his brain. The test of the 5th floor was actually quite simple. It was supposed to make cultivators study the connections between sun and moon energies. The first one to understand them would get the book. But who could understand things faster than Lin Feng? Bzzz! A powerful chi rose in the air. The beautiful girl in black clothes shook her hand and released ice and fire energies. She also understood the fire and ice energies, but only a few seconds after Lin Feng had, otherwise she would have obtained the book. Will she try and steal the book? Thought the crowd. She had broken through to the 4th Zun Qi layer, so she was the strongest person in the room. She had immediately gone to the 4th floor at the beginning, which meant she could defeat cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. As expected, she glared at Lin Feng angrily. Bzzz! Lin Feng's eyes looked dazzling and ice-cold. His vision was much more powerful than that girl's as he stared back at her. Finally, her chi became calm, as if she didn't want to attack. At the same time, the fire became chaotic and invaded the entire room. People couldn't see each other clearly anymore. Run! Shouted Lin Feng. I'm here. Lei grabbed Lin Feng's arm. They were close to each other, but they couldn't see each other. They knew they were going to the next floor. After a bit, the crowd was finally able to see again. Those who were still alive found that they were on the 6th floor. Finally, it wasn't a desolate landscape anymore. Instead, they were in a luxuriant palace. Lei and Lin Feng were amazed though because they realized that there were even more people than before. There must have been over 500 people there. You're still alive, said someone. It was the 6th prince. There were also many other people Lei knew. Those people must have taken a different road to get there. Lin Feng, the people from the other shrines are the same as us. Their first floor was different, but in the end, we all made it to the same place, said Lei, glancing around at the crowd. Lin Feng nodded, thinking the same thing. There are some terrifying people here, Lin Feng said while glancing at the crowd. Some people attracted his attention more than others. There were also some people who had immediately made it to the 6th floor, unlike those who had been to the 4th and to the 5th. Those who had immediately teleported to the 6th floor had defeated an opponent who was 5 cultivation levels stronger than them. Were there people on the 7th and 8th floor too? And what about the 9th floor? Lin Feng was wondering if a cultivator of the 1st Zun Qi layer could defeat cultivators of the 9th Zun Qi layer. Even more people were arriving in that hall. 3 more batches of people appeared, now making around 600 people. The 6th prince looked at Lin Feng and Lei in a disdainful way, thinking about how he could kill them. Boom, boom, boom! The palace started shaking violently. A gigantic statue landed 1,000 meters away from them. That's the statue of the ice and snow goddess, thought some people. She was holding a scepter and there was a door with an entrance on the statue. Someone appeared in front of the ice and snow goddess, another envoy. Welcome to the entrance of the shrine, said the envoy, smiling indifferently. You must go through the ice and snow goddess door to see if you are worthy of bathing in her divine lights. Those who are on the 7th floor and above could immediately bathe in her lights and already received her blessings. If you go through that door, you'll be able to see them as well, explained the envoy. What was the 7th floor? It meant that some cultivators of the 1st Zun Qi layer could defeat cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. The 8th floor meant that a cultivator of the 1st Zun Qi layer could defeat a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer. Did such people exist? What's this place? Who are those people? Thought Lin Feng. In the Bahuang province, he had seen many geniuses. Inside here, he realized that there were many more people who were stronger than him, but where were they from? Of course, I have some bad news too. The number of people who can bathe in the goddess lights is limited. Only 9 of you will be selected, said the envoy, smiling. Many people were panicking. They knew that they were a lot weaker than some of the people there. Will people be eliminated through battles? How cruel would that be? So many incredible geniuses would die, thought some of the weaker cultivators in the crowd. I have already chosen those 9 people, said the envoy. People were astonished again. What was going on? He had already chosen 9 people. Did that mean those who weren't chosen wouldn't have the chance to see the 7th floor? Of course, you managed to make it here, which means you are all outstanding young people. I don't want you to lose your life easily, but I also don't want you to have no chance at all. You can make your own decisions, said the envoy slowly. Then, a light illuminated someone in the crowd. He looked tall and sturdy. His biceps stood out from the rest of his body. It was the young man with whom Lin Feng had talked to. He was the first person the envoy had chosen. You come out, said the envoy. The young man walked forwards and looked at the envoy. The envoy shook his hand and a path between the young man and the statue of the goddess appeared. Then, he shook his hand again and a horizontal line appeared 1,000 meters behind him. Everyone stand behind the line, said the envoy. The crowd formed behind the line. Only the young man was left, standing on the path leading to the door. What's the opportunity? Now I will choose 10 people. You all will try to kill him, preventing him from going inside. If you lose, he'll go through the door. That's pretty obvious. If one of you manages to kill him, though, the one who kills him will replace him and be one of the 9 selected candidates," said the envoy. "When I pick you, you can walk ahead. Only 10 people, but if you break the rules, I'll kill you," said the envoy calmly. Nobody doubted that. Inside the shrine, he was the boss. Everybody moved back and waited. If someone was too slow, they might run ahead when 10 people had already made it, which would mean they violated the rules. "Start!" shouted the envoy. Instantly, a few people ran as fast as they could. 30-40 people moved at the same time, but then they remembered what the envoy said and decided to move back. The strongest people didn't move, thought Lin Feng, glancing around. The girl in black clothes didn't move. Maybe they were confident that they were going to be selected by the envoy personally. "Attack!" said the envoy. In a flash, Qi rose to the skies. All the cultivators were well prepared. "Arg!" someone shouted furiously. Their souls shook. Their blood boiled. That was a dragon chant. La la la. Lin Feng's blood was boiling, as if a dragon was getting furious. The tall and sturdy young man punched the air in front of him. Then, shadow-like fists appeared everywhere around him. Slash, slash, slash. A few people were immediately destroyed. He killed 6 of the 10 people in the blink of an eye. The 9 people the envoy had chosen were probably all extraordinary. That guy could have gone straight to the 5th or 6th floor, but he chose the 4th floor, thought Lin Feng. Then 2 more people died. Die! The faces of the last 2 opponents were red. They couldn't use holy weapons in there. Instead, they had to rely on themselves, blood strength, spirit, and skills. One cultivator with ice and snow energies attacked the tall and sturdy young man. His energies surrounded him. Die! The tall and sturdy young man jumped forwards and punched the air in the direction of his opponents again. The one in front of him exploded, leaving the cultivator with ice and snow energies. Arg! The tall and sturdy young man suddenly turned into a gigantic ice dragon, hundreds of meters long. Roar! The gigantic ice dragon immediately swallowed his opponent's spirit and landed in front of the ice and snow goddess. He turned back into a human and glanced at the crowd in a despising way. Then he crossed the door. An ice and snow dragon, a real dragon. The crowd was astonished. It was no wonder he had been chosen first. He had a real dragon body. Lin Feng was shaking. It was the first time he had seen a real dragon. With his strength, he could have gone straight to the 7th floor. He didn't need to sit all those tests. But he did anyway. He was quite confident in himself. Thought Lin Feng. No matter what, people who had dragon blood were always talented. The envoy had chosen him first, and he was also the first one to cross the door. Who would be the remaining 8? At that moment, the envoy looked at a second person and a light illuminated him. It was a young man wearing fine clothes. "You come," said the envoy smiling. The young man in fine clothes walked in front of the statue and waited for the opponents to come to him. Just like the first battle, 10 people came. The strongest cultivators still didn't attack, they were being cautious. 7 more people would be chosen by the envoy, and they had a chance to be selected amongst them. The envoy shouted, and the battle started. The young man in fine clothes jumped. 2 sharp glaciers appeared, as well as 2 icy roads. In the blink of an eye, he killed everyone and crossed the door. How strong! Maybe the people who went to the 5th or 6th floor already had level 7 abstruse energies. Thought Lin Feng. There really were incredible geniuses there. The envoy then called the 3rd person. It was the beautiful girl in black clothes. Lin Feng had already noticed that she was extraordinary. The 2 people Lin Feng had noticed previously were surprisingly the 1st and 3rd cultivators selected by the envoy. After the girl in black clothes, there were 6 people left. The girl didn't lose either. She also crossed the door. The envoy continued selecting people until there were 3 people left. Lin Feng and Immortality had waited. They were patient with their hearts as calm as still water. Immortality had always wanted to come to the shrine and receive the teachings of the goddess. Even though she had already learnt a lot, it wasn't enough. She hoped she'd go to the 7th floor as well and bath in the goddess lights. Irenlay thought she was quite talented. Even the diviner told her that she was talented, that she would definitely become an emperor. She had seldom met people who were stronger than her. Some people, however, had gone straight to the 7th and 8th floor. If Irenlay didn't die, she'd practically be an overlord in the Bahuang amongst people of her own generation. Of course, Irenlay knew that things could change with a moment's notice. Some people had incredible abilities and some had discovered that they had a special body. Maybe that Lin Feng wasn't as strong as some of the people there, but in the future he would probably surpass them. Even the diviner had asked him to become his disciple. "Iren, should we? I can help you kill someone," said Lin Feng to Irenlay using telepathy. There were 3 more spots, so they might not have more opportunities afterwards. "It's not that easy. The envoy has already chosen 6 people and all of them were astonishingly strong. Their cultivation level wasn't necessarily high, but their battling prowess was extraordinary. Some of them could even defeat cultivators at the top of the Zun-Chi layer. The last 3 people will probably be similar," said Irenlay sighing. "What about you?" asked Lin Feng. "I give up," said Irenlay smiling in a pure way. 3 people were left. Even if the last 3 people chosen by the envoy weren't as strong as the previous ones, the 10 opponents would probably be stronger because they hadn't tried in the first place. There were still some cultivators at the top of the Zun-Chi layer left. Lin Feng looked at her smile and smiled too. She gave up. It didn't mean she failed. It meant that she had already learned a lot. "One of us must go inside. We must join hands and kill the last person," thought the princes. They had to join hands and kill the last one. Then the strongest one would go to the 7th floor. Of course, all of them hoped they'd be the one to enter. The 7th person the envoy chose was a cultivator of the 4th Zun-Chi layer, who could also defeat people at the top of the Zun-Chi layer. The envoy was about to choose the 8th person, and everybody was nervous, clenching their fists. 2 more chances. All those who had thought the envoy would choose them started participating too. The 8th person was a powerful cultivator who killed 3 people in a flash. However, as he was killing the 9th person, terrifying ice claws appeared above him and cut straight through him. Many people were astonished. "It's him. He's been hiding his real strength the whole time," thought Lin Feng when he saw the young man who had just killed the 8th selected candidate. It was a tall young man in snowy clothes. He had seen him on the 4th floor when the snowflakes would move away from him as they fell. If some people had concealed their strength, the envoy couldn't guess accurately. Lin Feng had also concealed his real strength because Yen Di had told him to. After that young man crossed the door, only 1 person was left. The envoy slowly glanced at the crowd and a light illuminated 1 person. Lin Feng started shaking as he was illuminated by a dazzling light. He was the 9th selected candidate. "Considering the strength you displayed, you shouldn't have been the 9th selected candidate, but I had to make a difficult decision. I need to change the rules," said the envoy looking at Lin Feng in a sharp way. "This time you won't fight against 10 people, but 30. "No, he can't accept," said Irenlay astonished. "He's not going." Lin Feng was astonished. 30 people? And he couldn't use holy weapons. Did the envoy want to kill him? Maybe the last opponents would be terrifying. 10 people was already difficult, but 30? Lin Feng couldn't imagine how that would end. "Nobody can refuse my decisions. It's the ice and snow shrine," said the envoy. "Why?" Lin Feng didn't understand. Why did the envoy want him to die? "Because you shouldn't have come to the ice and snow shrine, you should have gone to the demonic shrine." "I'm already being magnanimous," said the envoy. Lin Feng understood now. He was in the wrong place. "What can I do?" thought Lin Feng. How could he win against 30 people? "Mister, I beg you, he can't defeat 30 people. Please forgive him," said Irenlay. She didn't underestimate Lin Feng, but 30 people was a terrifying number. Besides, all the strongest people were left. "Start," said the envoy to Lin Feng, ignoring Irenlay. Lin Feng practiced demonic cultivation, but he had come to the ice and snow shrine. If he wasn't so strong, he would have died already. "Don't worry about me," said Lin Feng to Yi Renlei, smiling. He then jumped behind the horizontal line. The envoy wasn't going to change his mind, so Lin Feng had no choice. As soon as he jumped behind the line, rumbling and explosions sounded. Terrifying energies appeared, making the ground shake. It was as if the earth and sky were afraid of Lin Feng. The envoy jumped in front of Lin Feng and said indifferently, "Everybody, come! BZZZ." In a flash, many people jumped forward and surrounded Lin Feng. They all wanted to kill him. Many people also became upset they had to go back because they were too slow. Phew. Yi Renlei was also standing next to Lin Feng. She had managed to get a spot. "Get ready," said the 4 princes from the Ice and Snow Empire. Lin Feng sensed 10 threads of qi rising to the skies around him and oppressing him. His demonic qi wasn't as intense as before, but his eyes were just as dark, if not darker. "Fight!" shouted the envoy. Energies moved straight towards Lin Feng, wanting to crush him. "So close yet so far," said Lin Feng. An ancient road instantly appeared. Those people were running towards Lin Feng, but it seemed like they weren't getting any closer. They couldn't even see Lin Feng's silhouette properly. Lin Feng was surrounded by Ling Long's holy celestial energies. Lin Feng's eyes resembled those of a beast. "A bestial technique from the Snow Clan," thought the envoy, astonished. Lin Feng was using a special spell from the Ice Clan and had the holy celestial qi of Xue Ling Long. "Break! Break! Break!" People shouted furiously. The energies of the so close yet so far spell were slowly falling apart. "Roar!" Lin Feng jumped forwards and roared furiously. His demonic and beast energies whistled. It was as if demons were running all around, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. At the same time, he also released soundwave energies which resonated in their heads. He was using soundwave abstruse energies. "Lacerate, lacerate!" shouted Lin Feng. At the same time, he also released dazzling sword energies which contained a perfect fusion of wind, empty space, thunder, and desolate abstruse energies. It was his Vayu death attack. Many people in front of Lin Feng were immediately lacerated. Even those who were stronger were killed by Lin Feng's sword attack. "Die!" Ice claws appeared behind Lin Feng and pierced through his back. It was forbidden to use holy weapons in there, so Lin Feng couldn't use his armor. Otherwise, that attack wouldn't have done anything to him. Boom! Lin Feng released life abstruse energies to heal his injury. At the same time, the one who had just attacked him was immediately killed by someone else. They couldn't let other people kill Lin Feng because they wanted to replace him themselves. Roar! Dragons roared and a lake of terrifying energies appeared. A 9-headed dragon appeared behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng had to display his real strength. Only then would some people join hands to fight him. 2 dragon heads disappeared, and then Xian Yuan's battle axe and a golden hammer appeared. At the same time, dazzling silver wings appeared from Lin Feng's back. "Now is the best time, we need to injure him," said the 6th prince, landing in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng stared at the 6th prince with his demonic eyes. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng, jumping forwards. Demonic intent emanated from his eyes and moved towards the 6th prince. The 6th prince's eyes suddenly felt sore, so he immediately closed them. But the demonic intent was already affecting his determination. Boom! Lin Feng jumped forwards and continued oppressing the 6th prince. "Arg!" The 6th prince shouted furiously. Lin Feng's soundwave energies surrounded him and made his brain hurt even more. Lin Feng had made water and soundwave abstruse energies fuse together. "Die!" In a flash, more energies rose to the sky and oppressed Lin Feng. A lake-sized cauldron appeared in the air. It wanted to freeze Lin Feng with its ice qi. "He can't win, there are too many people," thought the crowd. The 6th prince's energies were whistling as he made 2 level 6 abstruse energies fuse together to attack Lin Feng. "Kacha!" The ice broke and demonic energies dashed to the skies. Lin Feng closed his silver wings and the remaining energies crashed against his wings. Cracks began to appear on them. However, at that moment, Sword lights containing fiery red colors streaked across the sky and beheaded those who were too close to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's sword attack just now contained 5 different types of abstruse energies. The crowd was astonished. Their hearts were pounding as they looked at all the corpses on the ground. Lin Feng's sword attack had killed 5 people, and then, with his other sword attack, he had killed 9 people. Only 21 people were left. We can't kill him with one attack. We have to be careful and keep our distance. Lin Feng was struggling though. Even though he used the silver wings and the dragon to protect himself, he was still oppressed. He put some life water in his mouth and sensed his vitality returning to him. He also released life abstruse energies to expedite the recovery. We have to be extremely cautious. We could die while trying to kill him, said the 6th prince. If Lin Feng's energies ever reached them, they might not survive a single strike. The last spot is definitely mine, said someone. A layer of ice and snow surrounded that person's body, like an armor. That person had broken through to the 5th Zun Qi layer, and his ice abstruse energy was probably level 7. Lin Feng would have to release his strongest sword energies to break that person's ice armor. That's equivalent to a high-level holy weapon, thought the crowd. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as that person ran towards Lin Feng. Gloomy ancient cauldron, shouted a cultivator furiously. A gigantic cauldron appeared in the air, the same one from before. Freeze! A cultivator ran towards Lin Feng. His cultivation level was even higher at the 6th Zun Qi layer. It was the highest cultivation level allowed in the shrine. His ice energies contained holy marks which prevented Lin Feng from escaping. Lin Feng looked at that cultivator and released demonic energies. Demonic clouds appeared 300 meters up in the air as Lin Feng raised his head. A silhouette was condensing behind him, forming into a demon. Ice energies were flowing out of the cauldron above Lin Feng's head, but they couldn't freeze the demonic qi. The demon used an incredible agility technique. As his pitch-black hands moved towards a cultivator of the 3 Zun Qi layer. Roar! The demon roared, making that person shake violently. After that, a gigantic hand moved towards him, destroying everything in its way. Then the hand crushed him brutally. Lin Feng turned around and looked at someone. A gigantic hand appeared again and another person died. Kaboom! The gloomy cauldron hit Lin Feng's back. The wind was knocked out of him and he felt like he was going to explode. At the same time, an icy whip descended from the sky. Lin Feng raised his demonic hands and grabbed the whip. The whip released ice energies, but Lin Feng released sword qi and destroyed the whip. Whistling celestial river, shouted the 6th prince as he landed in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed that the cauldron was attacking him again. Die! The cultivator with his ice armor punched the air in Lin Feng's direction. Roar! Lin Feng shouted furiously. His hair was covered with ice and his sword qi broke. Die! A sword light appeared and pierced through the sky, lacerating 2 people on the way. Blood splashed out of Lin Feng's mouth. His face was white. His blood was starting to freeze. Even his life water couldn't heal him anymore. Death curse, said Lin Feng, looking at a cultivator of the 3rd Zun Qi layer. Death qi penetrated into that person's bones and corroded his body, making him turn black, then collapsing. He was dead. Die! Shen Yuan's battle axe moved towards a cultivator who had also released their spirit. The earth and sky were filled with ice and snow as the battle axe immediately broke apart. Boom boom! Lin Feng's arm collided with the one with the ice armor, breaking some of his bones. He crashed into the ground, but rose up again. Piss off! Shouted the 6th prince furiously. Lin Feng shouted at the same time and released soundwave energies. He was staring at him with his demonic eyes, making the 6th prince shudder. Die! Shouted a demon's voice, resonating in the 6th prince's brain and slowly draining his determination. Save me! Shouted the 6th prince. He sensed that he was in danger, that Lin Feng was going to kill him. Nobody helped him. His few fellow disciples were there to fight Lin Feng, not to help him. They watched as Lin Feng's gigantic hand moved towards his head. No! I don't want to die, shouted the sixth prince. He wanted to release his spirit, but Lin Feng was too fast. His skull exploded. The sixth prince was dead. Kaboom! While Lin Feng crushed the sixth prince's head, he sensed an icy hand attacking his back. The demonic silhouette moved again. He's still not dying, thought the crowd. Had Lin Feng studied imperial scriptures? Die! Abstruse energies turned into an ice and snow spear, which aimed for Lin Feng's throat. Lin Feng turned around and saw that spear heading towards him. He quickly released sword energies to block it. Slash! The ice spear was propelled back in the direction of that cultivator's throat, along with the sword, pierced his throat, and that person collapsed. Then, someone else appeared, Ren Lei. Be careful, shouted Lin Feng. An icy hand appeared behind Ren Lei as Lin Feng ran towards her to catch her. Ice curse, shouted Lin Feng furiously. The ice melted, and at the same time he released sword energies to cut the attacker in two. The punch crashed onto Ren Lei's back, trying to freeze her. Spiritual cursing technique, shouted Lin Feng. A corpse on the ground suddenly stood up. It had been cut in two, but as it rose, its lower and upper parts joined together. At the same time, Lin Feng ran and released sword energies. He killed one person, but ice energies penetrated into his body. He suddenly felt ice cold, and his demonic energies weakened. Death curse, shouted Lin Feng, releasing more cursing energies and demonic chi. Someone who was running towards him suddenly felt like he was going to die. Slash! A sword lacerated someone and cut off another person's arm. Ren Lei hugged him and smiled at him in a seductive way. He had been caught in an illusion. Then, Ren Lei released ice abstruse energies and slit their throat. Die, stupid woman, shouted someone. Imperial chi rolled in waves towards Ren Lei. It was one of the princes from the Ice and Snow Empire. Ren Lei ran using abstruse energies, but the attack still reached her and sent her flying away. At the same time, Lin Feng, who had just killed someone, was suddenly slapped by the one who had the ice armor. His demon silhouette was destroyed and he was propelled away. Lin Feng and Ren Lei crashed onto a wall, buried under some snow. Lin Feng and Ren Lei joined hands and had already killed 20 people, but there were still 9 people left. He hid his strength. The last 9 cultivators were staring at Lin Feng and Ren Lei. Even though they knew Ren Lei was Lin Feng's friend, they didn't care too much about her. Of course, the last 9 people were also excited. So many people had died, so they had less competitors now. Besides, Lin Feng's demonic shadow had disappeared and Lin Feng and Ren Lei were starting to get worn out. Ren Lei and Lin Feng were stuck against an ice wall. Lin Feng smiled wryly and said, "Why did you get involved in such a nightmare? The 100 days haven't passed yet. You're still my love," said Ren Lei. Her lips were frozen, but she was still smiling. "How can you smile at a time like this?" Lin Feng poured some life water into Ren Lei's mouth. "Are we going to die?" asked Ren Lei when she saw those 9 cultivators coming towards them and releasing ice energies. "Are you afraid?" asked Lin Feng. "You're not done. You still haven't killed that demonic woman." Ren Lei shook her head and said, "I was scared in the past, but since you've been by my side, I stopped being afraid. Maybe that dying is a way to solve the issue." Ren Lei slowly turned around and wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck. She smiled and said, "Lin Feng, I think I love you." "Well then, we can't die. Let's crush them," said Lin Feng smiling. He looked at those 9 people with his pitch-black eyes and released his demonic territory. The crowd was incredulous. They felt like they were staring at a real demon when they looked at his eyes. The water of the 9 netherworlds had appeared inside his eyes. "Even if you all eventually kill me, I'm going to take a few of you with me before I go," said Lin Feng. His voice contained demonic cursing energies, making them shiver. They were determined and strong, so it was difficult to influence them with demonic cursing energies. But Lin Feng had already killed 20 people and he looked like a real demon. A hole suddenly appeared in front of them. That way, not only won't you go to the very heart of the Ice and Snow Shrine, But you'll also lose your life, you'll lose your cultivation, your world will end completely and you will stay in here forever. Nobody will remember you, said Lin Feng. Then, he started singing his 9 Netherworlds demonic song. At the same time, Lei leant against Lin Feng and whispered, "The 6 desires, debauchery, deprivation, debauchery, lust, pleasure. We can't let her influence us." The cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer was the strongest one and also the most determined. He wasn't affected by Lin Feng's demonic cursing energies. He had shouted before to come back to his senses. "Why don't you kill me then? Do you want to be those people's servant?" shouted Lin Feng. He slowly rose up in the air again, releasing more demonic energies. Boom! Lin Feng jumped forwards. He was staring down at the 2 princes who hadn't died still. "Your friends have been killed and you're the last ones. How can you fight against me? If you die, the imperial family of the Ice and Snow Empire will be doomed. How will those who couldn't wait to send you here react when they learn that you died?" shouted Lin Feng. Gloomy ancient cauldron. Ice energies flowed out of the ancient cauldron again. "Break!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His sword qi shot up into the sky and broke the cauldron into 2. "Did you think your cauldron was that powerful? I crushed it in 1 attack. You all can only accept your fate now," shouted Lin Feng like a demon. "2 princes, after you die, the Ice Emperor will have no more descendants. Then the Snow Leader will gain control," said Lin Feng, staring at those 2 people with his pitch-black eyes. He couldn't attack everyone at the same time, so he chose them. "Shut the hell up!" shouted a prince furiously. "Submit!" shouted Lin Feng aggressively and brutally. His song continued resonating in their heads. "Submit and kill them!" shouted Lin Feng. Slowly, they turned around as even more demonic intent flowed throughout their bodies. "Kill!" shouted a furious voice. The 2 princes threw themselves at 2 people. One prince threw himself at the one with the armor, but the latter punched the prince and made him explode. The other prince attacked the cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer, who threw an icy spear. Bzzz. Lin Feng performed a knife hand strike in the air. Kaboom! The cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer landed on the ground and released ice marks which moved towards Lin Feng. Boom! The one with the armor also started running again. The 7 remaining people didn't hold out any longer. Lin Feng had way too many special powers. Lin Feng didn't mind them. Instead, he continued condensing sword qi. Back in the mysterious world, he had studied 81 sword marks, and now he was using the 81st. Up in the air, a sword appeared and whistled with strident energies. Everybody was aghast as cracks appeared in the ice around them and in the demonic territory. Kacha! Lin Feng's legs were freezing as the holy marks reached him, but his sword qi broke it. Dong! A terrifying sword condensed in front of Lin Feng. The crowd was astonished and the fighters even stopped for a second. Lin Feng smiled evilly and glanced at the crowd. Finally, he performed another knife hand strike and the terrifying sword streaked across the sky. The holy mark sword was terrifying and contained astonishing abstruse energies. Kill! Nobody said that, but it seemed like they had heard someone say it. The ice broke apart and 2 distinct sounds spread in the air, as well as rumbling sounds. The one with the armor had been lacerated. His body was riddled with gaping wounds. The one with the holy marks disappeared without leaving trace. 2 cultivators who could defeat cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer had been destroyed by that holy mark sword attack. But Lin Feng's arm froze from the exchange. Kill! shouted someone else, throwing himself at Lin Feng. Finally, only 5 people were left and Lin Feng seemed tired and injured. The attacker condensed ice and ran towards Lin Feng. Kacha! The ice didn't pierce Lin Feng's body. An ice hand appeared in front of him, but suddenly someone appeared. 6 desires, said Lei, smiling charmingly. That person instantly fell into an illusion. However, after a second, ice energies rolled in the air again. By the time he came back to his senses, he saw a gorgeous, long-haired beauty with ice energies running at him. Kill! Yelled Lei. Her ice abstruse energies penetrated that cultivator's body. Kaboom! They exploded as the ice expanded inside him. Though, a gigantic ice hand bombarded her chest and propelled her away. She crashed against Lin Feng, feeling she was going to freeze. She couldn't condense energies anymore. Lin Feng had just killed 4 people and Yiren Lei had killed 1. That meant 4 people were left. 3 cultivators of the 6th Zun Qi layer, that was enough to kill her. Lin Feng was going to lose. They had to kill that girl first. Even though she was beautiful, they couldn't afford to lose because of her. Yiren Lei stretched out her slender white hands and touched Lin Feng's cheeks, smiling. I'm sure you can win. Don't forget that you said I'd become the ice and snow goddess someday, and that you'd make love to me then. Lin Feng came back to his senses and suddenly felt invigorated. Strength flew throughout his body again as his blood condensed again. To hell with your bullshit, shouted a cultivator. Then, a gigantic ice hand descended from the sky with the intention of killing Yiren Lei. Boom! Ice began covering Yiren Lei. Die! The gloomy cauldron appeared again and began vomiting ice energies in Yiren Lei's direction. Yiren Lei could barely block the attack. Her bones broke under the pressure. However, it seemed like she didn't feel the pain. Her arm was frozen, so she used it to block the attack. No matter what, she stood in front of Lin Feng and protected him. Lin Feng looked at her, flames appearing inside his demonic eyes. My love, you can do it, said Yiren Lei. She turned around. Lin Feng saw her deathly pale face, but she was still smiling. Boom, boom, boom. Another person attacked, wanting to kill Yiren Lei. They had to kill her first, and then they could join hands to kill Lin Feng. Whoever killed Yiren Lei wasn't important. The most important thing would be who killed Lin Feng. Sex, lust, debauchery, deprivation, heat. Come. Yiren Lei was suddenly bathing in the flames of lust. Those energies contained ice-cold energies. Actually, ice and fire were fusing together. The 4 men looked at Yiren Lei with a throbbing passion. A fire started burning inside them. Boom! A terrifying hand bombarded Yiren Lei. Her 6 desires spell seemed like it was going to freeze over, but it didn't, and she said, illusion! Those people were then taken in by her illusion. Gotcha! Yiren Lei was slowly freezing. She hid behind Lin Feng to avoid dying from the cold energies. Even with her 6 desires attack, she couldn't do much. Kill! Shouted Yiren Lei. She suddenly rose up in the air, condensed ice in her hand, and punched on of them while they were still stuck in the illusion. He immediately died, but at the same time, someone else attacked her, throwing her into a wall violently. Her organs were gravely injured. Then, she softly fell down and crashed onto the ground. She looked like she was asleep. Her hair was frozen. She was on the ground, lying below Lin Feng's feet. It seemed like she was looking up at him with a smile that would never disappear from her face. My love, remember your promise, said Yiren Lei with a weak voice. Flames appeared in Lin Feng's eyes again. Then, he fused together with the Netherworld Demon Emperor's consciousness. Die? He couldn't die. He still had Meng Qing. She had always stayed with him since the Black Wind Mountain. Xian Yi, Yu Xian, Lu Fei, Xiaoya, his family members. He also had to find Yu. He couldn't let Yiren Lei die in front of him like that. He suddenly looked like a real demon, like he was offering his soul to the devil. Demonic intent overwhelmed his body. Boom! The 3 cultivators threw themselves at Lin Feng now that nobody was blocking them anymore. Kaboom! The gloomy cauldron moved towards Lin Feng, but a gigantic ice hand appeared next to it. Piss off! He shouted furiously. He punched the cauldron, making it fly away, and then he smiled ferociously. He was going to kill Lin Feng. An icy finger moved towards Lin Feng like a needle darting through the air. However, he started shaking once he saw Lin Feng's eyes. Those eyes alone were affecting his determination. He suddenly stopped as the 9 Netherworlds song resonated in his brain. He was suddenly overwhelmed by demonic intent. Just as he was about to reach Lin Feng, he stopped and slowly turned around. Then, he threw himself at the person behind him. Your life is mine, shouted the cultivator. He released a 5-fingered attack which was as sharp as blades and killed the demon slave. Now there was only Lin Feng. "Ice-cold godly fingers destroy!" shouted the last one. He wasn't going to give Lin Feng any chances. He closed his eyes and attacked Lin Feng. "Kill!" A demonic hissed. Lin Feng was starting to freeze, but the consciousness of the Netherworld Demon Emperor hadn't disappeared from him yet. Bzzz. The 9 Netherworlds demon consciousness broke apart and dispersed as it collided with the ice. Now, Lin Feng's eyes didn't contain the energy of the 9 Netherworlds anymore. They only contained his own demonic consciousness. Lin Feng's frozen body ran forwards. Explosions sounded as he condensed energies and a demon appeared. The room was entirely filled with demonic energies once that demon appeared. "He's broken through to the second Zun Qi layer." That person was dumbstruck. His face turned deathly pale as Lin Feng's demonic intent became even stronger. He felt like he was facing a demon king, or even the devil, definitely not a demon cultivator. Lin Feng continued releasing demonic intent and condensed it in his hand. Then he slapped his opponent, injecting demonic intent into his opponent's body. The attacker's body suddenly turned black. "Let me go!" shouted that cultivator. "Kill!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He released even more strength and attacked the opponent's body. Cracking sounds were heard as his bones broke. "They're all dead." The crowd in the distance shivered. Lin Feng landed next to Lei, who was still smiling. He poured some life water into her mouth, hoping that would save her life. Lin Feng took her in his arms and released fire energies to warm her up. Very quickly, the ice around her melted and Lei shivered, but she still didn't move. "Are you cold?" asked Lin Feng. She shook her head and smiled. "I thought I was going to die." "I promised you one thing," said Lin Feng, smiling. He released even more fire energies. If he hadn't broken through to the second Zun Qi layer, they might have died. At that moment, the envoy arrived next to Lin Feng rather excitedly. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at him. He smiled indifferently. If Lin Feng was strong enough, he would have killed the envoy. Bzzz. The envoy opened his third eye and a light emerged which moved towards Lin Feng's face. The envoy inspected Lin Feng's memories, but then he looked surprised. "Fortune Shrine." The envoy was astonished. Lin Feng felt cold, but he didn't know what just happened. Very quickly, the envoy smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Congratulations, you passed the test." Had the diviner left a protective thread of consciousness in his brain? Why couldn't the envoy's godly awareness pierce through his godly awareness correctly? Why did he look surprised when he saw the diviner's thread of consciousness in Lin Feng's brain as well? "Mister, you said that I came to the wrong shrine, so I can't go into the shrine, right?" asked Lin Feng, smiling. He couldn't tell the envoy what he really thought. "What you mean is that you want your girlfriend to go in as well, right?" said the envoy, smiling. Lin Feng nodded. "If that's possible." "No need, I already made an exception, so I'll make a second exception. The ice and snow goddess is willing to have you both," said the envoy, smiling. He was talking to Lin Feng in a more polite way, but why? "Thank you, mister. Can you give me more time?" asked Lin Feng. "No problem," said the envoy, nodding. Lin Feng smiled at Lei. "All those people here practice ice cultivation, right?" "Right?" replied Lei as if she knew what Lin Feng meant. Lin Feng stood up and released demonic qi at the crowd. Lin Feng appeared in front of someone, making them feel scared. Amongst the people from the Ice and Snow Empire who came to the shrine, only a dozen were left of the 81. "Kill!" said Lin Feng while releasing demonic energies. Then he punched that person and released cursing, demon, and desolate abstruse energies. That person was propelled backwards, but Lin Feng continued running at them and punched his head, killing him instantly. All the others who were from the Ice and Snow Empire looked terrified. Boom, boom. Another explosion sounded as Lin Feng killed another person with an explosion. Lin Feng used his Xiao Yao agility technique to quickly catch up with the remaining cultivators. Another explosion sounded as someone else died. "Mister!" shouted someone, begging. However, the envoy looked indifferent. He didn't care about them. He had seen many people die in his life, including the last time the shrine had opened. Lin Feng continued killing people before going back to Lei. He had killed all the people from the Ice and Snow Empire. They would never get the treasures from the shrine and the Ice Emperor would know nothing. Lin Feng couldn't take any risks. If the Ice Emperor learned that he had killed all his sons, he would be furious. "Are you feeling any better?" asked Lin Feng. "Much better, the life water is great. You should take it back," said Lei. She wanted to spit out the last drops of life water and give them back to him. Even though it wasn't a holy weapon, it was extremely potent. Lin Feng put his hand on her lips and shook his head. "Keep it. I stole it from you back then, so now it's yours. Let's go and see what is behind the door." Lin Feng and Lei walked on the small path and crossed the door. The crowd looked at them, speechless. As Lin Feng and Lei crossed the door, the space around them became distorted as they were being teleported again. A light appeared and they landed somewhere else. It was a large palace with an exit. Many people were already there. "It's them." Lin Feng could see 8 people who had been selected before, as well as 2 other people. They turned around and saw Lin Feng and Lei. They were surprised. 2 people? Hadn't the envoy said only 1 more person could come? "Not bad, you're here too," said the tall and sturdy young man, smiling at Lin Feng. The girl in black clothes also nodded at Lin Feng. That girl had nodded at him. Maybe that strong cultivators respected each other after all. She acknowledged Lin Feng's strength, which meant that they were now acquaintances. Lin Feng nodded back at her and walked forwards. He realized that there were 9 palaces, and in front of them were 2 more floors. 12 empires and 12 shrines? In front of Lin Feng were 11 luxuriant palaces which pierced the clouds. The palaces were all connected by lights, and together, sealed the atmosphere. For example, Lin Feng was facing a shrine which was bathing in flames. The sky above it was red like fire. That shrine had 9 floors. On its 7th floor there were quite a few people. The 8th floor had only 1 person, and the 9th floor was empty and desolate, without a soul in sight. There were 11 shrines plus the one Lin Feng was in, so 12 shrines in total. Those were probably all the shrines from the empires of Jiuyu. But those people inside the shrines weren't all from Jiuyu. For example, in the shrine where Lin Feng was, there were people who didn't come from the Ice and Snow Empire. That meant that there were several entrances to the shrines, but that they all led to the same place. In the center of the shrines, there was a vast area and a battling stage divided into 12 areas. In each area, there was only 1 person. On the side of the Ice and Snow Shrine, it was the envoy. It was like Fortune City, where there were multiple shrines and the same man was in all of them at the same time. "Irun, you're here too." A loud voice made Lin Feng and Lei turn around. The voice seemed to be coming from another shrine. That shrine had dazzling lights which seemed like they could disappear at any time. It was the empty space shrine. "It's him." Lin Feng was astonished. That person was from the Ba Huang province, Xianxia. "The cultivation world is really strange. Surprising things keep happening," whispered Lin Feng. Xianxia was in the empty space shrine, but how had he come to Jiuyu though? Besides, Xianxiao's best ability was his celestial vision, so why had he chosen the empty space shrine? Xianxia had seen Lin Feng and the black mage steal the Netherworld Demon Emperor's demon flute, so he recognized Lin Feng. He smiled politely and nodded at Lin Feng. "Iren, you're even more beautiful now. Did you find someone to practice your 6 desires skill with?" said someone next to Xianxia. "Do we know each other?" Lei didn't recognize that person, but that person seemed to know her. "Let me introduce him. That's Qi Qian Run from the Qi clan. He's rarely in Ba Huang because he's always abroad practicing cultivation. You don't know him, so that's absolutely normal," said Xianxia. "Qi Qian Ren." Lin Feng frowned. The one who had used the banishment spell on Lin Feng was Qi Qianxing. "Qi Qianren, are you of the same generation as Qi Qianxing, or are you older?" asked Lei. She had heard that Lin Feng had been banished by Qi Qianxing. She knew that Xianxia was a cultivator at the very top of the Zun Qi layer. About the same generation. I'm younger than him by about 100 years, replied Xianxia calmly. Lin Feng, that guy is even scarier than Xianxia, said Lei to Lin Feng using telepathy. Xianxia and Xianren were brothers, and there was a difference of 100 years between them. Xianxia was a cultivator at the very top of the Zun Qi layer, but Xianren was also on the 7th floor of the shrine, so he was naturally a genius. The relations between the Xikong clan and the Qi clan are quite good. No wonder you fought against the one clan together, said Lei. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He knew those people. So were there other familiar people there? Lin Feng glanced around and quickly saw some other people he knew. One clan? 7th floor. Lin Feng glanced around and saw Wen Tiangu and Wen Aoshui. He continued glancing around and then noticed someone else in a dazzling shrine. Kong Ming, the Buddhist monk. He wasn't surprised to see Kong Ming. After all, he had already noticed several people he knew. What surprised Lin Feng was that Kong Ming was on the 8th floor. Xikong Xiao and Wen Tiangu were part of the 10 strongest young cultivators, and the meeting of the emperors would take place soon. So they couldn't waste time. However, what were the differences between all the shrines? He didn't know how the other people had chosen which shrine they wanted to go to. Lin Feng remembered that in the empty space battlefield, Lei and he had encountered Kong Ming. They had been traveling in the same direction, the direction of Jiuyu. Lei had also told Lin Feng that Kong Ming was difficult to understand. 8th floor, whispered Lin Feng. Kong Ming was on the 8th floor, which meant that he could defeat people at the peak of the 7th Zun Qi layer, at least. Kong Ming was on the 8th floor, and it was great and all, but each shrine had one or more people on the 8th floor. The most incredible person was on the 9th floor. He was the only one to make it to a 9th floor. His cultivation level wasn't high. He had just broken through to the 3rd Zun Qi layer. That person seems to have a special body. His qi looks special, whispered Lei. Like an ancient king, that's a king body from the antiquity, said the tall and sturdy man next to them. He was a real ice dragon, so it was no surprise that he had an extensive knowledge. King was a cultivation level, it was an appellation, a sign of respect. A body type. Lin Feng remembered the imperial immortal body. Was it a kind of body type as well? 12 shrines, they were connected at first, and now it seems like they're connected because of that guy. They want to compete for him, said the girl in black clothes. She wanted to replace that guy. It seemed that even without a king body, anyone could become a king. You're a real ice dragon. Don't they want to compete too? Said Lin Feng to the tall and sturdy young man. Haha. Ice dragons are not very respected. There are many types of dragons in the holy city, and they all live together. Kings are rare, and for me, having to compete is not so useful. You can probably understand, said the tall and sturdy young man. Lin Feng nodded. The ice dragon guy probably wanted to go back to his clan. Everybody, did you pay attention? How should we decide to whom he belongs? Or should we let him decide? Asked an envoy at that moment. Just like the girl in black clothes had said, the 12 shrines were competing for the king. At that moment, the young man was becoming even more dazzling. They all wanted him to become a real king and help them maintain their power. In fact, if strength had been the only criteria, the young man couldn't have appeared on the 9th floor. Being on the 9th floor would mean that a cultivator of the 1st Zun Qi layer could defeat a cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer, which was impossible. Even with level 9 abstruse energies, it wasn't possible to defeat a cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer in one strike. Besides, that young man didn't have the strength of the 1st Zun Qi layer. Had he defeated cultivation emperors? Impossible. For emperors, those who weren't emperors were insects. Amongst the incredible cultivators of the continent, those with the strength of the 5th Zun Qi layer could defeat cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer, or maybe that cultivators of the 6th Zun Qi layer could, but could cultivators of the 7th or 8th Zun Qi layer defeat emperors? That was still too unrealistic. Lin Feng had heard of only one person who could defeat emperors with the strength of the Zun Qi layer, the Demon Emperor. And now all the shrines wanted that person on their side. Nobody helped others unconditionally. The shrines helped cultivators to become stronger by bathing in their lights, because they wanted those people as their own disciples. The shrines were their own influential groups, so they needed to remain strong at all times. The diviner was also an example. He wanted to recruit Lin Feng as a disciple for the future of Fortune Shrine. Humph, he arrived there through the empty space shrine, so he should come here, said an envoy. Even before that, we noticed him. That's why the 12 shrines are now interconnected. Don't you think you're being ridiculous? Said another envoy in a cold way. He has an ancient king body which he had inherited his body at birth, unlike some other special bodies. He must be handled carefully. His body can be washed too, said the envoy of the Ice and Snow Shrine. Lin Feng was confused. Inherited at birth? If Jun Mo she also had a king-type body, the imperial immortal body, then Kong Ming probably had a king-type body too, but he was only standing on the 8th floor. The members of your shrine can also come to my shrine and be washed by empty space lights too then, said the envoy of the empty space shrine. If they want to. All right. Then let's allow people to choose again. What do you think? All right, the fire shrine has no objections, said the envoy of the fire shrine. The demon shrine also accepts, said a dark-looking envoy. I have no objection either. Everybody agreed, for they had faith in their shrines. After all, since people had chosen their shrine, why would they leave? The differences weren't that big between the shrines anyways. But the Ice and Snow Shrine's envoy didn't say anything. He even frowned. He knew that someone would probably leave the Ice and Snow Shrine, someone who had also been to the Fortune Shrine. Therefore, he hoped he wouldn't leave for another shrine. Ice and Snow Shrine, what do you think? The 11 shrines had agreed, but the envoy of the Ice and Snow Shrine frowned. He knew he had no choice. All right, I agree, said the envoy, nodding. All right, let's start again then. Let them choose which shrine they want to join again. The crowd was surprised when they heard the news. They would get different powers if they chose a different shrine, and people were curious. They probably wanted to see what the other shrines were like. At that moment, nobody knew what it would be like to switch to another shrine. What would they do? You understand what we're talking about, right? If you manage to come to the 7th floor, it means that you are very talented. We acknowledge your strength. So no matter what shrine you choose, you will learn something special. Now you have the option to choose a new shrine. Stay where you are or go to another shrine and we'll know your decision, said an envoy, leaving everybody with a decision to make. How do we go back if we choose another shrine? Asked someone. Lin Feng had arrived through the Ice and Snow Empire, so if he chose the Demon Shrine, wouldn't he go to the empire where the Demon Shrine was? Wouldn't people want to kill him if they saw a stranger appear in their empire? You don't need to worry about that. You'll have the aura of the shrine you chose, so nobody will dare attack you, said an envoy. Lin Feng didn't know what to do. He was different from other people. If he chose another shrine, wouldn't the Ice and Snow Shrine reject Lei? Lin Feng still remembered how cold the envoy had been to him. Lin Feng, said Lei. She was thinking that the Ice and Snow Shrine wasn't suitable for Lin Feng, and that he should choose another shrine. The Demon Shrine or the Empty Space Shrine were both better for Lin Feng than the Ice and Snow Shrine. Lin Feng looked at the Ice and Snow Shrine's envoy. He wasn't moving and the envoys were waiting. If you choose the Ice and Snow Shrine, I will be very happy, but if you choose the Demon Shrine or another one, I can understand. I will send your girlfriend to the 8th floor and let her bathe in the Ice and Snow Goddess lights, and even though she's not that strong now, she will have a bright future, said the envoy to Lin Feng using telepathy, as if he knew that Lin Feng was worried. Lin Feng was skeptical. Why would the envoy be nice to him? Did he know that Lin Feng had a special body and that he was going to choose another shrine? Was he trying to win Lin Feng by offering his girlfriend a position? So if Lei became incredible, then Lin Feng would still be connected to the Ice and Snow Shrine. Lin Feng was thinking. Bzzz. Bzzz. Silhouettes flickered. Many people moved behind the envoys, but few people had chosen to move to another shrine. Run. I'm going to the Demon Shrine, said Lin Feng to Lei using telepathy. The envoy won't do anything to you. All right, go. I can't wait for you to be my demon god, said Lei, smiling graciously. All right, someday, I'll make love to my Ice and Snow Goddess, said Lin Feng, caressing her cheeks. Then he left for the demon shrine. Irenlei looked at him and then went to stand behind the ice and snow envoy. The 12 envoys looked at the young cultivators and then at the young man on the 9th floor. They couldn't wait to see where he would go. With your abilities, if you choose the empty space shrine, you'll become even stronger, said the empty space shrine's envoy. The fire shrine will be more flexible for you. With your innate body, if you choose the demon shrine, you'll become a god, said the demon shrine's envoy. An innate immortal body can be extremely powerful, figured Lin Feng. Lin Feng was standing behind the envoy of the demon shrine, but nobody paid attention to him because everyone was staring at the young man on the 9th floor. The demon shrine seemed suitable for that young man who was an expert at fighting since there wasn't a battle shrine. The young man looked calm and serene. His mouth twitched, making all the envoy nervous. I choose the demon shrine, said the young man who had an immortal king-type body. The demon shrine's envoy looked at the young man with his pitch-black eyes and smiled indifferently. The other envoys seemed disappointed, especially the envoy of the empty space shrine. The young man had ended up there by crossing the empty space shrine, and now he had chosen the demon shrine. The young man then landed behind the demon shrine's envoy and behind Lin Feng. The demon shrine's envoy turned around and was happy to see that nobody had left his shrine. Those who had gone through the demon shrine probably all studied demon cultivation. The demon shrine didn't lose anyone, and they had 1-2 people even. The envoy didn't pay any attention to Lin Feng. His eyes were pitch black, which meant he was probably a demon cultivator. Congratulations and welcome, said the envoy smiling to Lin Feng and the young man, but he was really only looking at the young man. All right, everybody can go back to their shrine, said the demon shrine's envoy indifferently. He was happy, for the king-type body was extremely rare. The future of the demon shrine was going to be bright. Needless to say, the other envoys were quite disappointed. The ice and snow shrine's envoy glanced at Lin Feng now and then. Lin Feng also had a king-type body, the body of a warrior. He also had many special powers, demonic and sword powers mainly. He had tried to inspect Lin Feng's memories, but he couldn't because of the fortune shrine's imprint in his brain. He didn't know exactly what special body Lin Feng had, but was it similar to the immortal king body? He initially wanted to harm Lin Feng, but in the end he thought it wasn't necessary. Irenlei was his girlfriend and had risked her life to protect him. If Irenlei stayed in the ice and snow shrine, even if Lin Feng became a peerless cultivator, he would never harm the ice and snow shrine. There was another reason for gathering here. We also wanted to see how strong the young cultivators were, said the empty space shrine's envoy. The young cultivators there were incredibly strong, especially those on the 8th floor. If the young man with the immortal king body had joined them, it would have been perfect. He seems unhappy, thought the other envoys. The young people they recruited now were going to determine the future of their shrines. They actually didn't need to compare their strength now though. No need, said the demon shrine's envoy. Maybe we could just give a try. For example, we could choose a few people from the 7th floor, said the fire shrine's envoy smiling. I don't mind choosing one person, said the ice and snow shrine's envoy indifferently. Let's go, said the demon shrine's envoy, turning around and ignoring the others. The empty space shrine's envoy was upset, but he smiled all the same. Lin Feng nodded at Irenlei and said to her using telepathy, "See you in Bahuang province." Irenlei watched as Lin Feng left. The next time they'd see each other would be in Bahuang, and the 100-day period would be over. There were 15 people in the demon shrine, plus Lin Feng and the young man with the king body. 11 people on the 7th floor, 3 on the 8th and 1 on the 9th. The demon shrine already closed. The other shrines closed as well. What floor were you before? Just go to the same floor. Those who are on the 8th floor can go to the 7th as they wish. Those on the 9th floor can go to any floor, said the demon shrine's envoy, nodding at the young man with the king body. He was the only one who could go to the 9th floor. The envoy was about to bring him back to the real demon shrine, so he didn't want to let him get away in the last few seconds. He didn't mind letting the young man go to the 9th floor, but not the others. He wanted to wait and see who was actually qualified to go to the real demon shrine. He needed to see who could pass his tests. then he could give them opportunities. The other shrines were the same. They couldn't let just anyone access their most precious treasures through talent alone. They didn't take risks except if they noticed if someone had a king-type body. "I want to go to the 8th floor," said someone, making the envoy turned around. Lin Feng was the one had spoken up. He hadn't said anything the whole time. He wasn't even angry that the envoy had ignored him the whole time. But of course, Lin Feng still wanted to go and see the 8th floor though. He had come to the demon shrine, so he had to benefit from it to the fullest, otherwise, he would have stayed in the ice and snow shrine. The envoy looked at Lin Feng and smiled. "Show me how good you are at demon cultivation." Lin Feng took a step, looked at the envoy, and then his eyes became even darker. He released demon intent through his eyes. The envoy looked at Lin Feng and nodded. "All right, I'll create a path from the 7th to the 8th floor. If you pass the test, you'll be able to go to the 8th floor. I'll also leave an imprint in your brains. That way, if you come back to the demon shrine, you can use that imprint to prove that you're members of this shrine. Also, I'll create teleportation portals on the 7th and 8th floor which you can use," said the envoy. Then, he opened his third eye and transmitted imprints to those 15 people's third eyes. Only the young man with the king body didn't receive it. After that, the envoy waved. Then, Lin Feng was suddenly surrounded by a dark aura. "With that aura, nobody will dare attack you. It proves you're a member of the demon shrine," said the envoy to Lin Feng. "Go!" Nobody said anything, they simply just entered the shrine. Lin Feng followed and went into the central part of the 7th floor. There were 11 people on the 7th floor. Demon Qi was rolling in waves in there and condensing into dark clouds. "What a pure demonic Qi," thought Lin Feng, walking forwards. Demon Qi continuously washed his body. Boom! In front of Lin Feng, a pair of pitch-black eyes appeared. Aggressive, sharp. "That's a real demon king." The silhouette in front of Lin Feng became even more distinct. A demon king appeared. He was pitch-black, but didn't seem alive, just like an illusion. The eyes seemed alive though. Lin Feng could sense how powerful they were. He doesn't seem as strong as the Netherworld Demon Emperor in terms of consciousness, since the Netherworld Demon Emperor's consciousness has existed for thousands of years. But his determination seems a little bit stronger, more real, thought Lin Feng. The demon king in front of him was a demon emperor. Bzzz. Dazzling lights appeared. Lin Feng turned around and saw another pair of eyes filled with demon determination. He moved back, but his eyes already felt sore. The demonic intent was piercing through his eyes, lingering even. Die! Lin Feng released demonic qi and his eyes became even darker. He used his own demonic intent to resist the intent coming from those eyes. "Destroy, destroy," said a voice which resonated. Lin Feng's eyes were suddenly filled with hellish flames as he slowly destroyed those demonic lights assaulting him. Phew! Lin Feng took in a deep breath. He didn't dare look at that demon again. It looked too real. Is that an emperor's power? It seems like he can destroy me only by glancing at me, thought Lin Feng. Cultivation emperors belonged to another world. Inside Ba Huang and Jiyu, they were considered to be the highest class of beings. The holy city was probably the only place where there were numerous emperors. There aren't only 2 demon emperors. There are many more, Lin Feng realized as he glanced around. There were 18 demon emperor statues around him, and together they looked like 18 demon generals. The determination of 18 demon general, this is a great place to practice demon cultivation, thought Lin Feng. And this is only the 7th floor. Maybe on the 8th floor, there will be demon kings and great demon emperors. And what about the 9th floor? Thought Lin Feng. He was curious. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and studied the demon general's intent. He raised his head and looked at the 3rd statue, just like the previous ones. Its eyes were pitch black and penetrated deeply into Lin Feng's eyes. It also flew throughout his body. That general's intent seems to be demon fire intent. Those eyes contained black flames which could burn Lin Feng if he wasn't careful. Even if a cultivator had managed to go to the 7th floor of the demon shrine, he could still die there. Nobody would care. Lin Feng didn't try to understand the intent. After glancing at the third demon general's intent, he glanced at the fourth one. The fourth one's intent was ice cold. Lin Feng seemed to understand something. All those types of demon intent were different. They weren't pure. There were different types. Immortal intent, fire intent, ice intent. Lin Feng came across a terrifying type of demonic intent. It was probably demon death intent. It seemed like it could destroy people in the blink of an eye. I studied the Netherworld Demon Emperor's intent, and it's extremely powerful. I also have the demonic vision, but I don't know how to condense strength in my eyes. Actually, I know several types of abstruse energies. If I could make them fuse together with my demonic intent, like those demon generals, my demon abstruse energies would become even stronger. I could kill people outright. Lin Feng then started studying those 18 demon generals' intent. He was sitting cross-legged and looked like a demon general too. His eyes were pitch black and filled with all kinds of demonic strength. Besides, Lin Feng's goal was to understand the intent of two statues in particular, the immortal demon intent and the death demon intent. He wanted his abstruse energies to fuse together with those types of intent. For the 10 other cultivators, everything in that place seemed different, but the demon general statues, which meant that they all had to study them. Kaboom! At that moment, a sound spread in the air. Everybody was surprised and gazed into the distance. Cracks began to appear on the fire demon general statue. His eyes were burning and his entire body was crackling. Then explosions sounded as one statue exploded, leaving 17 left. Then, a pitch-black light illuminated the area, and then disappeared. What was that? Thought Lin Feng. That light looked like the one-page demon scripture. Had the statue exploded because someone understood its intent? Was that why it had disappeared? I need to study faster. Lin Feng was worried, so he continued studying the immortal demon intent. If someone else understood it before him, then that statue might explode as well. Maybe this was related to the envoy's test. However, it wasn't that easy to understand immortal demon intent. It was even harder than understanding the other types of intent. Immortality allows strength to remain forever, thought Lin Feng. Immortal demonic intent was everlasting, almost impossible to destroy. Demon intent continued burning in his eyes. He could make immortal abstruse energy fuse together with any kind of abstruse energy. He just had to know how to control it. Kaboom! After a long time, another statue exploded. Now, there were only 16 statues left. None of the young cultivators on the 7th floor were weak. Some of them were medium-level Zune cultivators who had been practicing demon cultivation for a long time. They probably had a deep knowledge of demonic intent. But Lin Feng didn't care. He focused on his goal. He wanted to understand the immortal demon general statue. After some time, threads of immortal qi appeared around Lin Feng's body and intertwined with the qi in the room. Then, it started rolling in waves, as if the immortal intent couldn't be corroded. Lin Feng was bathing in immortal demonic intent. Lin Feng's eyes were also filled with immortal demonic intent. Gotcha! The third statue exploded. Someone else had understood a general's intent. At the same time, pitch-black lights invaded the room and penetrated into that person's brain. When the fifth statue exploded, some cracks appeared on the immortal demon general statue. But it didn't explode, it just cracked. Gotcha! More and more cracks appeared, but it didn't break. Many of them looked at that statue, seeing how it contained immortal intent. Could it break? Bzzz! Lights descended from the sky and penetrated into Lin Feng's third eye. Lin Feng could see an image. It was alternating between a one-paged ancient scripture and a demon statue. In other words, the demon general was printing his one-page demon scriptures in Lin Feng's brain. Lin Feng could sense the immortal demonic intent fusing together with his body. How terrifying! Immortal demon energy is fusing together with my body, thought Lin Feng. He had never tried to study immortal abstruse energy before. Maybe, if he had tried to study demonic fire, his fire abstruse energies would have become stronger. But Lin Feng didn't think about that too much. He just continued bathing in the immortal intent, receiving the general's knowledge. It continued for a long time and finally Lin Feng opened his eyes, surrounded by immortal intent. My demon abstruse energy is now level 4 and my immortal abstruse energy immediately reached level 3, thought Lin Feng. He smiled happily. Lin Feng already knew many sorts of abstruse energies, most of them were level 3 or 4. Only his soundwave abstruse energy was level 2, which was his weakest one. Lin Feng wasn't surprised. He knew he was gifted. He could study any type of abstruse energy, but knowing many types of abstruse energies wasn't necessarily the best thing. When they weren't at a high level, leveling them up and combining them was best. Demonic abstruse energy, immortal abstruse energy, soundwave abstruse energy. Lin Feng wanted them, so he learned them quickly enough. Lin Feng looked at the other generals. 8 statues had already been broken, leaving 10 left. Lin Feng looked at the statue which contained death demon intent. One glance could kill him. If that was a real emperor, he could kill me in just one glance, thought Lin Feng. He had studied death strength, but only a little bit. He had never studied real death abstruse energies. However, since he knew life abstruse energies, he should have an easier time studying death strength. Everybody had life strength in them. The stronger a cultivator was, the higher their cultivation level was, and the stronger their life strength was. Therefore, Zun cultivators could live thousands of years. However, no matter how strong a cultivator was, their life was slowly replaced by death. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who thought death strength was powerful. Elsewhere in the room, others were also studying the Death Demon General's statue. Death Chi was floating around them. Not everybody could study those energies as they wished though, unlike Lin Feng who could study anything. It wasn't necessarily suitable for them. Lin Feng studied the death intent faster than the immortal intent. It wasn't long before some cracks began to appear on the statue. Gotcha! The statue broke a little bit more and death chi penetrated into Lin Feng's brain. Then, death intent invaded the room, allowing some of the others to study it too. Boom! 2 gigantic threads of death intent rose to the sky. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who had understood it. 2 other geniuses had understood it. But Lin Feng had been a bit faster and the statue completely broke apart because of him. Gotcha! Kaboom! All the other statues continued breaking apart as the other geniuses studied their energies. Lin Feng was bathing in death intent. He had already understood 2 types of abstruse energies, that was enough. Gotcha! When the last statue broke, demonic intent invaded the entire room. A strong wind blew and energies dashed to the skies. Terrifying rumbling sounds spread in the air as a door appeared. It was the path to the 8th floor. Just like the envoy said, thought everyone. That tornado was the path to the 8th floor. At the same time, the room changed. 2 people looked at Lin Feng coldly when they sensed his death energies. But they quickly looked elsewhere. Killing Lin Feng was useless. Besides, they didn't know how strong he was. In their cultivation level didn't mean much. The 8th floor was probably going to be extraordinary. Boom! A pitch-black silhouette jumped into the tornado. However, demonic energies oppressed him and his face turned deathly pale. The wind was oppressive. It was even more powerful near the entrance of the 8th floor. Rise! That person tried to rise up, but he couldn't make it far before those energies started hurting him. Boom! Demon Chi rotated around his body and he continued trying to go up. The 7th floor had so many great treasures, so the 8th floor would be even better. He took 4 steps, only 3 away from reaching the entrance, but he couldn't continue. Rumbling sounds appeared as he was propelled downwards and crashed onto the ground. Phew! That person took a deep breath and pulled a long face. He could have died. I'm definitely going to get to the 8th floor, thought that cultivator, annoyed. He tried again, but this time he was propelled even farther away. It seemed like they only had one opportunity. How could a demon be oppressed? Said a cultivator coldly. He glanced at the one who had failed and jumped into the wind. He released demonic energies, but once he sensed that wind, his facial expression changed drastically. However, he continued rising up. After 3 steps, he realized how powerful the wind was. His body almost exploded, but he had only managed to take 4 steps. The other demonic cultivators were staring at him, looking a little concerned. 2 people had failed and they only had 1 chance. The third and the fourth failed too, only 4 steps as well. The 5th one finally managed to take 5 steps, but then came back down. The 8th person took 6 steps, amazing everybody. 1 more step and he'd be on the 8th floor. Boom, boom. That cultivator suddenly crashed onto the ground and coughed up blood. He looked furious. 1 more step. What a pity. He had failed, but he could be proud of himself still. 3 people were left. They seemed to be practicing cultivation though. They were studying the last 3 statues. Even after receiving the transmissions from the statues, they could continue studying, but it wasn't as efficient. Finally, someone opened his eyes. He jumped into the tornado, groaned furiously, and took 6 steps. 1 more step and it'd be the 8th floor, but that last step was difficult. Arg! That person raised his head and shouted, and demonic chi dashed to the skies. His body felt like it was going to explode. His body turned red, but he continued and made great efforts. However, when he reached the 8th floor, a demon roared furiously. The ground quaked and that cultivator was violently propelled back to their level. He had failed. He sat down cross-legged and healed himself. Nobody dared underestimate him though, for he had almost succeeded. The 10th person made 6 steps and failed again. The crowd felt relieved. They weren't weak. It was just that the wind was too terrifying. They were on the 7th floor for a reason. The 3 people on the 8th floor were incredibly strong. Of course, they would catch up someday, they just had to persevere. 1 person left, thought the group, looking at Lin Feng. He was bathing in death chi, so no one wanted to get close to him. He had left the ice and snow shrine and had come to the demon shrine. Surprisingly, he was an incredible demon cultivator who understood death intent. That death intent contains death abstruse energy level 3 even. With that, he could kill cultivators of the first Zun Chi layer in the blink of an eye, thought some of the others. 2 people had tried to study it before, but they had failed because Lin Feng had been faster than them. Humph! 2 cultivators groaned and looked at Lin Feng. Bzzz. At that moment, Lin Feng opened his eyes and death intent projected outwards. He turned around, his eyes were pitch black as he fixedly stared at those 2 people. Tap, tap. The 2 cultivators took steps backwards. Quaking sounds appeared as the one who had looked at Lin Feng in a cold way before sensed that his life was being taken. But that was just a sensation, it had only lasted for a few seconds. Lin Feng glanced at them in a calm way before he turned his attention to the tornado. Even he didn't say anything, he knew that the others there could kill him. 8th floor. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. That tornado was the only way to the 8th floor and there was only 1 chance. Lin Feng didn't hesitate as he jumped into the tornado. He sensed the demonic chi oppressing him as well as the energies from outside the tornado. When I went to Tiantai, I was weaker and had only broken through to the Tian Chi layer. Now that I've broken through to the Zun Chi layer, how could a trivial wind prevent me from moving? Thought Lin Feng, feeling determined. Even though he still had some powers he wasn't aware of, in a few years, he had become a lot stronger and more confident in himself. Boom! Lin Feng rose up in the air. The space was distorted as Lin Feng made 3 steps. The energies got more intense which step. Lin Feng took a deep breath and made another step. Lin Feng raised his head and stared at the top with his pitch-black eyes. Arg! Lin Feng shouted furiously as he made the 6th step. 1 more step and he'd succeed. Slash! Slash! His body felt like it was going to explode. Blood splashed everywhere as Lin Feng was wounded. However, he refused to fail even if he ended up seriously injured. As long as he didn't die, it didn't matter. Arg! Lin Feng shouted furiously. Now, Dragon Chance hummed as his 9-headed dragon appeared. Lin Feng raised his foot to make the 7th step. Swallow! Shouted Lin Feng. His 9 dragon heads absorbed the powerful demonic chi. Rise! Lin Feng raised his foot. He couldn't die, he had to succeed no matter what. Boom boom! Lin Feng suddenly disappeared, leaving the 10 others in awe. The cultivator who came from the ice and snow shrine had managed to make it to the 8th floor. He had passed the test while they had failed. That cultivator of the second Xianxia layer had almost died. He was wounded, blood had splashed everywhere. His skin, his bones, his organs felt sore, but he didn't back down. Boom! Lin Feng arrived on the 8th floor. He immediately released life energies to recover. After that passage to the 8th floor, his demonic abstruse energy was now level 5 and he had reached the top of the second Xianxia layer. Lin Feng was defying the laws of cultivation. Demon Shrine, 8th floor. Lin Feng looked around and saw 3 other people. They were sitting cross-legged in different corners of the room. They were staring at the walls and demon energies were flowing throughout their bodies. That's... Lin Feng looked at the walls. There were dazzling picture scrolls everywhere, and demon energies were continuously flowing from them. For ancient books, Lin Feng's heart started racing as he released his godly awareness to inspect them. All those picture scrolls had demon kings on them. Demon kings. Lin Feng inspected the picture scroll in front of him. The image became even more distinct, but he had a strange sensation though. It was as if his godly awareness couldn't see the demon king clearly. I'm on the 8th floor, so the demon kings have to be stronger than the demon generals on the 7th floor. Maybe those demon kings are actually demon emperors, or even great emperors. Thought Lin Feng excited. What were those 12 shrines exactly? Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and released his celestial book spirit. He sat down in his own demonic territory, and then his eyes became even darker. The picture scroll appeared in front of him. Energies pierced through his eyes and into his brain. Slash, slash. Lin Feng suddenly coughed up blood. He lowered his head and took in a deep breath. Felt like he was turning into a demon. How terrifying, thought Lin Feng. His spirit helped him see things more clearly. But as soon as he saw the demon king more clearly, a gigantic person 100 meters tall appeared, seemingly capable of crushing entire populations. Lin Feng saw him and instantly thought he was going to die. He had had to stop looking at it suddenly. A few more seconds and he would have died. A demon king, his consciousness can turn into a gigantic town and kill millions of people. Thought Lin Feng. He had seen a gigantic city and there were ruins even. Was that the holy city? Whispered Lin Feng. He now understood that he couldn't always use his spirit to study things. On the 7th and 8th floors, the demons were terrifying and could injure him or even kill him if he inspected them too closely. That book was an insane demon. What about the other 3? Lin Feng turned around and looked at the other picture scrolls. His eyes became pitch black again as he inspected them. He had the same sensation as before. However, without using his spirit, he couldn't know what they were. I first need to understand what those demon kings are, and then I will choose which one I am interested in. Thought Lin Feng. There were 4 scrolls and Lin Feng wasn't sure how many he could study. So, he had to find out what they were first and then he'd choose the one he wanted the most. Lin Feng looked at the second picture scroll and inspected it with his celestial book spirit. When he checked it, quaking sounds quickly ensued and blood splashed. His face turned deathly pale. A glance can destroy the earth and sky, thought Lin Feng. He had observed the landscape and thought the earth and sky were going to collapse. Lin Feng had had to break his connection to that world just to retreat. Even emperors could have been destroyed by those energies. Lin Feng suddenly felt cold. He stopped studying that part of the wall. Someone who was studying that part of the wall opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to offend you, said Lin Feng, nodding and apologizing. He had interrupted someone while he was cultivating. Lin Feng would have been furious too if someone had done that to him. That person looked at Lin Feng for a few seconds and then started practicing again. He had no time to waste. Lin Feng moved back and looked at the picture scroll. Then he used his spirit and inspected it. There was a demon king, the space was distorted, the earth and sky seemed like they were going to collapse. Everybody had died in that landscape, their blood staining the ground. Lin Feng had the impression his organs were going to explode. It looked so real. One shout and the world can collapse. What a terrifying cultivator. Probably a great demon emperor, thought Lin Feng. Those demon emperors were all great emperors. If someday he became that strong, he'd be able to destroy Cultivation Emperors just by glancing at them. Ba Huang and Zhou Yu would just be playgrounds for him. Lin Feng released his own demonic qi, even more determined to become a strong cultivator. Since he had decided to practice demon cultivation, he wished he would become a great demon emperor. Of course, he wasn't going to give up his other types of cultivation. There's the fourth picture scroll as well. Then, Lin Feng looked at the last picture scroll using his spirit. This time, he saw a demon king swallow the sky. He looked furious as did so. Which one should I study first? Thought Lin Feng. He looked at the first one, the blurry picture. It was an aggressive and almighty demon king who was 100 meters tall. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and studied it. Luckily for him, the three others in the room were studying the other picture scrolls, so he was the only one studying that picture scroll. He studied the characters written on the picture scroll and words floated around his brain. Just like Lin Feng had thought, those were demonic scriptures, but different ones. Lights surrounded Lin Feng, and demonic energies flowed around his body. Dark clouds appeared as a silhouette slowly condensed, becoming bigger and bigger. Lin Feng studied the picture scroll, but didn't realize that a demon was slowly appearing behind him. Something happened behind the three others as well. A sky-absorbing demon appeared behind one of the other cultivators, and it was blurry as well. The one who was studying the picture scroll with the terrifying demon vision suddenly saw something, and sharp lights twinkled in his eyes. Behind the one who was studying the demon with the terrifying voice, nothing appeared, but strange sounds surrounded him. I can actually invoke a demon using that picture scroll. Even though Lin Feng was practicing cultivation, he knew what was going on behind him. That picture scroll contained an extensive knowledge and profound scholarship. Lin Feng hadn't expected it to be so complex. He already had 3 books: the Demon Scriptures, the 10,000 Things of Creation Scriptures, and the 3 Lives Scriptures. Besides, the 3 Lives Demon Emperor had transmitted a part of the Xiaoyao ancient scriptures to Lin Feng, and he was always working on improving it. Apart from these, Lin Feng also obtained ancient scriptures in the Ice and Snow Shrine, imperial scriptures on the Moon and Sun fusion. Lin Feng may have been the last one to start practicing with the scrolls, but he wasn't any slower than the others. The demon behind him was already 10 meters high. He was bending over and looking at the others. The cultivator studying the sky-absorbing demon was comparable with Lin Feng. Their scrolls were becoming more and more dazzling as the demons behind them became more distinct. Arg! A deep groan. The scroll turned into a dazzling light and moved towards the strong cultivator. The demon behind him shouted and released qi at the mouth of that strong cultivator. After that, the cultivator slowly turned around and looked at the 3 others in a cold way. He slowly walked towards Lin Feng. The sky-absorbing demon behind him looked terrifying. Lin Feng was practicing cultivation. His demonic intent was rolling in waves, and the picture scroll he was studying started shaking. Arg! The sky-absorbing demon roared, seemingly wanting to eat Lin Feng alive. Roar! Roar! The demon behind Lin Feng was furious. Swallow! Shouted the cultivator furiously. His picture scroll was already finished, but Lin Feng was still 1 step away from finishing, so the sky-absorbing demon still had time to swallow Lin Feng's demon. Come! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The picture scroll turned into a demonic light and penetrated into his body. Then, his demon roared furiously and ran towards the sky-absorbing demon. The sky-absorbing demon and the large demon faced each other. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and looked at the young man with his pitch-black eyes. Not bad. I wouldn't have thought that you'd learn it so fast, said that young man. He walked towards the other 2 who immediately stood up and looked at him. What's that supposed to mean? Said a person. Did the one who studied the sky-absorbing picture scroll want to attack them because he'd already finished? Nothing. If you can study the picture scrolls in here, then so can I, said that person before he sat down cross-legged. Humph! The other one groaned coldly and sat down again. He didn't fear that the other cultivator would learn any faster than him. The other one continued studying as if nothing had happened, but he was a bit nervous. Lin Feng looked at them, but he didn't care about the other picture scrolls. Lin Feng was wondering what was going on in the outside world. He had to leave soon. Exit. Lin Feng looked at a certain wall which seemed to have a door. I should go. Lin Feng had learnt a lot in Jiuyu already. He had arrived with the strength of the 9th Tian Qi layer, and now he had broken through to the 2nd Zun Qi layer. Even his abstruse energies had improved. I wonder if Run is all right, thought Lin Feng. The envoy of the Ice and Snow Shrine said that he'd take care of her. So Lin Feng didn't need to worry too much. Lin Feng crossed the door and arrived in another space. An area with many doors and things written on them. Desolate Demon Town, Hell Region, Underworld Empire. Lin Feng read the names of places. He had heard of the Underworld Empire before. It was an empire in Jiuyu. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it and crossed the door to the Underworld Empire. The space changed, and after a while, he appeared in a dark palace. Lin Feng left the palace and came across a majestic mountain. Many people were waiting there as Lin Feng came out. People stared at him. He was surrounded by demonic lights, but they didn't know him. He hadn't gone to the demon shrine from the Underworld Empire entrance. Who are you? Asked a demon to Lin Feng. He was the leader of the empire, a cultivation emperor. My name is Mu Feng. The envoy of the demon shrine told me to come out from here, said Lin Feng calmly. He inspected the aura surrounding Lin Feng's body and said nothing. Lin Feng could prove he was from the demon shrine, so they couldn't offend him. The leader also knew that the demon shrine could kill him if they wished, even if he was an emperor. Mister, I need to go to the Ba Huang province, said Lin Feng. Are you from Ba Huang? Asked that person. He was skeptical because he had never seen Lin Feng before. I came from Ba Huang and I went to the Ice and Snow Shrine, but I'm a demon cultivator, so I was teleported to the demon shrine, explained Lin Feng. The Ice and Snow Shrine and the demon shrine are connected? Asked that cultivator. As soon as he finished talking, a cultivator appeared and shouted. The 12 shrines are connected, but only those who reached the 7th floor could know about that. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the person who was shouting. He had seen him on the 7th floor of the demon shrine. The 12 shrines are now connected, the emperor whispered. He glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had teleported from the Ice and Snow Shrine to the Demon Shrine, so did he also have ice skills? I didn't know the Ice Emperor had a son called Mu Feng. I've also never heard of the Ice Emperor letting anyone from the Ba Huang province go to the Ice and Snow Shrine, said the emperor, still skeptical. Mister, I come from Ba Huang, but my girlfriend is the daughter of the Snow Leader. I was allowed to go to the Ice and Snow Shrine because I was with my girlfriend, said Lin Feng. He really wanted to go back to Ba Huang, so he had to be honest. I see. You and Xiao can go together then. He's going to Ba Huang as well, said the emperor, pointing at a young man. He's going as well? Lin Feng said. The meeting of the emperors was going to start soon, and the meeting of the Imperial Union was also going to start. I'm from Devamara Palace and my name is Xiao. Let's go together, said the young man, smiling. He was from the mysterious Devamara Palace, an influential imperial group from the sanguinary part of Ba Huang. It seems like I underestimated Ba Huang, thought Lin Feng. Ba Huang and Jiuyu had so many connections. Xiao came from the Devamara Palace in Ba Huang, and he had joined the Demon Shrine. Zikong Clan and Qi Qianren had also appeared in the Empty Space Shrine. He hadn't seen everybody on the first floors of the shrines, but maybe he knew some of them who had been there. Besides, it meant that apart from Qi Qianren and Zikong Xiao, some other members of the Qi clan and the Zikong clan had been to the shrines, but they hadn't reached the 7th floor. All right, thank you, said Lin Feng, nodding back at Xiao. Xiao nodded at the emperor and his silhouette flickered, Lin Feng quickly following behind him. Mu Feng, brother, your demon cultivation is incredible. Why have I never seen you? Whom do you follow? Asked Xiao smiling. I've been hiding in the mountains and practicing cultivation both day and night. I'm not very well known, and I've only been in Ba Huang for a short time, explained Lin Feng. Xiao knew that Lin Feng didn't feel like talking about it, so he didn't ask anything else. Mu Feng, brother, you reached the 8th floor of the Demon Shrine. Maybe that you can tell me something about it because I'm too curious, said Xiao. He had reached the 7th floor, but only Lin Feng had managed to reach the 8th floor. No problem, the 7th and the 8th floors are similar. On the 7th floor, we had 18 demon generals. On the 8th floor, there were 4 picture scrolls, each containing a great demon emperor's image. After understanding them, the picture scrolls merged with the cultivator's body. Replied Lin Feng. Demon Great Emperor picture scrolls. Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Did you get one of them?" "I did. But I don't know what I can use it for." "Haha, you're more talented than me though," said Xiaoyu smiling. They soon arrived in a den with strong guards. But they didn't pay any attention to them. They knew Xiaoyu, so they let them pass. They both crossed the entrance, which was like the entrance of the Ice and Snow Empire. A long corridor. Quickly, they arrived at a junction. It was the junction of 12 roads. "There aren't as many people as last time," said Lin Feng glancing around. The meeting of the emperors in Bahuang and the Imperial Union meeting were going to take place soon. "How long do we have before the meeting of the emperors?" asked Lin Feng. "It's tomorrow," said Xiaoyu smiling. Mu Feng also wanted to go to the meeting of the emperors. "Where?" asked Lin Feng. Xiaoyu looked at Lin Feng in a strange way. Lin Feng didn't know where the meeting of the emperors was. Maybe he was telling the truth about being in Bahuang for only a short time. In eastern Bahuang. The Qi clan is the main clan in eastern part Bahuang, and the event is planned to take place on Qi Tian Peak. Explained Xiaoyu. The Qi clan in eastern Bahuang. What a coincidence. "Let's hurry up," said Lin Feng. Then he started running using the Xiao Yao agility technique. "Eh?" Xiaoyu looked at Lin Feng and then looked at the ground. Lin Feng was leaving trails behind him as he ran. They even contained marks. The Xiao Yao agility technique? Interesting, thought Xiaoyu surprised. His silhouette flickered and he caught up with Lin Feng. There was absolutely nobody on the way over. Xikong Xiao, Qi Chen Ren and Qi Tian Su are there too, thought Lin Feng, looking in the distance. He saw a dozen Zun cultivators. The strongest one had broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer. They were all heading back to Jiuyu. The Qi clan and the Xikong clan seemed to be very close. The influential groups of Bahuang were mysterious to Lin Feng. He couldn't understand those imperial clans. The crowd also saw Lin Feng and Xiaoyu. The Xikong clan looked at Lin Feng and smiled. "Your Excellency, here we meet again." Lin Feng looked at him. Xikong Xiao had broken through to the 3rd Zun Qi layer and was a bit stronger than before. He had been to the empty space shrine and had probably learnt a lot there. Qi Tian Su has broken through to the 5th Zun Qi layer. He used to be one of the 10 strongest young cultivators back in the day. But even he didn't reach the 7th floor. Determination, understanding abilities and cultivation levels are all very different things. "Brother Xiao, is he from the Devamara Palace?" asked Xikong Xiao after waiting for Lin Feng to reply. He was a demon cultivator, so he could be a cultivator from the Devamara Palace. "I and Mu Feng haven't known each other for a long time. Do you know him too?" asked Xiaoyu indifferently. "Haha, I saw him in Shuiyu last time. He had only broken through to the 9th Tianqi layer back then, but was still stronger than me," said Xikong Xiao smiling. "Mu Feng and you have similar levels. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow at the meeting of the emperors," said Xiaoyu, and then he left with Lin Feng. "Mu Feng," thought Xikong Xiao laughing and looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng died and suddenly a Mu Feng appeared. Geniuses are rising in Bahuang and Jiuyu. Lin Feng or Mu Feng, both will die because the Qi clan and the Xikong clan will destroy their enemies, said Qi Chen Ren. "Haha, of course," said Xikong Xiao. The future belonged to them. After an hour, Lin Feng and Xiaoyu arrived at the exit. Just like in Jiuyu, there were several exits, even more than in Jiuyu. All the exits represented an influential imperial group. Those roads lead to the Qi clan and the celestial palace of the Immortals in eastern Bahuang. We should go there if we want to be at the meeting on time, explained Xiaoyu. "We have to go through the Qi clan or the celestial palace of the Immortals?" "Indeed. We have to choose one road. Which one do you want to choose?" "I'm going to the celestial palace of the Immortals first," said Lin Feng. Xiaoyu looked at him and said, "Lin Feng, The Emperor of the Celestial Palace of the Immortals is very sick, so it's dangerous there. You should go to the Qi clan. Nah, it's fine. I'm sure I want to go to the Celestial Palace of the Immortals, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. He couldn't take the risk of crossing the Qi clan. Even though he was disguised, it was still too dangerous. All right, I'll see you on Qi Tian Peak, said Xiaoyu, smiling before leaving. The Celestial Palace of the Immortals was located on a lofty mountain. Nowadays, the Celestial Palace of the Immortals was losing their emperor, and people were paying particular attention to their ongoings. The emperor had transmitted his knowledge to Jun Emoshi and had hoped he'd become an emperor before he died. Someone came out of a cave on the mountainside, but nobody paid any attention to him. The Celestial Palace of the Immortals had become desolate those days. Of course, there was a teleportation portal leading there, but they didn't need to guard it. They just had to pay attention to some of the people going in and out. At that moment, two silhouettes flickered and landed in front of the cave. There was a young man wearing black clothes with pitch-black eyes. He had only broken through to the second Zunqi layer, but he looked extraordinary. "Who are you?" shouted someone furiously while releasing Qi. "I came for the meeting of the emperors. I just used your portal. Sorry for the inconvenience," said Lin Feng politely and calmly. "Humph. Is that an excuse to use it as you wish?" said the other one. "I know Jun Emoshi, your young master. If he was here, he would definitely allow me to use it," said Lin Feng. "Eh?" The two people frowned. He knew Jun Emoshi? They glanced at each other and looked at Lin Feng. "You must die for not respecting the Celestial Palace of the Immortals." Boom! Energy surrounded Lin Feng and a gigantic golden hand appeared above him. Lin Feng was surprised by their sudden decision. He released demonic qi and rose up in the air while shouting furiously, "Junimo Shi! Come out!" His voice spread far away. Bzzz bzzz. Those silhouettes rose up higher in the air. Where were Junimo Shi and Xiao Dai? "You really want to die?" shouted the two cultivators rushing over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng released wind abstruse energies and dodged away from them. "What's going on?" shouted a middle-aged man looking at Lin Feng. "He entered our territory without permission using the teleportation portal." "I don't know where he's from," said the two people. "I'm looking for Jun Emoshi," said Lin Feng. The man looked at him in a cold way. "You entered the Celestial Palace of the Immortals without permission, so I agree you must die. Right?" Everybody nodded. "Stop!" shouted someone furiously. A young man appeared wearing fine clothes. It was Jun Emoshi. Jun Emoshi glanced at the crowd and then at Lin Feng. "Why are you looking for me?" Lin Feng took out a hot unit bottle and threw it at Lin Feng. Jun Emoshi caught the bottle and smelt the pleasant fragrance from that familiar alcohol. Slash! Jun Emoshi broke the bottle and absorbed the alcohol. His face instantly turned red. "So tasty, do you have some more?" asked Jun Emoshi, smiling. "I do. There was a lot in Dragon Mountain," said Lin Feng, taking out another hot unit bottle and threw it at Jun Emoshi. "I'll keep them. I don't drink enough anymore," said Jun Emoshi. He knew that it was Lin Feng in disguise. "Since someone wants to see me, why do you want to kill them?" said Jun Emoshi to the two cultivators. He had power in the Celestial Palace of the Immortals because he had received the teachings of the Emperor. He had already broken through to the fourth Zunqi layer even. The Emperor wouldn't see Jun Emoshi become an emperor though. He might survive 10 more years at most. The old man had taken great efforts to make Jun Emoshi get that strong already. After hearing Jun Emoshi, they nervously replied, "He came in without permission." "They're right. People who come in without permission must die, especially during these times," said the middle-aged man calmly. "I didn't ask you anything," said Jun Emoshi to the middle-aged man. "Jun Emoshi, respect your elders. You're Xiao Dai's future husband, so you should call me uncle. Right now, I'm the young master of the Celestial Palace of the Immortals, so watch your words," said Jun Emoshi. The middle-aged man was speechless, but Jun Emoshi ignored him. He walked towards the two cultivators who had tried to kill Lin Feng. "You're not respectful," You didn't bow in front of me and you humiliated me. Thus you've humiliated the emperor. You should die, said Junemoshi. One of them moved back, but at the same time it seemed like he was paralyzed. A gigantic hand struck his head and he exploded. The other one's face turned deathly pale. His silhouette flickered as he tried to escape, but Junemoshi caught up with him and slapped him. His body then exploded. How strong, thought Lin Feng. Those two had broken through to the 6th Zunqi layer and they were strong cultivators inside the celestial palace of the Immortals, but in front of Junemoshi they were mere insects. The old man is not dead yet. If anyone disrespects him, I'll kill them, said Junemoshi. Then he nodded at Lin Feng. Lin Feng followed Junemoshi and they left. The middle-aged man was left sitting there with a sour face. Junemoshi was becoming terrifying, and his imperial immortal body was a force to be reckoned with. Xiao Dai's uncle was concerned that he wouldn't get his share of the power. Junemoshi took Lin Feng away from the mountain before he turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him back, and then they smiled. Junemoshi was wearing his robe of righteousness while Lin Feng was wearing a pitch-black demonic robe. I now know that if they tried to kill you, it wouldn't have been easy, said Junemoshi laughing. How have you been? I'm all right. The situation seems to be difficult for you though, said Lin Feng. You probably know that the emperor wanted me to be his descendant, but many people didn't want that. They wanted to steal the treasures from the celestial palace of the Immortals after the emperor's death, said Junemoshi. Lin Feng nodded. Yuan Fei had told him that the celestial palace of the Immortals was dangerous. The emperor wasn't dead, but it was only a matter of days, months, or maybe even years. The Chi Tian Peak was situated at an extreme altitude, so high that it pierced the clouds. There were 36 mountains in front of the Chi Tian Peak, and on the top of each mountain was a plateau. A deep valley situated itself between the mountains. These mountains didn't seem to be naturally occurring, as if someone had made them. There were probably 100,000 people residing on each plateau, and the valley between the 36 mountains was hundreds of kilometers long, filled with even more people. There was a group of people on the eastern side. They were wearing a black robe and his eyes were pitch black. Obviously, it was Lin Feng. Everybody in Ba Huang came for the meeting of the emperors, thought Lin Feng glancing around the crowd's people. Some people are already fighting on that mountain, even though the meeting of the emperors hasn't started yet, said someone pointing at a mountain peak. There was a huge battle there and blood was flying. All the influential groups from Ba Huang are enemies now. The Qi clan and the Sikong clan fought the One clan in the brutal part of Ba Huang. All the other groups fought the bestial imperial palace. Tiantai fought against Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan. The cultivators from those groups are so quick to kill each other. Only cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer and emperors try to control themselves, said someone else next to Lin Feng. Even though the meeting of the emperors was going to start in a few hours, things were already heating up. Lin Feng glanced around. He was looking for people he knew, but there were too many people to observe. What an incredible group of people, said someone. Lin Feng turned around and saw a group of people in white clothes, with veils covering their faces. The beautiful girls from the Heavens of Desire's palace. Let's go check them out. Maybe we'll enjoy some of their desire skills, said someone laughing. Even though not all the girls from the Heavens of Desire's palace practiced the Kamatha, the 6 heavens of desire and passion skill, they all had different skills related to desire. Many people knew that they had no chance to sleep with Lei, but they could still look at her. The girls of the Heavens of Desire's palace landed on one of the 36 mountains, leading a group of fanboys behind them. Lin Feng also landed on their mountain and looked for Lei. She's not here. Maybe she hasn't come back from the shrine or that something else has happened to her, thought Lin Feng. As long as Lei was in the shrine, he wouldn't worry about her. Once she left the shrine, many things could happen to her, including either the Ice Emperor or the Snow Leader. Since Run decided to go there, she must have decided it would be safe, thought Lin Feng, trying to cheer himself up. Lei was a smart girl, so she knew what she was doing. Hello, beautiful and celestial girls, said someone. He then landed in front of the girls. The girls were not happy to see him, so he must be from the Church of Desire. Zhong Renyu, thought Lin Feng. He had already broken through to the third Zunqi layer. It seems like he hadn't wasted any time after Fortune City, especially before the meeting of the emperors. Lin Feng hadn't wasted any time either. When he first arrived in Fortune City, he had only broken through to the fifth Tianqi layer and nobody knew him. Some people started to notice him when he fought against Shui Baiyao, but back then, the 10 strongest young cultivators of Bahuang had all broken through to the 8th or 9th Tianqi layer. Now, Lin Feng had already reached the top of the second Zunqi layer and Lin Feng was becoming stronger every day. The girls looked at the guys of the Church of Desire, but ignored them. Where's Yi Langren? I miss her. Does she have a boyfriend now? Asked Zhong Renyu smiling. Yi Run is not interested in you, said a girl smiling indifferently. Well, I don't think so, said Zhong Renyu smiling evilly. Of course. I'd also love to have sex with any one of you if you're interested. Piss off, said that girl. She was obviously agitated. Brothers, so many holy girls are here, you should each choose a girl, said Zhong Renyu, making his friends laugh. A bunch of pigs, said someone loudly. The members of the Church of Desire turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't even facing them. Who are you talking about? Asked Zhong Renyu sharply. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Zhong Renyu. About you. Can't you understand? Zhong Renyu smiled evilly and released a dark qi while running towards Lin Feng. Mu Feng, why are you fighting Brother Zhong? Said someone. It was Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Zhong Renyu looked surprised and said, Xiao Yu, that guy is acting too rude. I'll kill him, said Lin Feng. Xiao Yu looked at Lin Feng and guessed that Mu Feng liked to offend people. Zhong Renyu was surprised. Kill him? How insane. He's from the Church of Desire, so he's not weak. Killing him isn't a good idea, said Xiao Yu to Lin Feng using telepathy. But Lin Feng seemingly hadn't heard him as he continued running towards Zhong Renyu. Look at my eyes, said Zhong Renyu smiling evilly. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Zhong Renyu, who was releasing abstruse energies from his eyes. You must want to die, said Lin Feng, smiling in a cold way. Surprisingly, someone took the initiative to make him look at their eyes. How could Lin Feng refuse such a challenge? Boom! Terrifying demonic energies penetrated into Zhong Renyu's eyes, making him gasp in pain. Die, said Lin Feng with a deep, demonic voice. Zhong Renyu could barely move as his vitality was being drained. Oh no, thought the other members from the Church of Desire. You're already dead, said Lin Feng in that same demonic voice. Wake up, shouted the strong cultivators from the Church of Desire, moving towards Zhong Renyu. No, shouted Zhong Renyu furiously. However, a pitch-black hand quickly grabbed his neck, stopping everybody in their tracks. Zhong Renyu was considered a genius in the Church of Desire, but he paled in comparison to Mu Feng. Please, don't kill me, begged Zhong Renyu. Why was such a strong demon cultivator attacking him? Your Excellency, please think thrice, said the members of the Church of Desire. I only think once when I want to kill people, let alone thrice, said Lin Feng. Then, he condensed demonic fire energies in his other hand and Zhong Renyu gave a horrible shriek. Die! Lin Feng punched Zhong Renyu's head and made it explode into 1,000 pieces. The remaining parts of his body turned to ashes. The other members from the Church of Desire remained silent. A demon cultivator of the second Zunqi layer had killed the genius from their group, in front of them, and looked so relaxed while doing it. It's a real demon cultivator, thought the members from the Church of Desire. Even though they were furious, they understood that demon cultivators were that way. The girls from the Heavens of Desire's palace also looked at Lin Feng, puzzled. They didn't understand why Lin Feng had killed Zhong Renyu, even though it was a bit unfair. Lin Feng looked expressionless though. He had killed many people in the past, so this wasn't a big deal, especially seeing how Zhong Renyu had plotted against him a few times before in Fortune City. You must be from Devamara Palace, but I don't know your name? Asked a cultivator of the 6th Zunqi layer. I am not from the Devamara Palace. I don't belong to any group. If you want to avenge his death, just attack me right now," said Lin Feng. "Bastard!" shouted the cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer. "You kill Zon Renyu, so you should die. Kill him. Die!" they shouted, one after the other, furiously releasing qi to oppress Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng took a step forwards and released more demonic qi. "Death curse," said Lin Feng, glancing at the crowd. The weakest cultivators from the group immediately felt that something strange was going on in their bodies, like their lives were being drained. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. The sound waves emitted by his voice bombarded a few people, knocking them over like dominoes. Lin Feng only had to shout one word and he could kill 4 Zun cultivators at once. One of them had broken through to the 3rd Zun Qi layer even. "I could sense death abstruse energies," somebody said. Lin Feng had condensed cursing energies as well as death strength into that shout. There were even other types of energies which they couldn't determine. He can kill people at the same level as him just by glancing at them. Since when are there such incredible cultivators in Ba Huang? "Who are you?" asked the crowd. "He's a black mage. I've seen him before while I was in Shuiyu. He hadn't broken through to the Zun Qi layer back then, but he had fought Sikong Xiao. They both used their vision skills and Sikong Xiao still lost," said someone. At that moment, the members of the Church of Desire were all releasing an evil qi, but Lin Feng started punching the air in their direction. He was using a demonic king punch which had an explosive strength. Anyone at the 5th Zun Qi layer or below couldn't block it. Kaboom! Another body exploded. In a short time, a dozen members from the Church of Desire died. The others didn't want to fight anymore, so they began to get away. Those demonic punches each contained 3 different types of abstruse energies, including Level 5 Demon Abstruse Energies, Level 4 Desolate Abstruse Energies, and Level 3 Death Abstruse Energies. "Just who are you?" asked the cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi. His heart was pounding. Lin Feng was unstoppable. With the strength of the 2nd Zun Qi layer alone, he already possessed Level 5 Demonic Abstruse Energies, among many other types of abstruse energies. "If you don't want to die, just fuck off. Besides, the girls of the Heavens of Desire's palace are pure and holy celestial beings. If you pigs dare humiliate them with your disgusting words again, I'll kill you all," said Lin Feng aggressively. The members of the Church of Desire remained silent and left. "Where's Yiren?" asked Lin Feng. "She hasn't come back yet," said a girl. She guessed that Lin Feng was a hero who was interested in Yiren Lei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have defended them. "What's your name? Do you know her well?" asked the girl in a weak and gentle voice. Her perfume wafted through the wind towards Lin Feng, and she gave Mu Feng a particularly seductive glance. "I'm Mu Feng. I obviously already know Yiren," said Lin Feng. That girl wasn't as skilled as Yiren Lei at seducing men. "I see. If she comes back, we'll tell her you were looking for her," said the girl bowing before moving back. She could tell from Lin Feng's indifferent expression that he wasn't interested in her. "Mu Feng, brother. No wonder you managed to make it to the 8th floor last time. Even though Zhong Renyu wasn't that strong, he was still a member of the Church of Desire and you killed him in an instant," said Xiaoyu. "A beast," thought the crowd, speechless after they heard Xiaoyu. This time, the meeting of the emperors would be interesting. "I just killed a few people, that was me being merciful," said Lin Feng indifferently. He even let the others run away. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged. The meeting of the emperors was only a dozen hours away. He knew that even more people would arrive from all the different groups of influence. Even Tiantai still had to show up. Boom, boom, boom! In the distance, a group of people arrived riding dragons. They looked extraordinary and imposing on their dragons. Tianlong Divine Castle from Western Ba Huang, thought the crowd. They landed on one of the 36 peaks. There's a thick celestial qi coming from over there. They must be from the celestial land of alchemists, thought the crowd, pointing at a beautiful bird in the sky. It's Qing Niao, the turquoise-colored bird from the celestial land of alchemists, thought the crowd. Shui Baiyao has broken through to the second Zun Qi layer and looks even more beautiful than before, thought the crowd. Lin Feng turned around and saw Shui Baiyao wearing a veil. Her celestial qi was a bit thicker than the last time he saw her. The celestial land of alchemists had done the same as Tianlong Divine Castle and the Heavens of Desire's Palace. They had sent people in advance and a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer to lead the group. Xiao Yu, said a member from the celestial land of alchemists. The Devamara Palace was mysterious, but a short time ago, their disciples had started traveling. One of those disciples was Xiao Yu. The celestial girls from Heavens of Desire's Palace have already arrived, and now the celestial girl has arrived too. I must be dreaming, said Xiao Yu, looking up and down Shui Baiyao. Even though I've heard of your beauty, but I've never seen you before. It's about time we see each other. So could I see your face? You're joking, said Shui Baiyao indifferently. Haha, I'm not joking. I'm an evil demon cultivator, but I still love beautiful girls, said Xiao Yu, walking towards Shui Baiyao. The celestial land of alchemists members were surprised. The young men looked especially furious. They jumped in front of Shui Baiyao and looked at Xiao Yu in a cold way. Demons are fearless and unruly. Mu Feng just killed people from the Church of Desire, and now Xiao Yu is trying to force her veil off. In their eyes, only strength matters, thought the crowd. Piss off. Xiao Yu continued walking ahead while releasing demonic qi. The faces of the young men from the celestial land of alchemists turned deathly pale. Try if you dare, shouted a furious voice. Dazzling lights suddenly appeared. What a poor skill, said Xiao Yu. He continued walking forwards. The ground was breaking under his feet. He raised his fists and demonic energies whistled. Then, the young men from the celestial land of alchemists started running away. Without them blocking him, Shui Baiyao quickly arrived in front of Xiao Yu. Lin Feng turned around. Xiao Yu had been to the 7th floor of the demon shrine and had learnt some things there. He was at least as strong as the 10 strongest young cultivators. Even Shui Baiyao couldn't resist him. Brother, forget about it, said Lin Feng. Xiao Yu suddenly stopped releasing demonic qi and smiled at Shui Baiyao. Since Mu Feng asked, I won't push this further. Shui Baiyao felt extremely oppressed and humiliated. She hadn't thought that her life would lay in that guy's hands. She looked at Lin Feng, especially at his pitch-black eyes. She felt like she recognized him, but at the same time she didn't know who that demon cultivator. The remaining cultivators from the celestial land of alchemists recalled their energies. Mu Feng, you don't want to see her face? Or have you already seen it? Said Xiao Yu, smiling devilishly at Lin Feng. Brother, I have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex, said Lin Feng, shaking his head indifferently. Then he closed his eyes again. Xiao Yu looked at Lin Feng, but he didn't understand him. Who were his teachers? How come he was so outstanding? Besides, his relationship with women was different than most. He even knew Lei and had protected Shui Baiyao. Xiao Yu didn't think too much about it though. He too sat down cross-legged next to Lin Feng and cultivated. Gradually, more people arrived from Fire Mountain, the Sunset Pavilion, the Celestial Thunder Temple, the Qifeng Mountain, and so on. Each of them choosing their own mountain to rest at. Another group of people arrived from the distance. They had less people than the other groups, but 2 beautiful women attracted a lot of attention. They landed on the mountain where Tianlong Divine Castle's people resided. A moonlight beam descended from the sky and tore into several of the strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle. Boom! Tianlong Divine Castle's people immediately released bestial qi in retaliation. Don't kill them, they're just 2 beautiful widows. Unfortunately, Lin Feng is dead, so he can't have fun with them anymore. Let's capture them alive, shouted a cultivator. Everybody then burst into laughter. Lin Feng opened his eyes and instantly released demonic energies. Meng Qing, Yuexan. Lin Feng looked at them. They had just arrived, but were already attacking members from Tianlong Divine Castle. Yuexian and Meng Qing are with Tiantai. They must know I'm not dead. But still, they're acting like they don't in front of Tianlong Divine Castle's people. They can't forgive Tianlong Divine Castle for what they've done to me. Sighed Lin Feng. Mu Feng, Do you also like those two beautiful women? Asked Xiaoyu. If I say I do, will you help me? Asked Lin Feng. Xiaoyu smiled and said, What do I need to do? We'd only need to kill a few people, said Lin Feng, standing up. Xiaoyu smiled wryly. Lin Feng was insane. He had just killed some people from the Church of Desire, and now he wanted to kill people from Tianlong Divine Castle. They both jumped towards Tianlong's people. Some people were surprised and then shook their heads and smiled wryly. Meng Qing and Yu Xian had already killed a few people from Tianlong Divine Castle. Meng Qing had broken through to the second Zun Qi layer, so her attacks were even more incredible. Yu Xian had broken through to the third Zun Qi layer, so her mercilessness cultivation was more skilled. She could release merciless moon attacks which could kill cultivators of the fourth and fifth Zun Qi layer. Roar, roar! The strong cultivators transformed into half-dragons and released bestial qi. Bzzz. Two silhouettes quickly joined the fight. The strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle shouted furiously, What are you two doing? We came here to kill some people, said Mu Feng, jumping forwards and releasing demonic qi. Then he shouted, Die! That person could only watch as Mu Feng attacked them by surprise. Explosions sounded and that person's head immediately exploded. Boom! Xiaoyu also killed someone straight away. He laughed in an insane way and said, Mu Feng, let's see who can kill the most. The one who kills the most will get the girls. You're definitely going to lose, said Mu Feng, smiling evilly. He didn't need to compete with Xiaoyu for the girls anyways. But a little competition never hurt. Bastards! Shouted a cultivator of the fifth Zun Qi layer from Tianlong Divine Castle. He turned into a partial dragon and threw himself at Mu Feng. Deadly demon punch! Shouted Lin Feng while punching the air in that cultivator's direction. Sonic booms sounded as it traversed the sky. That attack contained death qi. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the dragon cultivator's punch exploded, and the demon punch continued moving towards him. As it reached his head, he too exploded. How strong! But just who are they? Tiantai's people didn't even have time to react before those two demonic cultivators started attacking them. Yu Xian continued releasing ice-cold moon energies, freezing the earth and sky. However, when Meng Qing looked over at Mu Feng and smiled in a resplendent way, the she also continued killing people. Did she recognize me? Mu Feng thought. Die! Mu Feng continued releasing terrifying demonic punches. Someone in front of him exploded and his punch continued moving forwards. The cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle were furious that two low-level Demon Zun cultivators were killing their people. A short time later, more than 10 people were already dead. You two, choose an opponent and kill them, one-on-one, shouted the leader of the group to two cultivators of the sixth Zun Qi layer. He was a cultivator of the top of the Zun Qi layer himself. Roger! One of them threw himself at Xiaoyu and the other one at Mu Feng. Die! A gigantic fist was directed at Mu Feng. Mu Feng raised his hand and punched the air in his direction. Earth Rampart! Shouted that person. A myriad of fists flew about, kicking up dust. Mu Feng was quickly surrounded by ramparts attempting to bury him alive. Humph! Lin Feng punched the space around him, destroying the encroaching attack. Mu Feng then threw himself at the cultivator of the sixth Zun Qi layer. Roar! A dragon roared furiously. Bestial qi flooded out as dragons threw themselves at Mu Feng. Die! Shouted Mu Feng. This time he released death curse energies. Slash, slash, slash. The dragon illusions were destroyed one after the other. Lin Feng was surrounded by a layer of death curse qi. The cultivator of the sixth Zun Qi layer pulled a long face. Their attacks were explosive, easily capable of killing cultivators of the fifth Zun Qi layer in one strike, but Mu Feng easily destroyed his attack. Mu Feng jumped forwards a few dozen meters and landed in front of him. The strong cultivator looked into Lin Feng's eyes, but that was a mistake. Demonic intent began to take him over. Die! Death curse energies surrounded his body, draining his vitality. Soul cursing life drain, said Mu Feng. His voice alone made the opponent's soul shake. He was losing control. Roar! The cultivator shouted furiously. He was a cultivator of the 6th Zunqi layer, but surprisingly, a cultivator of the 2nd Zunqi layer was standing over him. Do you think that you will survive? They finally came back to their senses, but a voice began to echo in his head. It was the voice of a demon, burning his consciousness, bit by bit. I don't want to die, shouted that cultivator. Bestial chi rose to the skies. However, Mu Feng jumped and released demonic intent from his eyes. He also threw some demon punches. Roar! The cultivator raised his dragon-like hands and punched the air in Mu Feng's direction. Destroy! Said Mu Feng in a deep voice. His voice carried cursing energies which also influenced the other cultivator. After their fists collided, the cultivator's dragon gauntlets exploded and death chi penetrated into his flesh. Then, explosions sounded as his arm exploded. No! Shouted the cultivator. The demon punches continued moving towards his head, hitting him and then exploding. Boom, boom, boom! Bestial chi continued assaulting Mu Feng. The cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer immediately attacked Lin Feng. His punch was very fast, almost impossible to dodge. Roar, roar, roar. Dragons roared. Mu Feng suddenly felt paralyzed, like his soul was shaking. His cultivation level was too low. He could easily be injured by cultivators at that level. The cultivator of the top of the Zunqi layer continued roaring, invoking Mu Feng's blood strength. Roar! Demonic intent surrounded Mu Feng's body as he turned into a demon god. Kacha! Mu Feng's fist met the dragon's fist in a viscous. Mu Feng felt some of his bones breaking, but he circulated his blood and unceasingly healed his arm. Die! Shouted Mu Feng, striking back. Someone who was attacking him by surprise ended up in front of him, and Mu Feng's fist crashed into him. His body instantly exploded. Mu Feng seemed like he had become taller from a moment ago. In front of him, cultivators of the 4th Zunqi layer are just insects. He can easily punch them and destroy them. The cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer was fighting Lin Feng, and the 3 others were fighting and crushing others from Tianlong Divine Castle, one after the other. Lin Feng just had to kill the cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer, and the entire group of people from Tianlong Divine Castle who arrived first would be completely destroyed. Since when did Tianlong Divine Castle offend the Devamara Palace? Shouted the cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer, staring at Mu Feng coldly. Mu Feng groaned coldly and continued running towards him. Then he jumped higher up in the air. The demonic king illusion behind him, which was surrounded by terrifying demonic intent. Death curse, said Mu Feng. Death chi emerged from his eyes and penetrated into the cultivator's body. You must want to die, shouted that cultivator like a madman. Then, his body began growing dragon scales all over. Die! A gigantic dragon-like hand moved towards Mu Feng. Mu Feng punched the dragon hand with his demon punch, crushing the dragon claws. However, the enemy quickly arrived in front of him, joined his hands, and released strident dragon chi. Mu Feng's Demon King illusion started shaking under that pressure. Even though he had the talent of a cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer, facing a real cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer was still difficult. I'll kill you, said Mu Feng. His eyes were pitch black and his Demon King's intent penetrated into the enemy's eyes. Deadly demon punch, shouted Lin Feng, punching the air in front of him with both of his fists. A terrifying strength emerged from the dragon hands to block the attack but Immortal! The face of the cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer turned deathly pale. He had sensed a destructive strength, which entered his arms and started decaying them. That was immortal strength, preventing the destructive energies in his arms from being destroyed. Boom! Demonic intent was now flooding from Mu Feng. Mi Feng jumped forwards and shouted furiously. Dragons roared as his dragon-like arms attacked again. Can you kill me? Shouted the cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer. He didn't try to dodge Mu Feng's attack. Instead, he used his 2 arms to block Lin Feng's attack. Mu Feng was surprised to see the enemy going for a frontal collision. Die! shouted the strong cultivator. Boom! The arms of the cultivator at the top of the Zun-Chi layer of Tianlong Divine Castle reached Mu Feng. His claws were as sharp as blades and pierced through Lin Feng's skin, but his skin was thick. The demon illusion shouted furiously and broke apart, but at the same time, Mu Feng's fists also crashed onto that person's body. Mu Feng was propelled backwards, coughing out blood. His clothes were now soaked with blood. That demon boy is extremely strong, but still he lost, thought the crowd. No. The cultivator at the top of the Zun-Chi layer gave a horrible shriek. He was groaning in pain before his body suddenly exploded. Then it started raining blood, flesh and organs. He's dead. The cultivator at the top of the Zun-Chi layer from Tianlong Divine Castle is dead. He was killed by a cultivator of the second Zun-Chi layer. By that time, Xiao Yu and the two stunning women had already killed all the other cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle. Mu Feng, the young man who had killed the cultivator at the top of the Zun-Chi layer, didn't even look excited. The Zun cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle weren't pushovers. But Mu Feng had still destroyed them. "Haha! I killed more people than you," said Xiao Yu, smiling happily. While Mu Feng was killing the cultivator at the top of the Zun-Chi layer, Xiao Yu had killed many strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle. "So what? Beautiful women still prefer me," said Mu Feng. He walked towards Qiu Yu Xan, but she frowned and said, "Piss off. You have such a bad temper," said Mu Feng, laughing. "Cold moon," shouted Qiu Yu Xan furiously. Boom! Lin Feng punched her and destroyed her cold moon attack. Then, demonic qi destroyed her mercilessness energies. Meng Qing looked at him and smiled thinly. She didn't try to block Mu Feng because he was just having fun. "Die!" shouted Yu Xian. This time, a terrifying sword moved towards Lin Feng. "Destroy!" Lin Feng released demonic qi and destroyed the energies around him. Mu Feng was getting closer and closer to Mu Feng. Qiu Yu Xian's face paled. "You're so beautiful, so why be merciless?" said Mu Feng, smiling and walking towards Qiu Yu Xian. He got near her. Then he opened his arms, wanting to hug her. "That demon cultivator is a pervert. No wonder he's so nice to the girls from the Heavens of Desire's palace. He even asked about Lei and then defended Shui Bai Yao," thought the crowd, speechless. The crowd couldn't help but think of Lin Feng who had died. Qiu Yu Xian was Lin Feng's girlfriend. So if he had been there, how strong would he have become and how would he have faced this demon cultivator? Tiantai's people looked at him coldly and ran towards Mu Feng. Qiu Yu Xian still wanted to fight back, but Lin Feng shouted, "Stop!" Qiu Yu Xian shook violently. Then he put his arms around her. She turned deathly pale and mercilessness energies dashed to the skies. "Die! You silly girl, you don't listen very well," said Mu Feng using telepathy. Qiu Yu Xian suddenly stopped. How could she forget that voice? Mu Feng continued talking to Qiu Yu Xian using telepathy. "Don't practice mercilessness cultivation anymore. Here's a book. Take it and study it." Lin Feng gave a ring to Qiu Yu Xian. Then he moved backwards and smiled. "Beautiful women smell so good. I love it when my clothes smell like them." Lin Feng then smiled at Meng Qing and left. "Brother Mu Feng is amazing," said Xiao Yu laughing loudly. Then he followed Mu Feng. Tiantai's people were still looking at him coldly. Even though he had killed people from Tianlong Divine Castle, he was too arrogant. But they didn't know how Qiu Yu Xian felt though. "Let's go," said Meng Qing to Qiu Yu Xian, grabbing her hand and smiling. Qiu Yu Xian looked at Meng Qing's hand, smiled and said to her using telepathy, "Meng Qing, sister, did you know it was him?" "Yes, he has my qi in his body," said Meng Qing. She was relieved and happy that Lin Feng had come back. Lin Feng had become so strong. He could even kill cultivators at the top of the Zun-Chi layer from Tianlong Divine Castle. Many people sighed as the beautiful girls left. They even felt sad for Lin Feng who had died. He had such beautiful women who even after his death, stayed together all the time. Tiantai's people gradually left. Qifeng Mountain Fengshan is there. Another one of the 4 most beautiful women in Ba Huang. Now only Yiren Lei isn't here, thought the crowd. How many people like Mu Feng were there though? Was there anyone of the second Zun Qi layer who could kill cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer? Later that evening, Mu Feng was inside a cave, sitting cross-legged, and thinking about the things he could improve, especially his abstruse energy fusions. If he understood them better, then he'd become even stronger before the meeting of the emperors. He heard some subtle sounds, so he opened his eyes and saw 2 beautiful women. He couldn't help but smile gently. His demonic energies vanished without trace. Those 2 extraordinarily beautiful women were Meng Qing and Yu Xian. He took off his mask and smiled at them. Then he hugged them both. Meng Qing and Yu Xian rested their heads on his shoulders. "You've gotten naughtier," said Meng Qing, tapping Lin Feng's bottom. "I'm happy to have such beautiful women in my arms," said Lin Feng, turning his head to Meng Qing. He then immediately kissed her lips. "So sweet," said Lin Feng, smiling. Meng Qing's face turned red. "I'll kiss you too, Lin Feng." Yu Xian turned her head, but Lin Feng grabbed her neck and pulled her in for a passionate kiss. Then she shivered from head to foot. She felt so happy and strange at the same time. She never had sex with Lin Feng, unlike Meng Qing, so kissing was still the most intimate thing Lin Feng had ever done to her. "How insolent," said Meng Qing, glancing at him. Her face turned red, but then she laughed. Ever since Lin Feng had had sex with Yiren, he had become even more interested in sex. "Meng Qing, how did you recognize me and how did you find me here?" asked Lin Feng. "How could you forget that you have my holy celestial qi in your body?" said Meng Qing shyly. Her face was completely red. Lin Feng had obtained Ling Long's holy celestial qi by making love with her. "I see." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't you want to give me some more of Ling Long's holy celestial qi?" Even though Lin Feng was laughing, Meng Qing turned scarlet red. She didn't look like a cold woman anymore. She looked like a gentle and docile wife. "What are you talking about?" asked Yu Xian. Lin Feng and Meng Qing glanced at each other, and Lin Feng laughed while Meng Qing smiled and lowered her head. "We were wondering when we could give you some of Ling Long's holy celestial qi so that we would never lose track of each other," said Lin Feng, smiling. "How do you do it? And should we do it now?" asked Yu Xian. If she had been like Meng Qing, she would have recognized that Lin Feng was joking. Now?" Lin Feng's face became rigid. It wasn't very convenient. "Yu Xian, don't listen to him," said Meng Qing, rolling her eyes. Then, she walked to Yu Xian and whispered something in her ears. Yu Xian's face turned completely red as she looked at Lin Feng and said, "Try and dare." Let's try," said Lin Feng. Back then, Lin Feng always let Yu Xian win. But now things were different. She couldn't resist. "Seal!" shouted Lin Feng, just like the past. Yu Xian suddenly remembered some beautiful memories, but she was quickly interrupted by Lin Feng, whose hands were moving towards her head. Then he put his lips on her lips and passionately made out with her. Finally, Lin Feng opened his mouth, allowing Yu Xian to breathe again. She looked at Lin Feng angrily, even stomping on his foot. "The conditions are not great, but I can still give it to you right here," said Lin Feng aggressively and fearlessly. Yu Xian didn't dare look at him. She kept blushing and turning her head. "Meng Qing, let's leave him alone," said Yu Xian to Meng Qing. Meng Qing smiled in a gentle way and said to Lin Feng, "We're off. Otherwise some people could find out who you are. The Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle will never let you off. So be careful." "Don't worry, you be careful too. I also need someone to give birth to my baby," said Lin Feng, smiling. The girls couldn't stand his remarks anymore, so they ran away. Lin Feng turned back into a demon cultivator again, his smile disappearing, his eyes turning pitch black. He looked aggressive, and he was again surrounded by ice-cold demonic intent. Mu Feng's qi was different from Lin Feng's, but only Meng Qing could recognize the similarities. He sat down cross-legged and continued practicing cultivation. Demonic intent continued flowing throughout the cave. Lin Feng had 2 demon generals' illusions and an insane demon behind him. Studying immortal energies even a little bit made him a lot stronger. Time passed and the 36 mountains were finally filled to the brim with people. The sun rose up in the east, calm and peacefully. The crowd knew that it was just the calmness before the storm though. A few hours later, the meeting of the emperors would start, an event which took place only every 100 years. All the emperors are going to arrive soon, thought the crowd. Emperors rarely showed up, but at the meeting of the emperors, all them would gather together. Roar! A loud roaring sound made the earth and sky shake from the distance. Terrifying dragons arrived and dragon chi filled the sky. The first people to arrive were those from Tianlong Divine Castle. Emperor Tianlong, thought the crowd. He was the first emperor to arrive, but how would he react when he saw that all the members from Tianlong Divine Castle had been killed already? As Tianlong Divine Castle's people arrived, they didn't see their friends who should have arrived before, so they couldn't help but release bestial chi. Kacha! They had a dragon carriage which suddenly exploded. An aggressive-looking person appeared wearing a majestic, sanguinary-looking dragon armor. "Speak," said Emperor Tianlong, looking at the crowd in an aggressive way. People shook and some said, "We heard that strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle were killed by 2 girls and 2 demon cultivators." Arg! Emperor Tianlong was furious. He immediately killed the person who talked. The crowd was furious, they didn't say it loudly, but on the inside, they were insulting him. He actually considered everybody and everything beneath his notice. "Let's go," said Emperor Tianlong. Those from Tianlong Divine Castle who had died couldn't have him involving himself, otherwise he would lose face. Tianlong Divine Castle's people landed on a mountain, forcing the crowd away. Soon, the members of the celestial land of alchemists also landed on a mountain. From the south, a hot chi invaded a mountain as people from Fire Mountain arrived, and Emperor Yen landed. After that, people from Qifeng Mountain, the Sunset Pavilion, the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit, the Island of the Thunderbirds, and Mangyo Mountain also all arrived. Caw! A loud bird cawed. Golden lights filled the skies as a gigantic bird appeared from the distance. It was dozens of meters long, and when it opened its wings, it was hundreds of meters wide. That was Emperor Peng. Then, from the celestial part of Ba Huang, Fairyland of the 9 Songs, Celestial Thunder Temple, the Heavens of Desire's Palace, and the Church of Desire's people arrived. The leader of the Fairyland of the 9 Songs was a woman who had 9 tails and looked like a fox. The leader from the Heavens of Desire's Palace was also an astonishingly stunning woman. The leader from the Celestial Thunder Temple was a golden Buddha who possessed a magnificent golden aura. The leader from the Church of Desire was an evil-looking young man. Then, people from the sanguinary part of Ba Huang arrived. The Devamara Palace and the Abyss of Sufferings. The leader of the Abyss of Sufferings was an assassin who looked illusory. The leader of the Devamara Palace was a terrifying demon. Then, the people from Tiantai arrived, but only Emperor Yu showed up. After that, people from the Central Ba Huang arrived. The Magic World Heavenly Palace and the Xiao Yao sect arrived together. The One Clan arrived alone. Finally, the Sikong clan arrived, leaving only the Qi clan to arrive. There were 20 influential imperial groups who all had an emperor as their leader. The meeting of the emperors was finally going to start. The Qi clan is in charge of the meeting of the emperors this year, and yet, they still haven't arrived yet. Concerning the emperor of the Celestial Palace of the Immortals, we don't know if he's still sick or if he died yet, thought the crowd. The Celestial Palace of the Immortals. In the distance, more people appeared. The Celestial Palace of the Immortals wasn't far from the eastern part of Ba Huang, so they could easily fly over. The leader was a young man. The old emperor hasn't come. Junemo she had replaced the old man as the leader and brought many of the strong cultivators from the Celestial Palace of the Immortals with him. There's a problem, thought the crowd. They saw some people behind Junemo they were also from the Celestial Palace of the Immortals, but there seemed to be a problem, as if there was a certain distance between them. It was as if internal tensions had started in the Celestial Palace of the Immortals, and that some people didn't want to follow Junemo. After all, he was very young and had only broken through to the 4th Zunqi layer. Maybe in 10 years or so, Junimo she would have reached the very top of the Zunqi layer. Then he could have controlled those people, but the old emperor wouldn't survive that long. They also landed on a mountain, leaving only the Qi clan. Bzzz. A terrifyingly hot energy came from the distance. The crowd turned around and saw flames in the east sky. There was a gigantic bird bathing in flames. Behind that bird was a gigantic sun which was emitting scorching flames. That's... The crowd was stupefied. A supernatural bird. The golden crow with 3 feet? It's not the golden crow with 3 feet. It's a golden sun crow. That bird is related to the 3-legged golden crow, but they're both very strong, said someone who had some advanced knowledge. It was also a golden crow, but it was even stronger than the 3-legged golden crow. The Qi clan arrived. Some people shivered. The Qi clan was in charge of the meeting this time, and they came leading with the golden sun crow. The crow landed on a mountain and a silhouette jumped off it. That was Emperor Qi. Everybody has arrived, said Emperor Qi. What about the emperor from the celestial palace of the immortals? Asked Emperor Qi. Junimo she raised his head and replied, he's not feeling well, so he couldn't come. Please don't blame him. His health is more important, replied Emperor Qi, smiling in a gentle way as if he really cared about the emperor of the celestial palace of the immortals. Thank you very much, Emperor Qi, replied Junimo she politely and smiling. He didn't like him, for he knew that if the emperor of the celestial palace of the immortals died, the Qi clan would be the first to raid him. Emperor Qi slowly turned around and smiled at the crowd. Brothers, the meeting of the emperors only takes place every 100 years. This time, how should we determine the rules? Since you organized the meeting this era, you should choose the rules, said Emperor Sikong, smiling indifferently. Of course, don't forget to be fair, said Emperor One. Everybody knew that the Qi clan and the Sikong clan had joined hands to fight the One clan not that long ago. Of course, I'll just tell you what I'm thinking. Then, if you agree, we can proceed. If you don't, we can change the rules still, said Emperor Qi, smiling. All the emperors listened calmly. In this valley, there are already 30 battle stages laid out. We could organize battles, and those who can win 100 battles continuously will qualify for the next round. What do you think? Said Emperor Qi. What about the specifics? Asked Emperor Tianlong. Disciples can fight on 22 of the battle stages. 1 battle stage per influential imperial group. They can only fight people who challenge them. If they win 100 battles, they are qualified. If they lose, they are eliminated and the one who wins can continue. If the one who challenges wins, they steal the challenger's winning streak and then they can fight others who are issuing challenges. On the 8 other battle stages, people who are confident or want to challenge others can use them. Of course, amongst them, we need 3 battle stages for cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer to battle, explained Emperor Qi. Amongst the 30 battle stages, each influential imperial group can have a battle stage. Those who are not from an influential imperial group could then decide to challenge anyone from those battle stages. After winning, they could continue challenging people or give up and go to some other battle stages. The goal was to win 100 times in a row. The advantage was that someone who fought against someone who had a 99 win streak could steal their victory streak. Of course, those who weren't strong enough would probably find it difficult to defeat someone who had a 99 win streak. Apart from the battle stages used by the influential imperial groups, there were also 3 battle stages on which only cultivators of the top of the Zunqi layer could fight. Of course, those who were confident enough could also challenge cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer. People who didn't belong to any influential imperial group could even use the 5 remaining battle stages. Those rules are fair because anyone can challenge disciples from influential imperial groups. However, for newly created groups such as Tiantai, it will be tougher. After all, they had fewer disciples than the other influential imperial groups, but they have some incredible disciples who will probably qualify, thought the crowd. Besides, those who would pass the first round would be real heroes. Mr. Qi, what will be the prize for the winners be? Asked someone. The goal of the meeting of the emperors is never unveiled to outsiders. If you win, you'll know. That's just a tradition, Everybody has the opportunity to join in without limits, but we won't tell you what the purpose is. Joining in or not is your decision, said Emperor Qi in a calm and serene way. It must be an incredible treasure since they aren't talking about it. Otherwise, why would all the emperors gather together like this? There must be something great in the end, thought the crowd. An event that occurred every 100 years involving all the emperors from Ba Huang. Just a hint though, if you rank amongst the best, you will obtain an incredible prize. A prize you cannot even begin to imagine. You will discover things which very few people know about. However, you may face some danger after obtaining that knowledge, said Emperor Qi. Since the emperors have brought all their best disciples, our goal is also to rank the best ones. What do you think, brothers? Asked Emperor Qi to the other emperors. He was convinced that all the emperors would be satisfied and would find the rules fair. Even though he had some hidden intentions, he couldn't take any risks sounding fishy. I agree, the rules are fair, said Emperor Sikong. I have no objections. I agree, said all the emperors nodding. Even Emperor Yu nodded. Even though those rules weren't advantageous for Tiantai, whether he agreed or not wouldn't change much. Even though Emperor Qi had said that disciples from influential imperial groups could only be challenged, there could be disguised people from such groups already hiding in the huge crowd. Emperor Yu was convinced that if he could figure that out, then other people could as well. The rules have been determined, thought the crowd. They were excited. Since everybody agreed, I'd like Emperor Nyoemo to give me a hand in preparing the battle stages, said Emperor Qi. All right, said Emperor Nyoemo nodding. He jumped towards the central part of the valley. Then, he shouted, Everybody, let's start. Immediately after, a myriad of silhouettes started flickering about. Roar! Emperor Nyoemo turned into a gigantic ox which fell from the sky. Cracks appeared in the valley, separating the different battle stages. Rise! Shouted Emperor Nyoemo. Rumbling sounds appeared as gigantic battle stages rose. Gravity territory! Shouted Emperor Nyoemo, extremely loudly. Then, the battle stages seemed even more solid and stable than the mountains around them. All right, said Emperor Nyoemo, nodding at Emperor Qi. He jumped back to his mountain, almost reducing it to pieces as he landed. Thank you, said Emperor Qi to Emperor Nyoemo, nodding. He looked at the crowd and said, 30 battle stages, and the 3 battle stages in the north are for cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer. The 5 battle stages in the south are for those who don't belong to an influential imperial group. The 22 battle stages in the middle are for the influential imperial groups. Everybody nodded. All right, and then, each influential imperial group can choose a disciple to represent them. I will send 30 people to guard the 30 battle stages and monitor them, making sure that nobody violates the rules, said Emperor Qi. 30 strong cultivators moved to different battle stages, remaining above them in the air. They were going to count the fighters' victories and so on as to avoid chaotic situations. After that, Emperor Qi wouldn't need to do anything else. Everything was well organized after all. There were hundreds of thousands of people, so it might take a while to play out. Boom! At the top of the Qitian Peak, a silhouette jumped on the battle stage of the Qi clan. It was the first challenger of the Qi clan. He was wearing a robe and possessed extraordinary qi. He had broken through to the 6th Zunqi layer. One more step and he'd reach the top of the Zunqi layer. It was going to be difficult for anyone to defeat him. Who wants to fight? Shouted an extremely loud voice. A great oriental greenfinch rock rose up in the air, acting as the first challenger on their side. Celestial Palace of the Immortals, Junemo Shi. The crowd looked at the battle stage of the Celestial Palace of the Immortals. The Qi clan was the organizer of the event that year, so they couldn't afford to lose. On the side of the bestial Imperial Palace, they chose Mo Peng. They had failed too much recently, so Mo Peng had to win. I'm not going to those 3 battle stages, thought some people. Many who didn't belong to an influential imperial group wanted to seize an opportunity and gain 100 victories. But the challengers on those 3 battle stages were too strong. Not all the stages had strong cultivators. For example, the first challenger on the side of Tiantai was a cultivator of the 4th Zun Qi layer, of whom few had seen before. He was smiling thinly, he looked ordinary, and his clothes were extremely clean. He was probably a cultivator who had joined Tiantai during the second part of the recruitment process. Immediately, someone jumped on Tiantai's battle stage wanting to fight. It was a cultivator of the 5th Zun Qi layer who thought he'd win immediately. However, he lost. He couldn't stand a single punch even. "Who's that person?" thought the crowd. The number 1 appeared on his battle stage, representing his number of victories. Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi's direct disciple, Mo Qing Tian. "Who else did you think?" said someone. At the same time, on the other 30 battle stages, many people had already started fighting. Many emperors had their eyes closed, sitting cross-legged in the air as if they didn't care about the results. It had just started, so it was still too early to see anything interesting. Somewhere amongst the crowd, Mu Feng was smiling coldly. He was very happy about the rules. Boom boom! On Tianlong Divine Castle's battle stage, there was a cultivator of the 4th Zun Qi layer who looked particularly ferocious. At the meeting of the emperors, cultivators couldn't use holy weapons, otherwise influential imperial groups would have an overwhelming advantage. There was another rule, that no one older than 200 years old could participate. They had to be young, not because of strength, but because if they were older than 200 years, they could have participated at the previous meeting of the emperors. The cultivator on Tianlong Divine Castle's battle stage was using a special spell to create a dragon-like armor. Wang Feng has broken through to the 4th Zun Qi layer, but he can easily defeat people of the 5th Zun Qi layer. Even regular cultivators of the 6th Zun Qi layer are not his match. If people who don't belong to an influential imperial group want to fight him, they at least need the strength at the top of the 6th Zun Qi layer. Even if he doesn't win 100 battles, he'll probably win a few dozen. Yes, at least 30 battles. Only then will the stronger cultivators show up, said the strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle, smiling happily. However, a cultivator at the top of the 2nd Zun Qi layer jumped on their stage. "It's a demon cultivator, he must want to die. Our fellow disciple, win the first battle easily," they thought, laughing happily. Rumbling sounds quickly appeared, and suddenly, their smiles were wiped away. Wang Feng, whom they had just been talking about in a positive way, was directly punched in the chest. Then his head and organs exploded, immediately killing him. Their mouths twitched. They looked funny because it seemed like they wanted to cry. But even worse, they hadn't even finished talking positively about their friends before he was already dead. "Who's that?" asked one of them, but the others remained silent. That guy didn't even belong to an influential imperial group. Even some people who didn't belong to an influential imperial group could be strong. They had said that Wang Feng could defeat ordinary cultivators of the 6th Zun Qi layer, and then a cultivator of the 2nd Zun Qi layer had immediately destroyed him. Don't underestimate anyone. At the meeting of the emperors, even some unknown people will rise. Some of them are so strong that you can't even imagine, said Emperor Tianlong indifferently. His eyes remained closed. "Thank you for your teachings, teacher," said those people, bowing respectfully. Of course, he could also belong to another influential imperial group, but he is hiding his social status, said Emperor Tianlong. The crowd nodded again. Of course, the one who had just destroyed a member of Tianlong Divine Castle was Lin Feng. Many people were stupefied around the battle stage. The first cultivator of Tianlong Divine Castle had been destroyed in one punch. How humiliating. "You can choose to stay here and receive challengers," said the Qi clan's referee. "No need," said Lin Feng, refusing. The strong cultivator from the Qi clan nodded, and a number appeared on Lin Feng's body. 1. He had one victory. Lin Feng jumped off the stage and his silhouette flickered. He went back into the crowd as if he had never been there. A short time after, Lin Feng went to one of the 36 mountains and looked down at the valley. He wasn't in a rush right now, he could wait. Qing Tian is strong, so he should have no problem winning 100 times, thought Lin Feng, looking at Tiantai's battle stage. At that moment, Mo Qing Tian had already won 18 battles. The number 18 was floating in front of his battle stage. She should also have no problem winning 100 times. That great rock, he's also stronger, especially now that his body has improved. He has already broken through to the 4th Zunqi layer, and it seems like he received some kind of special treatment. His body seems to be made of pure gold now. I don't know what Emperor Peng did to him, thought Lin Feng. The strong cultivator of the 6th Zunqi layer from the Qi clan will have no problem winning 100 times either, thought Lin Feng. The cultivator of the 6th Zunqi layer from the Qi clan already won 32 battles. If I attack, I can defeat him, but I'll replace him immediately and I will get his 30-something victories. It's not worth it, thought Lin Feng. He wanted to steal people's victories. He could probably win 100 times, but he preferred waiting. At that moment, the second challenger of Tianlong Divine Castle had already won 4 battles. Lin Feng glanced at him, but didn't attack. He didn't need to kill him himself. That cultivator would be eliminated sooner or later. Lin Feng saw some sharp lights on the side of Tiantai. Qing Tian was fighting someone who had broken through to the 6th Zunqi layer. They could probably easily defeat cultivators of the 7th Zunqi layer even. How powerful, he must want to kill Qing Tian, thought Lin Feng. That cultivator could win, but he seemingly wanted to kill people from Tiantai, not just stealing people's victories. Empty space abstruse energy spell, it could be the Qi clan, whispered Lin Feng. He also thought that some people from influential imperial groups were hiding their social status like him. However, it seems like Qing Tian hid his real strength, so his opponent won't manage to defeat him, thought Lin Feng after a few seconds. No wonder he's the emperor's direct disciple. We'll fight again, said that person laughing loudly. He then moved away. That cultivator had no victory, but Qing Tian had one more victory. Humph! Lin Feng looked at him coldly after he gave up. Another spy was in the crowd, just like Lin Feng. Time passed slowly. The cultivator of the 6th Zunqi layer from the Qi clan was the first one to reach 100 victories. The members of the Qi clan were delighted and smiled brightly. Bzzz. At the top of the peak, the second strong cultivator from the Qi clan descended from the sky. He was also quite strong. He had broken through to the 5th Zunqi layer. At the moment, Mu Feng descended from the mountain and jumped forwards, landing on the Qi clan stage. The crowd was surprised. His qi was terrifying even though his cultivation level was low. It's him! Some people had seen him fight against Tianlong's first cultivator. The strong cultivator from the Qi clan landed on the battle stage too and frowned. He looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. Die! Shouted the strong cultivator from the Qi clan as he threw himself at Lin Feng. They both released empty space abstruse energies at the same time. Destroy! Said Lin Feng. He released death qi which distorted the space around them. The strong cultivator from the Qi clan was quickly surrounded by a black, demonic qi which pierced through his body. After that, the demonic qi continued rolling about. How strong! Thought the crowd. The strong cultivator lowered his head and looked at his chest. Death qi was flowing throughout his body and was turning him darker. You? Said that cultivator pointing at Lin Feng. He wanted to say something, but then he collapsed. His predecessor had won 100 battles, but he had been killed by someone he didn't even know. Give me my win, said Lin Feng. That person was a member from the Qi clan. The referee looked at Lin Feng in a cold way, but still, the number 2 appeared on Lin Feng. He was so strong, but he had only won twice. You are a member of the Qi clan. Considering your reaction after my victory, I suggest someone changes that referee, said Lin Feng. Now that he had killed a member of the Qi clan, he was furthering humiliating them. Change the referee, said Emperor Qi. You've disgraced us, so piss off. Roger, Emperor Qi, said the referee. Lin Feng raised his head to look at the Qi Tian peak with his pitch-black eyes. Back then, when Lin Feng had been banished, the Qi clan had taken great efforts, even greater than Tianlong. Initially, it was a battle between Tianlong Divine Castle and Tiantai, but the Qi clan got involved at the end. I, Emperor Qi, can guarantee that such a thing won't happen again. The referees have to remain neutral, so I'll kill any referees who violate that rule, said Emperor Qi calmly, impressing everybody else. You're very wise, mister, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng then moved away and continued looking for other battles. He looked like a predator stalking his prey. If I only attack people from Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan, I will draw people's attention. Besides, the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle already noticed me since I already killed 2 of their better competitors, thought Lin Feng. He then looked at the stage of the Church of Desire and smiled coldly. That was a good idea. Lin Feng didn't attack immediately though. He waited for them to change the fighter first. Then, he joined in and killed a cultivator from the Church of Desire in one strike again. That guy is an expert at killing, but he doesn't have that many victories. Some people were starting to notice Lin Feng. Quickly enough, Lin Feng obtained a 4th victory against a cultivator from the Sunset Pavilion. Alright, that cultivator is extremely strong and he has a strong personality, but apart from that, there's no need to follow him closely, thought some people after they saw him kill a cultivator from the Abyss of Sufferings. After some time, another cultivator obtained his 100th victory, Jun Mo Shi from the Celestial Palace of the Immortals. Then Mo Qing Tian from Tiantai, and then some other people. Time passed slowly, and on the 22 battle stages of the influential imperial groups, more and more people appeared, apart from Tianlong Divine Castle. At the same time, some people found out something strange was going on. Some extremely strong people were in the crowd, but weren't trying to get 100 victories. They were just trying to find some prey and kill them. There were more than just Lin Feng, but he hadn't fought for a while, so most people had already forgotten about him. On the peak where the members from Tianlong Divine Castle were, Emperor Tianlong slowly opened his eyes and said coldly, "We still don't have a cultivator who's achieved 100 victories." The members from Tianlong felt awkward as someone said, "Teacher, next round, I'll make Long Yao fight. He will have no problem achieving 100 victories." "All right, I'm waiting then," said Emperor Tianlong, before he closed his eyes again. That cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer went to find Long Yao and called him over. The next their people lost, Long Yao went to the stage. Dragons roared as Dragon Qi dashed to the skies. "Teacher, Long Yao has broken through to the 5th Zunqi layer and his dual abstruse energies are at the top of the 6th level. He also possesses incredible dragon techniques which can even defeat cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer. He'll definitely get 100 victories," said that cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer to Emperor Tianlong. He was already 800 years old, so he couldn't participate, but he was afraid of Emperor Tianlong's temper. Emperor Tianlong's eyes were still closed and he didn't say anything. At that moment, the cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer from Tianlong Divine Castle gazed into the distance and saw a person walking towards their battle stage. It was a demon cultivator. "Kill him," said the cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer to Long Yao using telepathy. Long Yao nodded and ran towards Lin Feng. "Roar!" Dragons roared as Long Yao's body created its own dragon armor. Then, he released his level 6 abstruse energies and punched the air in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng continued running forwards, raising his fist, and condensing demon, death and desolate abstruse energies in one. Their fists collided and Lin Feng sensed his whole arm shake. Long Yao had broken through to the top of the 5th Zunqi layer and his abstruse energies were level 6. Lin Feng couldn't underestimate him. "Can you compete with me?" asked Long Yao coldly. He then raised his other arm and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent and released more demonic qi. Then, he punched the air in Long Yao's direction again with his other fist. Their fists collided again and energies exploded in every direction. Lin Feng's eyes became darker, filled with demonic intent. "Death curse. Now you're going to die." Death qi was floating around them, while Lin Feng released vitality energy in his arms to heal them. "You've been cursed. You only have 3 seconds to live," said Lin Feng, his voice resonating in the enemy's brain. No, I won't," whispered that person. Then he roared furiously and at the same time, Lin Feng raised his demonic fist and punched the air in the direction of Long Yao's head. Explosions sounded as his skull crackled and exploded. He had broken through to the 5th Zunqi layer and could defeat cultivators at the top of the Zunqi layer, but the difference was still obvious. Long Yao is dead? The members from Tianlong Divine Castle were shaking. They were furious that Lin Feng had killed another strong cultivator of theirs. How dare he act that arrogant? He was so weak, said Lin Feng. Tianlong Divine Castle's people were furious. Why did he offend them? Why had he fought against Long Yao? Damn demon cultivator. Lin Feng was expressionless. After killing Long Yao, he left the stage and moved towards the Qi clan's battle stage. But he didn't get on it. Someone was already fighting against a member of the Qi clan. He was surprised to see a cultivator who was the partner of the one he had fought from Tiantai. He was a cultivator of the 5th Zun Qi layer who already had 97 victories and the cultivator from Qi clan had 4. It meant that no matter who the winner was, one of them would be qualified. Lin Feng was astonished by the end results. The one who had fought against the member from the Qi clan lost and gave all his victories to the guy from the Qi clan. With his strength, he shouldn't have lost, which meant he had purposefully offered his victories. They're cheating, thought some people. That cultivator of the 5th Zun Qi layer was a victory hunter from the Qi clan. Is it because of me? Thought Lin Feng. Had he given away his victories because he was afraid Lin Feng would get on the stage? After all, he was kind of a spy too. He attacked people from Tiantai, so he's probably from the Qi clan, thought Lin Feng. He had been observing the battles on the different battle stages for some time already. He had noticed many people who probably belonged to influential imperial groups who were hiding. Since it's that way, I'll do the same, thought Lin Feng. His silhouette flickered and he landed on the battle stage of the Qi clan. Your Excellency, I saw you before, and now you came back on the stage. It seems like you wanted to offer your victory points, said Lin Feng. Everybody knew that there were such people, but they weren't going to say it. Now, Lin Feng said it openly, a humiliation for the Qi clan. A victory is a victory, a defeat is a defeat. Why do you talk about offering victory points? Besides, there is no rule which indicates that you can't get back on a battle stage even if you lose. Even if I had 100 victories or 100 defeats, so what? As long as I don't die, I can get victories and defeats, replied that person. I don't mind offering other people points then. I didn't know we could do that, said Lin Feng while smiling thinly. Everybody heard Lin Feng say that. That's your problem, but it seems like you're on the wrong battle stage now. Do you want to receive open challenges as well now? Asked that cultivator. I'm not on the wrong stage, because from now on, no matter which fighter from the Qi clan stands on the stage, I'll eliminate them directly and offer their victory points to other people, said Lin Feng mockingly. What a bastard! Are you trying to provoke the Qi clan? Said that cultivator coldly. He was trying to warn the Qi clan that they needed a strong cultivator to kill Lin Feng. Behind the Golden Sun Crow, Qi Qianren jumped off the carriage and said, I'll kill him. We don't need you to go. Let Qi Hai go, said a strong cultivator. Lin Feng recognized that cultivator Qi Qianxing was Qi Qianren's brother. If Qi Hai goes, he'll die, said Qi Qianren calmly. Qi Qianxing frowned and said, Why do you say that? I've seen him before on the 7th floor of the shrine, said Qi Qianren. Since Qi Qianren had come back from the shrines, he knew what it meant when someone made it to the 7th floor. They were strong enough to kill cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. If Qi Hai went and fought against that guy, he would die without a doubt. Emperor Qi opened his eyes after he heard Qi Qianren. Only incredibly strong cultivators could make it to the 7th floor of the shrines, but that cultivator of the 2nd Zun Qi layer had been there. I'll go and kill him, said Qi Tiansu. Since he's been to the 7th floor of a shrine, you'll die too, said Qi Qianxing. Qi Tiansu looked upset. Even his fellow disciples were talking to him in a disdainful way now. In the continent, there were many incredible geniuses. Some of them were grand talents who matured slowly, while many of them also fell. Qi Tiansu belonged to the second type of people. He had received a lot from his clan, and because of his arrogance and lack of determination, he kept falling. Even though Qi Tiansu could be considered a genius when facing ordinary cultivators, while facing really strong cultivators, he wasn't that strong. Back in the days, He used to be one of the 10 strongest young cultivators along with Ho Qinglin and was able to defeat ordinary cultivators of the 8th Zun Qi layer. "Father, we should investigate that guy," whispered Qi Qianxing to Emperor Qi. If people from other influential imperial groups had heard him, they'd be surprised. Only their elders knew that Qi Qianxing was Emperor Qi's biological son. Of course, Emperor Qi didn't have only one child, he had many sons. There was a huge difference between the ages of all his sons. For example, Qi Tiansu was Emperor Qi's oldest son. Then he had Qi Qianxing later, and Qi Qianren was Emperor Qi's youngest son. We'll see. First, let a cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer kill him. If we hurt him badly enough, he'll be forced to leave, said Emperor Qi calmly. All right, Qi Qianxing nodded. He went behind the sun carriage, and after a few minutes, Qi Qianxing came back with a cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer who quickly landed on the stage. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the cultivator. Boom! Lin Feng jumped forwards and rose up in the air. He looked terrifying as he shouted, "Die!" Death curse energies filled the stage, and that cultivator's skin suddenly became gray, as if he were losing his vitality. Die! Lin Feng then attacked with a deadly demon punch. Kacha! The stage shook as demonic energies dashed to the skies. Their two fists collided and crackling sounds came from the stage. Die, 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 shouted Lin Feng. He suddenly released more demon curse energies and continuously assaulted his opponent's head. The face of the cultivator from the Qi clan changed drastically. His face became deathly pale as he tried to avoid Lin Feng's attacks. But Lin Feng used another deadly demon punch. An explosion sounded as that cultivator's body was blown to pieces. After that, immortal Qi pierced through his corpse and made the leftover body parts explode as well. The crowd shivered. The cultivator from the Qi clan who had cheated was still there and staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had obtained one more victory. However, this time Lin Feng didn't leave. "Do you want to stay on this stage and accept open challenges?" asked the referee. Even though he was furious on the inside, he looked calm and serene on the outside. If he didn't appear neutral, Emperor Qi would slaughter him. Surprisingly, he doesn't piss off, thought the members from the Qi clan, standing up on the Qi Tian peak. "I'll go and kill him," said Qi Qianren. Even if Lin Feng had been to the 7th floor of a shrine, he still wanted to kill him. Wait, said Qi Qianxing, shaking his hand. "First, let's listen to what he has to say." Lin Feng looked at the referee, smiled coldly, and shook his head. "I don't want to receive open challenges. I'm just waiting for the next one who will receive open challenges. No matter which member it is from the Qi clan, I'll fight him and kill him. I'm remaining here because I don't want anyone to challenge them before me," explained Lin Feng. "How insane. That guy is both arrogant and insane. He doesn't respect the Qi clan at all," thought many people. "I'm coming," said the one who had cheated. But then he saw Lin Feng was looking at him mockingly. "I said no matter which member of the Qi clan, and now you're so upset that you said you'd come. Doesn't that mean you're a member of the Qi clan?" explained Lin Feng. "Haha, the Qi clan cheated even though they organized this event," thought the crowd. Many people started laughing mockingly. The Qi clan determined the rules and organized the event, but they had planned out how to cheat. "How ridiculous," said some people mockingly. "We must kill that person no matter who he is," said Qi Qianren, standing at the top of Qi Tian Peak. "Keep calm," said Emperor Qi indifferently. He looked over at Qi Qianren and said, "Qianren, cultivators must remain calm and control themselves. Even if you're furious, you can't show it. If you want to kill him, fine, just don't show it. However, demon cultivators are strong, especially this one. He killed a cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer in one strike. He also knows 5 different types of abstruse energies: demon, death, curse, soundwave, and immortal abstruse energies. He understands them quite well. Do you understand what I'm saying? 5 types of abstruse energies." Qi Qianxing, Qi Qianren, and the others were astonished. Demon abstruse energy was normal, but the 4 others were extremely rare, especially death, immortal, and cursing abstruse energies. Few people knew those individually, but Lin Feng knew all of them. And Lin Feng hadn't shown all the abstruse energies he knew. Emperor Qi was telling them that Lin Feng wasn't only strong, he was extremely talented. Besides, he was probably hiding much more. Therefore, he hoped his son wouldn't take useless risks. "Father, what should we do then?" asked Qi Qianxing. Qi Qianren couldn't necessarily defeat Lin Feng, so the others couldn't either. "Just gamble and slowly give him 100 victories," said Emperor Qi calmly. Qi Qianxing's heart sank. Lin Feng only had 8 victories, so how many people did the Qi clan need to sacrifice to give him 100 victories? Emperor Qi's goal was to prevent Qi Qianren from taking any risks. "All right," said Qi Qianxing, nodding. Then, he looked for other people to go and fight Lin Feng. He was looking for people the Qi clan didn't necessarily care about, people who weren't related to them by blood. Lin Feng was still standing on the stage, and the one who had cheated remained silent. Then, he disappeared into the crowd. "The Qi clan doesn't have any more fighters?" asked Lin Feng. "I'll fight you," said a voice coming from the top of Qi Tian Peak. It was a cultivator of the 3rd Zun Qi layer. Everybody was surprised. Could a cultivator of the 3rd Zun Qi layer fight against Lin Feng? Besides, his Qi was different, he actually looked very ordinary. "Die!" Lin Feng rose up in the air and punched that cultivator, killing him instantly. Lin Feng was surprised too, but he quickly understood what the Qi clan was doing. Emperor Qi looked calm and serene too, as if what he was doing wasn't humiliating. People descended from the sky, one after the other. Lin Feng killed each and every one of them with a single punch each time. His number of victories kept increasing. "That demon cultivator is oppressing the Qi clan, and nobody strong is willing to fight him," thought the crowd. They thought even more highly of Lin Feng. The Qi clan had many geniuses, so if they had a cultivator who could defeat Lin Feng, they would have already sent him on stage, but since the Qi clan decided to sacrifice people, it meant that they had nobody as strong as Lin Feng. 40 victories, the Qi clan already lost more than 30 people, thought the crowd. If Emperor Qi had known someone would do that, he would have changed the rules before. For example, he would have said that it wasn't possible to fight on the same stage all the time. This time, his punch didn't kill his opponent outright. In a flash, a terrifying energy surrounded Lin Feng, surprising him. Slash! A dazzling sword light descended from the sky. It was so bright that he couldn't do anything besides squint above. He had the feeling that the sword was going to pierce through his head. "An assassin," thought Lin Feng. "Arg!" Lin Feng shouted furiously and condensed demonic qi. A gigantic demon king appeared and rose up in the air with his fist raised. "Kacha!" The sword lights broke apart and the cultivator died. "Come back!" Lin Feng's insane demon then disappeared. That was a demon king? And how come the demon cultivator on the stage had almost died to that assassin? That assassin attacked me in the same way as the assassins from the Assassin Union do. Are there assassins from the Union inside the Qi clan? Thought Lin Feng. Did they collaborate? Lin Feng didn't know anything at this point, he could only guess. The Qi clan. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the members from the Qi clan at the top of Qi Tian Peak. He realized that everything was more complex than he had previously thought. For example, the shrines of Jiuyu and the visitors inside Ba Huang. "Next one," said Emperor Qi calmly. Someone else descended from the sky. As before, Lin Feng defeated him in one punch, racking over 50 victories. "Since the Qi clan likes to play, I'll have the honor of keeping them company until the end," said Lin Feng. He rose up in the air and left for Xikong clan's battle stage. "Die!" Lin Feng aggressively punched the air in the direction of the cultivator from the Xikong clan who was standing on the stage. That cultivator had 4 victories already, but Lin Feng still killed him in a flash and jumped onto another battle stage. The crowd was astonished because that demon cultivator was killing people, one after the other, without stopping. They didn't understand that Lin Feng was choosing his prey though methodically. After that, he killed some people from the Church of Desire, then from the Sunset Pavilion. Then he jumped on the battle stage of Tianlong Divine Castle. At that moment, the strong cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle already had 25 victories. He had the strength of the top of the 5th Zun Qi layer, so he was considerably strong. However, once he saw Lin Feng, his mouth twitched and he looked scared. "Die," said Lin Feng. Demonic intent rolled in waves as he threw himself at the opponent. Demon Qi and Bestial Qi collided, and after a short time, the strong cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle was lying on the ground with a large hole in his chest. "What are you doing?" shouted a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer furiously. He had been paying attention to Lin Feng, so now he was furious. Lin Feng had humiliated the Qi clan for a while, and now he was attacking people from the Church of Desire, the Xikong clan, and now from Tianlong. He had just killed a cultivator who had the potential to win 100 times. He doesn't want to let any cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle reach 100 victories, thought the crowd. Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan's people were furious. They couldn't stand it anymore. A cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from Tianlong whispered to Emperor Tianlong, "Teacher, send the 9th prince to kill him." Emperor Tianlong opened his eyes after he heard that. Only high officials from Tianlong Divine Castle knew about the 9th prince of Tianlong Divine Castle. Those who were part of a group called the 9 Heroes could be considered great children or adopted sons. Those 9 heroes had an incredible social status within the hierarchy of Tianlong Divine Castle, and they had all broken through to the Zun Qi layer a long time ago already. The 9th prince had already reached the top of the 4th Zun Qi layer. The other 5 princes had all broken through to the 5th Zun Qi layer and above. The 9 princes were Tianlong Divine Castle's trump cards. No need to resort to such aggressive methods immediately. They must remain discreet and continue acting as spies in the crowd. They can't go accepting open challenges just yet. This is only the first round, and I want all of them to move on to the next round," explained Emperor Tianlong. That cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer nodded. Of course, all those influential imperial groups had trump cards similar to Tianlong Divine Castle. Also, send Little 7 to Tiantai's battle stage, so that he can kill Xueling Long, said Emperor Tianlong in a low voice. That cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer nodded. Lin Feng didn't know what they were saying. After he killed the cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle, he glanced around and his silhouette flickered away. He surprisingly landed on the battle stage of the Heavens of Desire's palace. Was he going to harass beautiful women now? The girl on the stage had already talked to Lin Feng before. At that moment, her veil was torn apart and her beautiful face was now visible. She was surprised to see Lin Feng. She smiled and said, "If you want to fight against me, I can only surrender. How could I fight against such beauty? If I attack, you'll definitely win," said Lin Feng, smiling and gazing into the distance. He could see a beautiful woman in the distance. Yiren Lei. "All right, if that's the case, I'm going to attack now," said that girl, smiling resplendently. An illusion appeared and Lin Feng appeared inside it. A beautiful woman slowly walked towards him, lifting up her skirt, showing her thighs. "Prince, please make love to me," said that girl in a seductive way. Lin Feng just had to nod and she'd take off her skirt and become his sex slave. "You're such a beautiful woman, you'll find a good boyfriend in the future," said Lin Feng, smiling thinly. That girl smiled thinly and suddenly a fist moved towards him. It hit him and he was propelled away. People who had been paying attention to Lin Feng were astonished. He had just given his victory points to that girl. What a bastard. He had killed people from the Qi clan, Tianlong Divine Castle, the Church of Desire, and now he was helping the beautiful girls from the Heavens of Desire's palace. That demon was a pervert. "Thank you, master," said the beautiful girl, smiling and bowing before Lin Feng. However, she also looked a little angry because Lin Feng hadn't made love to her in the illusion. "I'm happy if you're qualified," said Lin Feng. People were now convinced that he was a pervert, killing men to give his points to women. "Bastard!" shouted a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from Tianlong Divine Castle. He was furious. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Feng. The members from the Qi clan were furious too. What a bastard! He had blamed members from the Qi clan for offering points and now he was doing the same. If they could do it, he could do it too. What a pervert! Lei looked at him angrily. Surprisingly, he was giving his points to her fellow disciples and making them fall in love with him. Lei, did you? Said the incredibly beautiful Empress smiling. Teacher, said Lei blushing. The Empress laughed and said, not bad. But isn't he a bit too aggressive? Lin Feng continued killing people from the Qi clan, a few dozen even. Then he killed some other cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle who had the potential to get 100 victories. He continued killing people from the Church of Desire and the Sikong clan. Teacher, he must be insane, said Lei smiling thinly. The Empress nodded and smiled. Lin Feng continued stealing victory points and then went back to that beautiful girl and offered her his points again. Finally, she was qualified for the next round. The cultivators from the Sikong clan and the Qi clan obtained a few victory points from challengers. But very quickly, Lin Feng came back and took them from them. He's getting his revenge because we stole the demon flute from him, thought Sikong Xiao. Lin Feng raised his head as if he had sensed that Sikong Xiao was looking at him. Then their eyes met for a moment. They were very far from each other, but with their strength, they knew that the other one had been to a shrine. A day passed and even more people obtained 100 victories. But as before, one influential imperial group still didn't have any cultivator who had obtained 100 victories. Tianlong Divine Castle. It was all because of Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged. It was as if he could go and kill someone at any time. At that moment, Lin Feng had 80 victory points, but he didn't hurry to give them to someone because he was now paying attention to the battle stage of Tiantai. Meng Qing was on their stage now. She looked beautiful and was killing people, one after the other with her ice-cold energies. Her empty space illusion had become an incredible asset. Lin Feng bit his lips. He felt jealous from everyone else watching her. He wanted to hug her and prevent people from looking at her. At that moment, someone jumped onto Tiantai's battle stage. He was a cultivator at the top of the 5th Zun Qi layer. His Qi wasn't incredible, but he looked dangerous. Lin Feng didn't know if that cultivator could defeat Meng Qing or not. They started fighting, snowflakes floating around them. That person punched the air in Meng Qing's direction. It was a seemingly ordinary attack, but just before it reached Meng Qing, it turned into a terrifying dragon illusion which opened its mouth and bared its fangs. Boom! Lin Feng's heart felt like it was going to explode. Lin Feng jumped, suddenly surrounded by demonic qi. However, the crowd was watching Meng Qing and that cultivator fight, so they didn't pay any attention to Lin Feng. Even though Meng Qing had broken through to the 2nd Zun Qi layer and was quite strong, it seemed like she had hidden her real strength up to that point. At that moment, snowflakes turned into sharp blades and moved towards that cultivator. Then, snow petals emerged from her hands, and she used her so close yet so far spell so that the dragon couldn't get to her. What a terrifying holy celestial qi, thought the crowd. With such a strength, she could easily defeat cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. Meng Qing's cultivation is different, thought Lin Feng, glancing at the blade-sharp snowflakes. Lin Feng remembered that Meng Qing had memories which only presented to her once she hit higher levels of cultivation. Meng Qing and her opponent were both astonishingly strong. Even the battle stage Emperor Niu Mo had made was shaking violently. Tianlong Divine Castle, very good, thought Lin Feng. He rose up in the air and his demonic energies rolled in waves in the air. Now some people were noticing him. I hate people who attack beautiful women. Mu Feng's voice rolled in waves. Little Seven looked at Mu Feng in an ice-cold way and a dragon launched towards him. Humph! Mu Feng groaned coldly and demonic lights emerged from his eyes, instantly destroying the dragon. What do you think? I bet I can kill you easily, said the 7th prince from Tianlong in a cold way, while still fighting Meng Qing. Is that so? If you agree to it, we can fight now. If we each decide to, nobody can prevent us from fighting, said Mu Feng. Little Seven didn't say anything as Meng Qing continued releasing holy celestial qi. Her energies were even more terrifying than before. Tiantai was also amazed. They hadn't thought Meng Qing could be that strong. She was stronger than the emperor's direct disciples even. Arg! Little Seven shouted furiously as a gigantic, sanguinary red dragon appeared. Red lights illuminated the white snow, but holy celestial lights surrounded the dragon. The space around them kept exploding, and those who were watching too close were suffocating. That cultivator must be a member from Tianlong Divine Castle. It's the first time he has shown himself, and he wants to kill Lin Feng's wife, Meng Qing, thought the crowd around the battle stage. Finally, the destructive energies disappeared and Meng Qing's mouth was bleeding. But the strong cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle wasn't in any better shape. His dragon scales were broken, and he was covered in blood. Little Seven raised his head and glanced at Meng Qing. Then he shouted furiously and left. He couldn't kill Meng Qing, so he quickly left. Mu Feng glanced at him in a cold way and jumped towards Tiantai's battle stage. Bzzz! Someone rose up in the air at the same time, and his chi was terrifying. He had broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer. Mu Feng moved like the wind and shouted coldly, "Stop!" His voice emitted a sound wave which contained death chi and cursing energies. That person turned around and saw Mu Feng's demonic intent heading towards him. So he said, "Piss off! Piss off! Piss off! Piss off!" That voice echoed. That person moved far away from Mu Feng in the blink of an eye. With that, Mu Feng jumped onto Tiantai's battle stage first. Empty space agility technique. Mu Feng recognized the empty space agility technique as that guy left. Only the Qi clan knew that agility technique. Mu Feng smiled and said, "Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan already joined hands. I see. I hate people who fight against such beautiful women. I think I'll exterminate all the cultivators from the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle, preventing any of them from reaching 100 victories. Prevent strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan from reaching 100 victories?" He wanted to prevent any more of their cultivators from qualifying for the next round. Mu Feng smiled at Meng Qing and said, "It is an honor for me to be on the same battle stage as such an incredibly beautiful woman. I wish we could get more intimate. I am even willing to give you my victory points." He's a real pervert, thought the crowd, speechless. He had offered points to the beautiful women from Heavens of Desire's palace, and now there was a beautiful woman on Tiantai's battle stage, so he wanted to offer his points to her as well. What a bastard! He's flirting with Meng Qing, thought some people from Tiantai. Lin Feng was dead, so even though Meng Qing used to be his wife, she probably wouldn't remain single for the rest of her life. In that regard, many people wanted to start a relationship with her, especially those from Tiantai since Meng Qing had spent so much time with them. Mu Chen smiled and said, "What a guy!" Meng Qing glanced at Mu Feng humorously. Still, she tried to release ice-cold energies at him. Boom! Meng Qing punched Mu Feng, but he didn't dodge it. Instead, he opened his arms and hugged her. This caused many people to grind their teeth, especially those people from Tiantai. Vitality energies emerged from Mu Feng's body and circulated through Meng Qing's body. Mu Feng smiled and said in a gentle way, "Take care, celestial girl." Then he left the battle stage. Thanks to his victory points, Meng Qing was now qualified. After Mu Feng left, he went straight towards the Qi clan's battle stage and immediately destroyed the strong cultivator who was on it. After killing that person, he went to Tianlong Divine Castle's battle stage. He's furious because the 7th Dragon Prince attacked Meng Qing. That demon cultivator really is a pervert, thought the strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle. Mu Feng was in line next to fight in the battle stage, but he could sense some sharp energies surrounding his body. He loves women, so he offers women his victory points. If he goes to our stage again, make someone offer him 99 points, then we'll see how he can prevent our fighters from moving on to the next round," said Emperor Tianlong without opening his eyes. His voice was ice-cold though. "Teacher, you're so smart," said the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer. He immediately disappeared from there with a few people. After Mu Feng killed the cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle's battle stage, cultivators took more and more time to back on the stage. They began to pretend that they needed more time to send their people. Besides, each time they sent people, they sent the weakest ones so people understood what Tianlong Divine Castle was doing. They were doing the same thing as the Qi clan, they were giving Mu Feng points. At some point, Mu Feng was surprised because Tianlong Divine Castle had sent a girl to the stage. Mu Feng was speechless. He wasn't the only one, everybody was. Ha ha ha. Tianlong Divine Castle is so funny. How ridiculous. Mu Feng burst into laughter and said to the referee, "Take my victory points." Tianlong Divine Castle's people turned red with fury. Their cheeks were burning. During the second round, send the 9 princes to kill him. We'll see what he does then, said Emperor Tianlong. Mu Feng jumped off the stage. Very quickly, that girl was thrown off the stage by a challenger who took her victory points. After that, Mu Feng wanted to go back to their battle stage, but Mu Feng saw a cultivator with 99 victory points arrive to their stage. He lost, giving his 99 victory points to the cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle, instantly allowing them to qualify for the next round. The meeting of the emperors is fun, but it's not related to strength or cultivation. It's just a huge theme park. The Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle are so funny. They are weak, but they still find ways to get qualified. However, even if they qualify, they'll soon die anyways, said Mu Feng as he stopped paying attention to them. He couldn't kill their most outstanding cultivators since they didn't send them to the stage, but at least he had made them lose some face. Bastard! Shouted someone from the top of Qi Tian Peak. There were many gray areas with the rules, and the Qi clan had made it that way on purpose. They benefited from those gray areas, and so did Tianlong Divine Castle. Mu Feng benefited from them too, but not as obviously as them. However, why were the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle not acting as discreet? Mu Feng wouldn't have been so obvious if they hadn't started it first. Die, die, die. During the second round, I must kill him, said Qi Qianren furiously. At that moment, Emperor Qi opened his eyes and looked directly at Mu Feng, surprising him. He raised his head and looked back at the emperor. Emperor Qi. Mu Feng's eyes were filled with aggressive demonic intent. It seemed that even the emperor didn't scare him. The Qi clan had repeatedly attacked Tiantai and had banished him. They had also tried to kill his friends and family. Mu Feng only had one thing on his mind: to kill them. You're right, I made a mistake. The rules weren't perfect, so let's change them now. If someone loses a battle, they will be eliminated and can't continue participating at the meeting of the emperors. That way, these problems won't keep happening. What do the other emperors think? Asked Emperor Qi. Even though he was furious, he looked calm and serene. That guy surprisingly made the emperor change the rules, thought the crowd. I agree. I agree too, said the emperors from Tianlong Divine Castle and of the Xikong clan immediately. I agree as well, said the emperor from the Church of Desire. They were all staring at Mu Feng. They wanted to see what he would do if he couldn't offer victory points to other people. How many people could Mu Feng kill without losing? If Mu Feng made it to their battle stage, they'd have their cultivators surrender. All the emperors agreed. Even if some of them didn't, they had no choice but to agree. Are you satisfied now? Asked Emperor Qi to Mu Feng. I don't care. You guys were the only ones who took advantage of the gray areas of the rules. I was just playing along with you, said Mu Feng in a cold way. He's not scared of offending Emperor Qi, thought the crowd. If he managed to become a cultivation emperor someday, he'd kill them too. So you understood, said Emperor Qi, smiling indifferently. What he meant was that Mu Feng had understood how emperors played with the rules, and surprisingly, he had recklessly done the same. Of course I understood, said Mu Feng, smiling. Then he jumped and landed next to the Qi clan's battle stage. Are you trying to threaten me? If someone threatened Mu Feng, he usually killed them. Even if he couldn't offer victory points anymore, he could still kill 100 people. He wanted to see how many victims the Qi clan would give him. Emperor Qi slowly closed his eyes and whispered to Qi Qianxing, who was behind him, "Make him tired first and then use the power of the empire." "Roger," said Qi Qianxing, nodding. His father was furious and wanted Mu Feng to die. Mu Feng was waiting next for the battle stage. After a short while, Someone descended from the sky. That cultivator had broken through to the 5th Zun Qi layer and had white eyes. He looked like a corpse and his qi was ice cold. Eh? Mu Feng frowned. What a strange person, but he didn't care. He jumped onto the battle stage. The battle began and the cultivator threw himself at Mu Feng, like an animated body might throw itself at someone. Mu Feng punched him and his body exploded. After that cultivator died, a second, a third, a fourth cultivator and so on came onto the stage. Quickly, Mu Feng had 10 victories. However, Mu Feng frowned because those people didn't look like members of the Qi clan. They had no blood and they were seemingly lifeless. They didn't even look scared before dying. Zombies! After Mu Feng killed the 11th cultivator, he left the battle stage because he didn't want to waste his time fighting against dead people. The Qi clan really was shameless. The members of the Qi clan were surprised when they saw him leave. They wanted to offer him 100 victories, but he didn't seem to want to take them. After Mu Feng left, he went to kill a cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle and then glanced around, watching the battles. Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan were well prepared. I need to become stronger and when the right time comes, I'll kill their geniuses, thought Lin Feng. He needed more time to become stronger before the end of the first round. Many strong cultivators had appeared during the first round, so the second round wouldn't be easy. Mu Feng went to the battle stages where cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer were fighting. There were already many people around those battle stages. People who weren't cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer could also participate, but it was risky. Mu Feng stood a bit away from the battle stages because he didn't want to get too close. Most of the crowd was the same because those battles were dangerous. A majority of cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer who are younger than 200 years have broken through to the 7th Zun Qi layer. There are very few people of the 9th Zun Qi layer, and they primarily belong to influential imperial groups, thought Lin Feng. Mu Feng got closer to the 3 battle stages and sat down cross-legged. He released his spirit and his eyes became pitch black. He could now clearly and distinctly see each movement made on the 3 stages. Time passed by in the valley. There were still many people but less than before. Many had already died and those still alive were fighting. There were many people and even after 3 days of battles, there were still many battles left. Only around Tiantai's battle stage were there less people. Not many people from Tiantai battled, but each time a fighter showed up, they were incredibly strong. Emperor, you didn't even let Xiao Yu Xian battle, but I wonder if she will battle later. Emperor Yu seems to hope that each fighter they send will get qualified. During those 3 days, Tiantai sent more than 30 fighters and all of them qualified. Even though some assassins attacked them and made their battles difficult, they always ended up winning. Tiantai had few people but in the end, they had the highest winning ratio. There was nobody left on Tiantai's battle stage after the 5th day. All their members were back on a peak, sitting cross-legged. There were 38 people who all had a golden number carved on their body. 100. It meant that 38 people from Tiantai were qualified to move on to the next level and 30 of them had been eliminated. There were 2 reasons. First, those who had waited until the end were weak. They had planned to practice and see if they'd have the opportunity to win 100 times near the end of the event. After the rules changed, they could no longer participate unlimitedly. The second reason involved assassins who continuously attacked them. People were still fighting on some of the other battle stages. Apart from Tiantai, cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer should also stop fighting soon. There were only few cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer and because they were so strong, people were more vigilant. Besides, their battles lasted longer than other battles. My teacher said it, that every Zun cultivator must walk their own path. They have to possess a pure heart and change the way they perceive and see life. The closer you are to becoming a cultivation emperor, the more you understand your path, your life and the consequences of your previous actions in life, thought Lin Feng, still sitting down cross-legged. During the past few days, he had been observing battles while not participating. He wanted to become stronger, so he decided to watch the battles between the cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer most of the time. Mu Feng had sensed their energies, he had observed their moves. He also understood their state of mind, for they were usually calmer than ordinary people. It seemed like they controlled themselves better than most. I am now practicing demon cultivation. Is that a path though? Thought Lin Feng. He had doubts. His demonic intent flowed throughout his body as he stood up and walked towards the battle stage where cultivators the top of the Zun Qi layer fought. If he had a path to choose, it'd definitely be the path of a fighter. A cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer, who had just defeated a cultivator, suddenly sensed Mu Feng's oppressive energies in the distance. He turned around and looked at Mu Feng. Even though they were separated by 10,000 meters, he could still sense Mu Feng's powerful energies. It was almost as powerful as his own qi. The cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer in the surroundings also sensed Mu Feng's energies. A cultivator at the top of the second Zun Qi layer could oppress a cultivator of the top of the Zun Qi layer? "Let's fight!" shouted a voice. "Fight, fight, fight!" Those words resonated in the atmosphere. "Let's fight!" shouted that cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer before he jumped forwards. Mu Feng landed on the stage, was suddenly surrounded by terrifying energies. The strength from the earth and sky surrounded him. The space around them became sad, desolate, and gloomy. Energies were apocalyptically rolling in waves. Terrifying waves of energies moved towards that cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer. Boom, boom! Their energies collided, making it look like a battle between titans. Gotcha! After that, the two cultivators collided for the first time and a few hundred-meter explosion appeared in the air. Mu Feng was propelled backwards, but he felt more determined than ever. His demonic energies were still dashing to the skies. Then the force from the earth and sky fused together with his demonic intent before he jumped again. Gotcha! This time, Mu Feng had the impression his bones were going to break. He was propelled backwards again, but as before, he felt even more determined. Each successive attack became even more terrifying. "Fight!" shouted Mu Feng again. He then threw himself at the cultivator again. Blood splashed and his face became deathly pale. His organs felt like they were going to explode. However, he continued releasing demonic energies and making them fuse together with the force from the earth and sky. However, Mu Feng threw himself at the cultivator again. Each time they collided, the people around them shook their heads. Mu Feng was insane. Was he masochist? He's borrowing the force of the earth and sky and transforming it, realized some people. Even the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer, who Mu Feng was fighting, thought he was insane. He was injured and he kept healing himself with vitality strength. He looked insane, but at the same time he admired Mu Feng. Unfortunately, he had to defeat him or else he wouldn't be qualified. "Die!" he said. "Die!" shouted Mu Feng as well. Mu Feng seemed to become one with the earth and sky at that moment. His fist collided with his opponent again. This time, he had condensed even more demonic energy inside. Boom! Mu Feng wasn't propelled backwards this time. Instead, he was steadily standing on the stage. His eyes became even darker as he stared back at his opponent. "Die! Die! Die!" shouted Mu Feng furiously. He continuously released death energies from his fist and he punched his opponent over and over again. Both of them disappeared from the crowd's field of vision as the qi surrounded them. My deadly demon punch seems even more perfect when I fuse it together with the force of the earth and sky. It seems to be 3 times more powerful, thought Lin Feng. He had many thoughts at the same time. He was analyzing the battle in real time to see how he could become stronger. If he could break through to the third Zun Qi layer, that'd be for the best. The cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer was doing the same thing as Mu Feng. He was analyzing his own moves and Mu Feng's. He wanted to understand why he couldn't defeat him. "I'll try to absorb the insane demon strength and make it fuse together with my blood and soul," thought Lin Feng. A demon king silhouette then appeared, empowering his qi even more. Mu Feng's blood was boiling and flames had appeared in his eyes. "He'll break through to the third Zun Qi layer if this continues," thought the crowd after they sensed Mu Feng's qi. "What an insane guy," thought that cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer who was fighting Mu Feng. He had to interrupt Mu Feng's progress, otherwise he might lose. I don't want to hurt you, so just go away, said that cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer loudly. He was trying to influence Mu Feng's determination. Mu Feng smiled coldly and looked at him with his pitch-black eyes. You're afraid? Ridiculous, why would I be afraid? I'll have to kill you now, shouted that cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer. He also released more energies and punched the air in Mu Feng's direction. You've already began to lose hope, said Mu Feng, sounding demonic. His voice echoed in his opponent's brain. His eyes became even darker and contained even more demonic intent. At the same time, Mu Feng used his deadly demon punch again. He also made immortal abstruse energy fuse together with it, plus the force of the earth and sky. Mu Feng's punch looked like a furious demon. Die, die, die! That word resonated. Explosions sounded, and this time, the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer was propelled away. His arm was hanging loosely. His face turned deathly pale. His eyes were bloodshot. Immortal energy! That cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer was astonished. He wanted to heal his arm, but the immortal abstruse energy had seemingly paralyzed it. Die! That word resonated in his brain again. Mu Feng landed in front of him again, looking like a real demon. Die! Shouted the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer as well. He used his left arm to attack this time. A golden disc appeared in the air to block Mu Feng's attack. Kacha! Kaboom! The golden disc broke, almost breaking his arm. But Mu Feng raised his hand and punched the air in the direction of the cultivator's head. He's insane! Shouted the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer. He moved back, but Mu Feng's demon fist, infused with immortal energy, continued moving towards him. Bzzz! His silhouette flickered and Mu Feng's fist passed in front of him. Blood splashed and the punch continued flying off into the distance, crashing into a mountain far away. A tunnel inside the mountain was created from Mu Feng's punch. Boom! There were people from the Qifeng mountain on that mountain. They gazed into the distance and surprised to see the combatants. Sister, that guy is so strong. He has only broken through to the second Zun Qi layer, but he's fighting a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer, said Fengling to Fengxian. He's really strong, indeed. Between low-level Zun cultivators, he seems to be the strongest at this meeting of the emperors. Even amongst medium-level Zun cultivators, only a few can compete with him, replied Fengxian nodding. That young man reminded her of Lin Feng. Had he really died banished by a cultivator at the very top of the Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan? Banished, crushed. Fengxian sighed. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 9th Tian Qi layer, so there was no way he could have survived the broken empty space. Just now, Mu Feng had defeated the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer. He still wanted to fight. He was fixedly staring at Mu Feng from a crater in the ground. He had lost to a cultivator at the top of the second Zun Qi layer. Mu Feng raised his head and closed his eyes. Then Demon Qi dashed to the skies. I'm at the very, very top of the second Zun Qi layer. I need to do something more, thought Lin Feng, reopening his eyes. Mu Feng now had more than 50 victories. Bzzz. Mu Feng disappeared from the battle stage and landed on Tianlong Divine Castle's battle stage. He appeared extremely aggressive as he punched the cultivator there and made him explode. How weak! Had he become stronger since a day or two ago, or had he been hiding his strength before? Mu Feng then landed on Xikong clan's battle stage and punched someone. Their head exploded as well. Then, the battle stage of the Qi clan, same thing, one punch, one explosion. How weak! Mu Feng returned to the mountains to practice cultivation. The Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle really were too weak for him. He could punch most of their people and kill them instantly. Mu Feng couldn't go to the other battle stages with the cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer because one of them had a cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer and there was a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer with 60 victories. Besides, if he defeated the cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer, he'd have more than 100 victories and wouldn't be able to continue killing people. Mu Feng closed his eyes and meditated. 2 more days passed and the first round was soon going to end soon. Of course, Some people who hadn't accepted open challenges had also dazzled. 9 people who seemed to be from Tianlong Divine Castle had surprised people with their seemingly real dragon bodies. The weakest one had the strength at the top of the Zunqi layer, the strongest one had broken through to the 8th Zunqi layer. Even though they were discreet, they still attracted people's attention, especially the Emperor's attention. Finally, all the battles were gradually finishing, soon putting the first round to an end. Qi Yunfei had broken through to the 3rd Zunqi layer and was an incredible warrior who could defeat people at the top of the 6th Zunqi layer. He already had 42 victories, so not many people could defeat him. Qi Yunfei is quite strong. He's even stronger than Tiansu and Tiansheng. If he had come back earlier, Tiansheng wouldn't have been considered for one of the 10 strongest young cultivators of Ba Huang, said Qi Qianxing, laughing. Qi Tiansu pulled a long face. He had 100 victories, he had qualified himself for the next round, but Qi Qianren and the others were still talking about him in a negative way. Boom! On Tianlong Divine Castle's battle stage, someone was assaulted and a corpse hit the ground. It's him, Yunfei, Qi Qianxing said, upset. He had disappeared for a while and now he was back. Yunfei was in danger. Qi Yunfei saw Mu Feng, but didn't run away. He stayed on the battle stage and released his own oppressive energies. A cultivator of the 2nd Zunqi layer couldn't defeat him. Yunfei, back! Get off the battle stage! Shouted Qi Qianxing. Qi Yunfei was surprised. He didn't understand why Qi Qianxing was telling him that. Rumbling sounds spread in the air and Qi Qianxing's face turned deathly pale. He didn't have any time to react as Mu Feng punched Qi Yunfei, killing him on the spot. Mu Feng raised his head and looked at Qi Qianxing with his demonic eyes. Mu Feng then pointed his finger at the members of the Qi clan. Die! Shouted Qi Qianxing furiously. Mu Feng had killed the geniuses of their clan and now he was provoking him. If it wasn't the meeting of the emperors, he would have killed him long ago. Besides, before killing Qi Yunfei, that demon cultivator had killed a member from Tianlong Divine Castle first. If he had done this the other way around, by killing Qi Yunfei first, he would have qualified for the next round instantly. Give me my victories, said Mu Feng to the referee. The referee nodded. Even though he was furious and wanted to kill Mu Feng, he had to remain neutral. But Mu Feng already had more than 100 victories, so he couldn't continue killing people. They would definitely try to kill him during the second round. Thank you, said Mu Feng. He left after killing Qi Yunfei. He hadn't managed to break through to the 3rd Zunqi layer, but he was still at the top of the 2nd Zunqi layer. Leveling up was a mysterious thing. Sometimes cultivators had to practice cultivation, sometimes they had to win fights, sometimes they had to experience potentially fatal situations. Breaking through to the next cultivation layer was something incredible and enigmatic, without rules. It seems like I'll have to wait until the second round, thought Lin Feng. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He was going to wait for the second round to begin. He wasn't impatient to know what the prize of the meeting of the emperors would be. He was still happy that he had qualified for the second round. He would know what the prize of the meeting of the emperors was sooner or later. No matter what mysteries there were behind the meeting of the emperors, Mu Feng's only goal was to become stronger and to work his way up to killing emperors. Emperor Qi and Emperor Tianlong had to die, and he wanted to kill them himself. Finally, on the 9th day, the last battle finally finished. At the top of Qi Tian Peak, Emperor Qi stood up and said, "The first round of the meeting of the emperors is over. Everybody gather around the valley." The crowd nodded and silhouettes flickered. People rose up in the air and went back to the top of their mountains. People were shocked to see all the bodies from above. So many people had died, and they were all strong cultivators. A single general's reputation is made from 10,000 bodies, thought Lin Feng, shivering. All those who have qualified, stand in the air above the valley so that I can see how many people there are, said Emperor Qi. Silhouettes flickered and those who were qualified appeared in the air. Mu Feng was among them. Amongst the crowd must be 40-50 people, which belonged to influential imperial groups. Including those who weren't hiding, and those who were at the top of the Zunqi layer, there must have been more than 1,600 people, thought the crowd. There are too many people. Divide into groups according to the group you belong to. Those who don't belong to any influential imperial group, don't move, said Emperor Qi. All those who were qualified and belonged to a body of influence jumped onto their initial battle stages. Those who had the most qualified people were Tiantai, who had also finished before everyone else. The Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle had the least people, with only about 30 people. Alright, now, those who don't belong to any influential imperial group, join an influential imperial group for the time being, said Emperor Qi. Many silhouettes flickered. As people landed on stages, the crowd was guessing that many of them secretly belonged to that group. Surprisingly, initially Tiantai had the most qualified people, but now they had even fewer people than the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle. Humph! Mu Feng groaned coldly and glanced at the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle. They had cheated more than anyone else. Luckily, he had killed many of their people. Some people really didn't belong to any groups of influence and they were still standing in the sky. Some of them were incredible geniuses though. Brother Mu Feng, the Devamara Palace welcomes you, said Xiaoyu to Mu Feng. The Devamara Palace had a demon emperor. They knew that such an incredible genius could quickly become an emperor. If he joined the Devamara Palace for the meeting, maybe he would stay with them after. Prince Mu Feng, wouldn't you be happy to be surrounded by beautiful girls? The Heavens of Desire's Palace would love to welcome you, said the beautiful girl from the Heavens of Desire's Palace. She was still trying to seduce Mu Feng. The incredibly beautiful Empress of the Heavens of Desire's Palace smiled at Mu Feng in a meaningful way. He glanced at Lei. Did the Empress know about him? Humph! Xiaoyu Xian groaned coldly. She had also qualified and was standing on Tiantai's battle stage. She had broken through to the third Zun Qi layer and was already quite strong. Mu Feng didn't know what to do. He glanced at Xiaoyu Xian and smiled wryly. She was jealous. The others saw that Xiaoyu Xian looked angry, but that made sense because he had tried to flirt with her too. What a perverted demon. The crowd was angry too. Mu Feng was a pervert, but he was strong. He considered everybody and everything beneath his notice, but girls still adored him. I like cold girls, said Mu Feng. Then, he smiled at Xiaoyu and the beautiful girls from the Heavens of Desire's Palace and said, Brother Xiao, girls, thank you for your invitation. Then he jumped onto Tiantai's battle stage. He's a pervert, but this time it won't be easy for him. Xiaoyu Xian was in love with Lin Feng and now she's become a merciless killer. He surely can't replace Lin Feng, thought the crowd. Being able to see you again is my honor, said Mu Feng, smiling at Xiaoyu Xian. Xiaoyu Xian bit her lips, holding herself back from hurting Mu Feng because he was acting even more insolent. Really happy to see you again, girls, said Mu Feng, smiling at Meng Qing and Xiaoyu Xian together. Meng Qing rolled her eyes, but remained silent. They also played along with Lin Feng's game, making everybody believe he was a perverted demon cultivator. Mu Chun smiled in a meaningful way and Emperor Yu nodded at Mu Feng. Everybody was speechless after Emperor Yu nodded at Mu Feng. Then, the different influential imperial groups recruited the remaining people. Apart from Mu Feng, there were many other geniuses. At the top of the Qi Tian Peak, Emperor Qi glanced at the crowd and said, Now, I'm going to tell you the rules of the second round. There are 22 battle stages and this time, we won't separate cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the others. This time, each of the 22 groups will choose one cultivator. Then those 22 cultivators will fight each other. People who are kicked out of the battle stage or who die will be eliminated. The fight will continue until 11 cultivators are left. Then, the battle must stop. Emperor Qi wasn't done talking though. Also, cultivators won't know who they will fight. Once the referee announces the beginning of a battle, each group must send a cultivator immediately, without wasting a second or hesitating. Otherwise, they'll have to choose one person to eliminate, continued Emperor Qi. Luck played a big role in that round. All the groups could only send one person at a time. Therefore, strength was the most important thing, strength and luck. Of course, some groups will have no more cultivators to send after a while. When that happens, they'll just watch. Those who still have cultivators will send them, and as before, battles will continue until half of them have been eliminated. And as before, it's forbidden to use holy weapons. What do the emperors think of these rules? Asked Emperor Qi. I agree, said the emperor from the Sikong clan immediately. Everybody knew that they were allied, so the crowd was wondering, during each round, if their cultivators would join hands. I agree as well, said Emperor Tianlong. The Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle were also allies. The one clan was worried, along with Tiantai concerning the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle. I agree. So do I. The beast emperors from the brutal part of Bahuang also agreed. I agree, said Emperor Peng. The other beasts had agreed because they wanted to fight against the cultivators from Bestial Imperial Palace. I agree as well, said the beautiful Empress from the Heavens of Desire's Palace. In group battles, they usually held the advantage. They could seduce many men at the same time, and besides, they had never offended anyone there. I agree as well, said the Empress from the fairyland of the 9 songs. Very quickly, all the emperors agreed. All right, since it's that way, everybody go back to your mountains and get ready to send people. Meanwhile, Emperor Nyoemo, please prepare the battle stages again, said Emperor Qi. Then, Emperor Nyoemo prepared the central battle stage while everybody went back to their respective groups. This time, he made a battle stage which was hundreds of meters wide. With that, it would be easier for 22 people to fight on it simultaneously. Mu Feng followed the others back to a mountain. He stayed next to Meng Qing and Xiu Xian the entire time. Many people who had participated or were qualified looked at him furiously. Many of them were strangers to Mu Feng. Actually, he didn't know that many people in Tiantai and many of them must have been recruited later. Teacher, won't the cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan join hands to fight against us? Last time they did and had almost completely annihilated us. Even worse, now we have a bastard who offended them, giving them a reason to join hands again and attack us, said a purple-eyed young man to Emperor Yu. It seems like I'm not welcome here, said Mu Feng, looking at the purple-eyed young man with his pitch-black eyes. That young man was talented, but he had only broken through to the first Zun Qi layer. Tiantai didn't invite you here. You're just a perverted piece of trash, said the purple-eyed young man. Then, surprisingly, he walked to Xiu Xian and Meng Qing and said, If you think you can sleep with Meng Qing and Yu Xian, you're insane. Mu Feng looked at him in a cold way. He wouldn't have thought that there'd be people who didn't like him inside Tiantai. In the past, he was Mu Feng, one of the emperor's direct disciples. Meng Qing was his wife and Yu Xian was his girlfriend. Of course, nobody dared cast greedy eyes on them then. But now that he was supposed to be dead, that purple-eyed young man was showing interest in them. If I'm a piece of trash, what are you? I can kill you by simply glancing at you or asking you to die, said Mu Feng. With that, the purple-eyed young man had a dejected face. You're only an insect, yet you dare cast such greedy eyes on these celestial beings? You're the weak piece of trash, said Mu Feng. Yu Xian, said that purple-eyed young man. Fuck off, shouted Xiu Xian coldly. The purple-eyed young man was furious and looked even more upset. I'm not your friend, so be respectful, shouted Xiu Xian. I'm so sorry, said the purple-eyed young man. He looked like a buffoon now. Mu Feng smiled coldly. At the beginning, he didn't think anything about that purple-eyed young man, but now he hated him. The second round is going to start. You can decide for yourselves what the order of the battles will be. Just tell Mu Chun when you want to fight. If someone says they want to fight, but are too late, then be ready to give up, said Emperor Yu indifferently. He didn't care about the tensions between Mu Feng and the purple-eyed young man. Understood, teacher. All right, teacher. Everybody nodded and told Mu Chun when they wanted to fight. I think many groups will send some of their stronger cultivators during the first battle. We can choose to give up or fight, but I think that none of you wants to give up. So we will fight, right? Who wants to fight first? Asked Mu Chun. I'll go, said Wuxia indifferently. We'll see how strong those people are. Unless there are incredible, I won't give up. All right, I'm not worried about you, replied Muchen, nodding. Wuxia would participate to the first battle, which seemed like a good idea because those who could compete with Wuxia were rare. We'll see what the first battle is like before we decide on participants for the other battles, said Muchen in a grave and solemn way. Everybody nodded back excitedly. Are you all ready? Asked Emperor Qi. The referee then said, when I say start, you have a second to come out and land on the stage. Otherwise, you'll be eliminated. Now, get ready, we'll start in 10 seconds, said the referee. 10 seconds then passed and he said, start. It was impossible to see who'd come out in that second, so nobody could anticipate. If you fall off the stage or die, you'll be eliminated. When I say stop, everybody must stop, otherwise you'll be eliminated, said the referee. All right, let the second round begin. Start, said the referee. He rose up in the air and looked down at the battle stage. Die! Shouted someone furiously. It was a member of the Qi clan who had a strength at the top of the 6th Zun Qi layer. Tianlong Divine Castle had sent a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer too. They both attacked Wuxia at the same time. Bastards! The Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle are joining hands to fight Tiantai right away, thought Tiantai's people. Dragons roared as terrifying energies surrounded Wuxia. At the same time, Wuxia released sword energies and sealed the space around them. Then he released desolate energies which enveloped their bodies. Wuxia's desolate abstruse energy is already level 7. The cultivator from the Qi clan is at the 6th Zun Qi layer and has level 7 abstruse energy. The cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle seems oppressed though. That's a difficult battle, but Wuxia maybe has some trump cards, thought Lin Feng. He imagined what he would do in such a situation. What if Tianlong Divine Castle, the Qi clan, the Church of Desire and the Sikong clan joined hands to fight against him? For him, the rules of the second round weren't very beneficial. What if he had to face cultivators of the 8th and 9th Zun Qi layers? It would be a nightmare, but luckily there weren't so many cultivators of the 9th Zun Qi layer. Roar! Dragons roared and red lights surrounded Wuxia. The cultivator from the Qi clan was using empty space abstruse energy to wrap Wuxia up. He kept shaking his hands while performing hand seals. Brother Wuxia, thought some people from Tiantai. Slash! Dazzling lights fell down as a sword with millions of changing forms appeared. Metallic ringing sounded as the sword moved towards the strong cultivator from the Qi clan. Decay! Shouted Wuxia furiously. Decay energy surrounded that cultivator and he began to move slower. He wanted to use his empty space agility technique to run away, but Wuxia caught up with him and yelled, slow! Both the strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan moved slower. Speed abstruse energies. Mu Feng was amazed by how excellent a fighter Wuxia was. At that moment, other people were fighting on the battle stage, but nobody else was joining hands because they were scared that someone could attack them by surprise. Brother, Wuxia won't last very long, said someone to Muchen. Then, 2 weaker cultivators were killed on the battle stage. Things can change in a second. We can't predict the future, said Muchen indifferently. He couldn't say anything to stop Wuxia. Besides, if it was just those two, Wuxia wouldn't have too hard a time. Bzzz. At that moment, the strong cultivator from the Sikong clan used his celestial vision on Wuxia, slowing him down as well. Haha, you're doomed, shouted the strong cultivator from the Qi clan furiously. However, at that moment another metallic ringing sounded, and then blood splashed. You? Said that cultivator, fixedly staring at Wen Ao Shui as hell fell over and died. Bzzz. When Ao Shui's silhouette flickered as he threw himself at the cultivator from the Sikong clan. Even though that sword wasn't a holy weapon, it was powerful. Humph! When Ao Shui threw himself at the cultivator from the Sikong clan while Wuxia threw himself at the cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle. When Ao Shui has become so strong, no wonder he's close to Wen Tiangu and that they went to the shrine together. He can probably defeat cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer, thought Lin Feng. Wuxia will definitely qualify for the next round. thought Lin Feng. As expected, the battle ended and Wuxia was qualified, but the strong cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle was also qualified. Wuxia hadn't managed to kill him. However, when Ao Shui had managed to kill the strong cultivator from the Sikong clan. Second battle, who wants to fight? Asked Mu Chun, while nodding at Wuxia, who was coming back. The crowd remained silent. They didn't know who was going to come out. If Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan joined hands to fight against them, when Ao Shui wouldn't be there for them next time. I'm going, said a cultivator at the top of the 4th Zun Qi layer who had been recruited during the first part of the recruitment process. All right, be careful, said Mu Chun, nodding at him. Very quickly, the referee started the second battle, and a few seconds later, 22 people appeared on stage. Oh no, thought Mu Chun. The Qi clan had sent another cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer. His Qi was monstrously powerful. This was dangerous for Tiantai. Don't fight! Give up! Shouted a loud voice coming from the group of people from Tiantai. Die! Shouted the cultivators from the Qi clan. The cultivator from Tiantai, however, listened to Mu Chun and decided to jump off the stage. Boom! The cultivator from Tiantai hurried, but then an explosion sounded. Empty space was blocking his way now. Break! Shouted the cultivator from Tiantai. The eyes of the cultivator from the Qi clan were bloodshot. He suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbing the cultivator from Tiantai and raising him in the air. How strong! That cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer really wants to kill our cultivator, thought some people from Tiantai. They watched as the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer slowly raised their fellow cultivator in the air. Lacerate! Shouted the cultivator. The cultivator from Tiantai gave a horrible shriek, and the empty space energy tore him to shreds. Die! The cultivator gave horrible shrieks as he dying tragically. I'll do the next one, said Ho Qinglin. He was upset with himself. He should have done the second battle. From now on, kill people from the Qi clan first, said Mu Chun calmly. He was furious though, and he said that loud enough so that the cultivators from the Qi clan could hear him. The cultivator from the Qi clan on the stage heard him and further lacerated the remaining body parts from the Tiantai cultivator. Mu Feng was both furious and fearful. What if Meng Qing or Yu Xian ended up like that? I will have no choice but to protect her, thought Lin Feng. If he saw that Yu Xian was in danger, he couldn't possibly let her die. Especially if the strong cultivators from the Qi clan used empty space abstruse energies to prevent her from jumping the stage. Mu Feng glanced at the crowd and said, Brother Xiaoyu, when are you going to fight? Why do you ask, Brother Mu Feng? Replied Xiaoyu. He was skeptical as to why Mu Feng asking. On the 5th battle, my beautiful girl is going to fight. I can't go, so I hope you can go along and protect her, replied Mu Feng. The crowd was surprised about this helpless pervert. He was still thinking about beautiful women during these life and death bouts? And since when was that girl his? All right, I will send a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from our Devamara palace to protect her, replied Xiaoyu. The crowd was again surprised. Wasn't that cheating? But Emperor Qi didn't say anything against doing that. Not to mention the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle kept joining hands to kill other people. Therefore, Mu Feng and Xiaoyu couldn't be cheating. Bastard! You're telling Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan to kill Qiu Yu Xian, said the purple-eyed young man in a cold way. Shut the hell up, said Mu Feng, suddenly turning around. The purple-eyed young man looked at Emperor Yu and Mu Chun, hoping that they would help, but nobody paid any attention to him. If you open your dirty mouth again, I'll destroy you, said Mu Feng aggressively. The purple-eyed young man's heart started racing. Mu Feng was in the middle of a group of people from Tiantai, but he still dared threaten him. Brother, said the purple-eyed young man looking at Mu Chun. Enough, said Mu Chun in calm and serene way. Mu Feng coldly glanced at him and said to Qiu Yu Xian, My beautiful woman, you'll be participating in the 5th round. The purple-eyed young man was astonished because Qiu Yu Xian surprisingly nodded, as if she agreed. He didn't understand why though. Qiu Yu Xian should hate the perverted demon cultivator. On the third battle, Ho Qinglin didn't fight. Instead, Mo Qingtian participated. As Mu Chan and Ho Qinglin had expected, the cultivators from the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle were quite weak. Mo Qingtian killed the member from the Qi clan, but they didn't seem to care much. Mo Qingtian went on to qualify for the next round. On the fourth battle, Tiantai sent a cultivator called Wu Yong, but he wasn't useless like his name implied. He had broken through to the 5th Zun Qi layer and was one of the Emperor's direct disciples. Just like Mo Qingtian, he killed the fighters from the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle. Wu Yong was qualified for the next round. Most of the time Tiantai, the Qi clan, Tianlong Divine Castle, the Xikong clan and the Wen clan fought on one side, while powerful groups from the bestial part of Bahuang were fighting on another, and the rest of the groups fought away from those two groups. The fourth battle ended and the fifth began. Qiu Yu Xian went on the stage, but not many people from Tiantai understood why. Tianlong Divine Castle, the Qi clan, the Xikong clan, and the Church of Desire all hated Mu Feng. He had asked someone to protect Qiu Yu Xian, so those people would probably send their most outstanding cultivators to kill her out of spite. "Come out!" shouted the referee loudly. Qiu Yu Xian immediately flew to the stage. "Yu Xian, stay next to the cultivator from the Celestial Palace of the Immortals," said Mu Feng to Qiu Yu Xian using telepathy. "All right," said Qiu Yu Xian nodding. When she landed on the stage, she quickly hid behind the strong cultivator from the Celestial Palace of the Immortals. The strong cultivator from the Devamara Palace noticed that, so he also went next to him. The strong cultivators from the Qi clan, Tianlong Divine Castle, the Xikong clan and the Church of Desire released terrifying energies in their direction. Incredibly enough, all the cultivators sent by those groups were cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. "Die!" shouted the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan, releasing empty space abstruse energy. In the blink of an eye, he appeared not far from Qiu Yu Xian. Barring the fact that Mu Feng wanted to protect her, they still wanted to kill her because she was also Lin Feng's girlfriend in the past. After Lin Feng had died, she had killed countless people from the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle. "Piss off!" A monstrously strong cultivator appeared in front of Qiu Yu Xian. It was a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer. He punched the air in the direction of the cultivator from the Qi clan. The energies inside that punch turned into a terrifying ocean and destroyed the empty space energy. The Celestial Palace of the Immortals. The crowd was surprised that the cultivator from the Celestial Palace of the Immortals was even stronger than the cultivator from the Devamara Palace. He had broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer and was the strongest cultivator in that battle. According to some rumors, Jun Mo Shi from the Celestial Palace of the Immortals and Lin Feng were very good friends. Seeing how Qiu Yu Xian used to be Lin Feng's girlfriend, it's not surprising that Jun Mo Shi sent some people to protect her, thought some people. How could they know that Mu Feng had talked to Xiaoyu so that Jun Mo Shi could hear him? "Piss off!" shouted the strong cultivator from the Celestial Palace of the Immortals, releasing terrifying qi ahead. The 4 cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer looked upset. Qiu Yu Xian wasn't weak, and now 2 cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer were protecting her. Even a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer would find it difficult. "A bunch of trash. I'll kill those who want to kill my woman. If you want to kill me, I'll be on the battle stage during the next round," said Mu Feng loudly. "Did he want to die? We'll definitely kill him. Even if he's strong and can defeat cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer, we will just dispatch a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer," said the members of the Qi clan and the others. While they were thinking, the battle was becoming intense. Soon, only 11 people were left and Qiu Yu Xian was one of them. Many people were staring at Mu Feng angrily after Qiu Yu Xian flew back to Tiantai's group. Luckily, the Celestial Palace of the Immortals were involved. Otherwise, she would have died. After the battle finished, the 6th one started. The members of the Qi clan, Tianlong Divine Castle and so on all wanted to kill Mu Feng. "Come out!" shouted the referee. In a flash, silhouettes flickered. All the cultivators sent by the Qi clan, the Xikong clan and Tianlong were cultivators of the 8th Zun Qi layer, while the Church of Desire sent a cultivator of the 7th Zun Qi layer. But Tiantai didn't send Mu Feng. They sent Ho Qinglin instead. The cultivators of the Qi clan, Tianlong Divine Castle, and so on were speechless. "You guys are jokes," said Mu Feng mockingly. Then Ho Qinglin released sword reincarnation energies. Many people from Tiantai were just as surprised. Why did their fellow disciple attack? Why wasn't it that demon cultivator? That demon cultivator had probably talked to their fellow disciple using telepathy. The battle was terrifying as the cultivators from the 8th Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle were fighting against Ho Qinglin. The cultivator from the Sikong clan was killed by a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the One clan. The One clan had also sent a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer, which made that battle the most terrifying so far. Ho Qinglin is terrifying. He has broken through to the 7th Zun Qi layer, but can oppress those two cultivators of the 8th Zun Qi layer by himself. The cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer from Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan won't even get qualified, thought the members of Tiantai. The members of the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle were furious. They didn't have that many strong cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. When that battle finished, the cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan was dead. Ho Qinglin had killed him, and while he was killing him, the strong cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle had managed to punch Ho Qinglin, making him bleed. After that, he immediately kicked the strong cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle out of the battle stage, also eliminating him. Once Ho Qinglin came back, Mu Chun didn't look relaxed. When he said, "The Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle will probably send terrifyingly strong cultivators to get their revenge in the next round. Who will go?" "I'll go," said Tianqi calmly. Mu Chun nodded. "If you go, I won't be worried." Just like Mu Chun had expected, the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle sent cultivators of the 7th Zun Qi layer to join hands and attack Tianqi. Even though Tianqi couldn't defeat them, he wasn't eliminated. Tianqi and the other two were all qualified. Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan are attacking Tiantai relentlessly. We need to find a solution. If you know you can't win, you must give up. You need to remain alive, said Mu Chun very nervously. Everybody from Tiantai nodded back to him. Mu Chun sighed. He didn't want people to die. Tiantai didn't have that many powerful cultivators and too many people wanted to kill them. Tianlong Divine Castle, the Qi clan, and the Sikong clan. For the following battles, the Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle sent cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer, then more cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer, and finally a cultivator at the 6th Zun Qi layer, then some more cultivators at the 5th or 6th Zun Qi layer. Then back to a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer. Tiantai managed to deal with them for the first 3 battles, but some of Tiantai's people were killed by the strong cultivators of the Qi clan or Tianlong Divine Castle in the remaining fights. After we solve the situation and get Meng Qing through, I'll go myself and kill an important cultivator from the Qi clan, said Mu Feng. Then, he looked at the crowd from the celestial palace of the Immortals and released some demonic intent. Junemo, she noticed Mu Feng and nodded. He understood what Mu Feng meant after considering the situation. Qiu Xian had been protected, but Meng Qing still had to go. Meng Qing, you'll go next, said Mu Feng to Meng Qing and Mu Chun using telepathy. However, when Meng Qing landed on the stage, Tiantai's people were dumbstruck. 9th Zun Qi layer, how do they still have cultivators of the 9th Zun Qi layer? And how come Tianlong Divine Castle still has a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer? Tiantai's people were terrified for Meng Qing. Behind those 2 cultivators, a cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer had tried to come out from the Qi clan, but the 2 others had been faster. When they saw Meng Qing, they hurried and changed fighters. Tiantai's people understood. However, why did they send such strong cultivators to kill Meng Qing? Even for the demon cultivator, they probably wouldn't have sent such strong people. The Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle had paid special attention to Meng Qing. Xueling Long. Mu Chun understood. The Qi clan and Tianlong Divine Castle knew that if Xueling Long didn't die, that legendary animal would become terrifyingly strong and would probably kill them. Meng Qing, go and hide behind the cultivator from the celestial palace of the Immortals. If it gets too dangerous, get off the stage, said Mu Feng to Meng Qing using telepathy. He didn't need to say that though, because the cultivator of the Celestial Palace of the Immortals took the initiative to run front of Meng Qing. He was also a cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer, the only one from the Celestial Palace of the Immortals who was less than 200 years old. Junimo Shi is taking care of Lin Feng's women, thought the crowd. Start! Shouted the referee. The cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Qi clan suddenly threw himself at Meng Qing. At the same time, snowflakes appeared and Meng Qing disappeared from sight. Boom, boom! The attack bombarded the battle stage, making it shake violently. Then, the cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from the Celestial Palace of the Immortals jumped forwards and threw himself at the cultivator of the 9th Zun Qi layer of the Qi clan. However, he didn't want to fight against him and used his empty space agility technique to run away. Jump off the stage! Shouted Mu Feng furiously. The strong cultivator from the Celestial Palace of the Immortals couldn't follow the cultivator of the Qi clan because the latter had the empty space agility technique. He couldn't protect Meng Qing, so she had to get down, otherwise she'd get killed. So close yet so far. Meng Qing disappeared again in her empty space and flew down. The cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer of the Qi clan immediately crashed onto her empty space. Die, die, die! Shouted that cultivator. He then sealed the space around them with empty space energies. Boom! Mu Feng turned deathly pale after seeing that. He was terrified and people around him weren't feeling any more comfortable after sensing his death qi. How scary! Thought the crowd around Mu Feng. His qi was actually corroding their bodies. At that moment, Meng Qing was surrounded by dazzling, holy, celestial lights. It was an extremely thick energy. 5 snow petals appeared which attempted to cut through the closed space. Slash! Slash! The snow petals pierced through the empty space but then broke. Meng Qing started moving down again. But the empty space was very powerful and contained its own destructive energies. Meng Qing landed on the ground, but the destructive energies continued to surround her. Even if she left the battle stage, they were going to kill her. Bzzz, bzzz. Terrifying energies condensed again as Meng Qing recalled her holy celestial qi and her silhouette flickered. She began running in the direction of Tiantai's people. Humph! Emperor Qi disappeared from where he was, suddenly appearing above Meng Qing. At the same time, Emperor Yu also appeared in front of him. Emperor Qi, don't forget that you're the organizer of this event, said Emperor Yu indifferently. A terrifying strength then surrounded Meng Qing, preventing anyone from the Qi clan from attacking her. Luckily, Emperor Yu got involved, otherwise Meng Qing would have died. Thought the crowd. Teacher, whispered Mu Feng. He was extremely touched and moved. He suddenly looked nicer. Even his demonic qi faded some. But it wasn't over yet. Emperor Qi still wanted to attack Meng Qi. You violated the rules, she should have died, said Emperor Qi. She was on the ground and was eliminated. You're well aware of that. How did we violate the rules? Asked Emperor Yu calmly. You violated the rules, that's all there is to it. Emperor Yu, it seems like you want to be the one managing the meeting of the emperors, said Emperor Tianlong. All right, back then you two. You both had chased Lin Feng, my dear disciple, and now you want to kill his wife, shouted Emperor Yu furiously. Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Qi remained silent while they gradually released a terrifying qi. Emperor Qi, Emperor Tianlong, you're going too far. Emperor, you didn't violate the rules. That girl was on the ground and had been eliminated. Only after did he protect her, said a gentle voice. A beautiful girl appeared next to Emperor Yu. It was the Empress of the Heavens of Desire's palace. Mu Feng saw her. Then he looked at Yiren Lei in the distance. He didn't know that Empress, so Yiren Lei had probably told her something. The 4 emperors were facing each other, and Mu Feng was furious in the background. Unfortunately, he couldn't get involved because he was too weak. Once an emperor gets involved, it's a violation of the rules in itself, said Emperor Sikong, joining in. How ridiculous! Even if emperors getting involved was a violation of the rules, then what are you doing now? Asked Emperor 1, landing next to Emperor Yu and the Empress. Emperor Qi, Emperor Tianlong, and Emperor Sikong, How dare you talk about rules when your disciples have been joining hands the entire time to fight against other people? Emperor Qi is a joke of an organizer, said Emperor Wen mockingly. And now 3 emperors are joining hands to kill a young girl. How shameless. So what if I kill her? Said Emperor Qi. If you try to kill her or try to destroy Tiantai, I guarantee that the Qi clan will be annihilated in the process, said Emperor Yu. People were panicking now that the situation was getting out of hand. Emperor Qi was staring at Emperor Yu. They were all low-leveled emperors. Back when Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi had become emperors, they hid themselves away to practice cultivation and rarely came out. Now their cultivation was extremely stable. Even before that, they had fought against Emperor Tianlong and he didn't have the advantage then. Are you threatening the Qi clan? Said Emperor Qi. If Emperor Yu went insane and destroyed the Qi clan, Emperor Qi could still destroy Tiantai. You are threatening us, said Emperor Yu indifferently. Tiantai, good, good. Emperor Qi slowly turned around and walked away. Humph! Emperor Xikong and Emperor Tianlong also went back. They hadn't touched Meng Qing, so Mu Feng was suddenly relieved. He still felt worried though. All the emperors here are low-level emperors, but the Qi clan and the other old and powerful clans might have medium-level emperors, said Mu Chan to Mu Feng using telepathy. Emperor Shi never shows up, so is he trying to become a medium-level emperor? Thought Lin Feng. In Ba Huang province, most emperors were only low-level emperors. But those medium-level emperors never show up and few people knew about their existence. Only the emperor from the celestial palace of the Immortals could resist them, and maybe Emperor Pang the Great Oriental Greenfinch Rock. The emperor from the celestial palace of the Immortals is a medium-level emperor, and Emperor Pang might be able to rely on his natural abilities to fight a medium-level emperor, explained Mu Chan. At that moment, Emperor Yu took Meng Qing back. Mu Feng wanted to go and hug Meng Qing, but he held himself back after remembering that he wasn't Lin Feng right now. Meng Qing just smiled at him and said using telepathy, Lin Feng, I'm alright. I'll kill all the people from the Qi clan, Tianlong Divine Castle and the Xikong clan, whispered Mu Feng. Then he raised his head and looked at the others while saying, after the referee calls people, there's still 1 second. So don't go to the stage immediately, wait for that 1 second first. Mu Chan then turned around and said, he's right. Use the allocated time. All right. Everybody nodded. Meng Qing had almost died because she acted too fast. All right, who goes next? Asked Mu Chen. Don't think about it too much. You'll become an emperor too, said Meng Qing using telepathy. She discreetly caressed Mu Feng's hand and Mu Feng nodded. He knew he would because he had to. On that day, he'd annihilate the Qi clan, Tianlong Divine Castle, and the Xikong clan. The One Clan and the Heavens of Desire's Palace had helped him, so in the future, he'd befriend them, and the Devamara Palace too. During the next battles, Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan continued attacking people from Tiantai, while the Xikong clan attacked those from the One Clan. But Tianlong Divine Castle and the Qi clan couldn't continue oppressing Tiantai for they didn't have an unlimited number of cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. Mu Feng looked at the Qi clan in a cold way and said, I don't know how many geniuses there are from the Qi clan, but I know about Qi Tiansu, Qi Jiao Jiao and Qi Tiansheng. I'm going this time, said a strong cultivator to Mu Chan. Mu Chen nodded. Once the referee called the cultivators, silhouettes flickered. But on Tiantai's side, someone passed in front of the cultivator who had asked to go. Mu Feng. People from Tiantai were surprised. Oh no! The Qi clan was upset once they saw that demon cultivator landing on the battle stage. Qi Tiansu had already waited half a second to go, but Mu Feng had right after him. Leave the battle stage once the battle starts, shouted Qi Qianxing to Qi Tiansu. Qi Tiansu looked upset. He was one of the 10 strongest young cultivators during the previous era, and now Qi Qianxing wanted him to run away from a kid from the new generation? No! Qi Tiansu looked at Mu Feng's demonic intent, worriedly. Start, said the referee. Mu Feng looked at the strong cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle. He was only a cultivator of the 5th Zun Qi layer. Death curse, die, shouted Mu Feng. That cultivator was instantly cursed and death energies were quickly consuming his life. Die, 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 shouted Mufeng. He made immortal abstruse energy fuse together with his death curse attack, and at the same time he threw himself at Qi Tiansu. Slash! Bong! The cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle instantly collapsed on the battle stage. He didn't even have time to take a step after the start of the battle. No! Shouted Qi Tiansu furiously while jumping away. Qi Tiansu! Shouted Mufeng. Qi Tiansu turned around and looked at Mufeng. His eyes were pitch black and they contained demonic intent which penetrated into his brain. Death curse, said Mufeng. No! Shouted Qi Tiansu, still wanting to escape. Empty space bestial illusion technique. The space became distorted as Qi Tiansu ended up in another space. Mufeng was a giant in that empty space and his a hand oppressing Qi Tiansu. In the past, Lin Feng could use the empty space bestial illusion technique with empty space strength. Now he knew empty space abstruse energy, so his knowledge of the technique was more advanced. Qi Tiansu couldn't escape no matter how far he ran in that empty space. When he thought he had finally broken through the empty space, it was already too late. How come that attack is similar to Meng Qing's? Thought some people. Is Qi Tiansu too weak or is Mufeng too strong? Thought the crowd. Qi Tiansu was one of the 3 heroes of the Qi clan. Lin Feng had killed Qi Tianshang and Qi Jiaojiao had been captured by Lin Feng. Now Qi Tiansu was going to die. The 3 heroes of the Qi clan were gradually being removed from the picture. Mufeng grabbed Qi Tiansu's body and raised him up in the air. He took a step forwards and looked at the people from the Qi clan at the top of Qi Tian Peak. Lacerate! Shouted Mufeng furiously. Empty space energies immediately cut off one of Qi Tiansu's arms, and he gave a horrible shriek in return. Lacerate! Shouted Mufeng again. He cut off Qi Tiansu's other arm. Blood was now dripping on both sides of his body. You want to die! Shouted a voice from the top of the Qi Tian Peak. But it was the meeting of the emperors, so they couldn't save their people. Emperor, you had saved Meng Qing only because she had already landed on the ground. Qi Tiansu hadn't managed to leave the battle stage. You actually touched the girl I'm interested in, so I'm warning you now. The Qi clan better not participate in the next battle, or I'll kill them, said Mufeng, releasing demonic qi. Lacerate. Ah! Kill me! Shouted Qi Tiansu. His clothes were already soaked with blood, and he had wounds covering his body. Death qi was seeping through those wounds, furthering the pain. If you want to die so badly, I can only help you, said Mufeng mercilessly. Slash, slash. It was as if a million blades slowly cut Qi Tiansu's body apart. Then, Mufeng dropped Qi Tiansu's body on the ground and put his foot on him. Mufeng kicked him with all his strength and his body streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of blood in the air before he landed at the top of Qi Tian Peak. He's insane. That Mufeng is completely crazy, thought the crowd. Even the emperors were surprised. If Mufeng continued to become stronger, he'd threaten even them. It's better not to offend him, thought some emperors who had never had any problems with him. Such a strong cultivator would be guaranteed to become an emperor. If they befriended him, they could only benefit. Qi Qianxing and the others looked at Mufeng with murder in their eyes. You'll die in even worse circumstances than Qi Tiansu, shouted Qi Qianxing back at Mufeng. I can't wait to fight the cultivators from the Qi clan. I'll kill all of them, said Mufeng, smiling ferociously. Then, he went back to the center of the battle stage. He had killed the cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle in the blink of an eye and then Qi Tiansu. But the battle wasn't over yet. The cultivator of the One clan and the cultivator of the Sikong clan were fighting. So Mufeng went towards them. The cultivators of the One clan and the Sikong clan had both reached the top of the 5th Zun Qi layer, so they were evenly matched. So, Sikong clan's cultivator was petrified to see Mufeng heading towards him. Where are you going? Said Mufeng, punching the air in that cultivator's direction. His punch contained empty space abstruse energies. Piss off! Shouted the cultivator from the Sikong clan, punching the air as well. However, Mu Feng jumped towards him and punched again. This time he condensed immortal abstruse energies in his punche. Boom! A hole appeared in that cultivator's chest. The Sikong clan won't let you off, said that person. His face was severely bleeding. One more enemy isn't a problem, said Mu Feng. Then he punched that cultivator's head again and made it explode. Mu Feng looked at the strong cultivators of the Sikong clan and said, "That's for supporting Emperor Qi." Mu Feng was referring to the fact that Emperor Sikong had supported Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Qi against Meng Qing. Mu Feng then looked at the emperor from the One clan and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. for helping. Since the Sikong clan and the Qi clan keep joining hands to fight against your clan, you should join hands with Tiantai to fight them. What do you think, Emperor Yu?" asked Emperor Wen smiling. "If you agree, then I agree," said Emperor Yu smiling. Even though the Qi clan and the Sikong clan surely have more than one emperor, it doesn't matter because in Tiantai has two emperors. Besides, Tianlong Divine Castle is a shitty group and their emperor is a piece of trash. Emperor Shi will soon surpass him in a few dozen years, and then Tiantai will have even more emperors, said Emperor Yu confidently. Everybody was amazed, especially the other emperors. Emperor Yu was so confident, but was it because Emperor Shi was going to break through the next cultivation layer? If he became a medium-level cultivation emperor, Tiantai would immediately rise. Haha! Alright, I can't wait to see Tiantai rise. The One clan and Tiantai are officially allies, said Emperor Wen laughing happily. Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Qi looked furious, especially Emperor Tianlong and his people because Emperor Yu had humiliated them. At that moment, Mu Feng turned around and looked at the emperor from the Devamara Palace. "If you agree to join our alliance, I'll soon become a demon king and I'll always remember what you did for me," said Mu Feng. The emperor was surprised too. He looked at Mu Feng and didn't reply immediately. If Mu Feng became a terrifying demon king, they would be happy to have them as an ally. But at that moment, he wasn't one. "Will you allow us to borrow your ancient scriptures?" asked Emperor Devamura, after remaining silent for a few seconds. "When I become an emperor, I won't disappoint you. You can have my scriptures and skills," said Mu Feng calmly. Someday, if he became an emperor, he wouldn't mind giving some of his scriptures to the Devamara Palace, of course. "Alright, then I agree. The One clan and Tiantai are my new allies," said Emperor Devamara smiling. The One clan, the Devamara Palace and Tiantai are all influential imperial groups. Together they can definitely put pressure on the Qi clan, the Sikong clan and Tianlong Divine Castle's alliance, thought some people. The Qi clan, the Sikong clan, Tianlong Divine Castle and the others weren't happy. They were even more furious that the Devamara Palace had joined their alliance as well. If Mu Feng hadn't done that, the others would have continuously tried to put pressure on Tiantai and eventually destroyed them. But now it was much more difficult. Mu Feng glanced at the other groups. The Emperor of the Celestial Palace of the Immortals was at the end of his life and Junimo she was in a difficult situation. He couldn't decide alone to make the Celestial Palace of the Immortals join an alliance. And if he did, he would be in danger. Concerning the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit, Yuan Fei was there, but still, the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit and the other groups of the bestial part of Bahuang were in a kind of alliance already against the bestial Imperial Palace Emperor Peng's group. The Heavens of Desire's palace had helped him, but he couldn't ask them anything because he didn't know the Empress. He could give demon scriptures to the Devamara Palace, but he couldn't offer anything to the Heavens of Desire's palace. Of course, Mu Feng had promised scriptures to the Devamara Palace, but first he had to become an emperor. This implied that the Devamara Palace had to be loyal and couldn't betray the alliance for a while. And Mu Feng died, he wouldn't be able to give them anything. "Brother, do you have anything to say?" asked Emperor Qi to the emperor from the Church of Desire. The emperor of the Church of Desire looked at him and said, "I prefer not to get involved. The situation was already chaotic. The Devamara Palace would probably get scriptures, but the Church of Desire had nothing to ask for because they didn't need anything. Getting involved for them was pointless. He was going to ask his people not to attack Mu Feng at the very least. Besides, he didn't want to infuriate Tiantai because they didn't have just one emperor, they had two. Emperor Shi was going to rise, and amongst Tiantai's current disciples, some of them were soon going to become cultivation emperors as well. Emperor Qi smiled and nodded. He wasn't happy though. At the same time, the battle finished on the battle stage. Mu Feng had killed the members from Tianlong Divine Castle, the Qi clan and the Xikong clan. After Mu Feng went back to his group, many people looked at him in a strange way. They had no choice but to admit that Mu Feng had done something great for Tiantai. They were less angry about the fact that Mu Feng had flirted with Qiu Xian and Meng Qing now. Only the purple-eyed young man still looked angry. After that, the One Clan and the Devamara Palace didn't disappoint Mu Feng. They joined hands on the battle stage and fought against the fighters from the Qi clan and so on. They always sent a strong cultivator. Even if a strong cultivator from the other side attacked, they could focus on the two other groups. When the opponents were too strong, they always joined hands to protect each other. When they lost, at least they remained alive. When they were in danger, sometimes they even broke through to the next cultivation layer. Time passed and the battles slowly started coming to an end for Tiantai. The people they sent in the end were not too strong. During these final rounds, Tianlong Divine Castle sent an incredible cultivator who could transform fully into a dragon. Tianlong Divine Castle has 9 people who have Emperor Tianlong's personal skill, and those 9 people were all qualified. Besides, their cultivation level is very high. "Did you notice?" said Mu Chun after Tiantai's last battle finished. The others continued fighting as they still had fighters. "The weakest of those 9 people has the strength at the top of the 4th Zun Qi layer, and the strongest one has broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer," said Wuxia, nodding. He had noticed that too. Those people were very discreet. During the first round, they had been hiding in the crowd. Only one had shown up on the battle stage, on Tiantai's battle stage, to fight against Meng Qing. Mu Feng had also noticed. That cultivator had attacked Meng Qing. Mu Feng couldn't have missed him. Those people must be Emperor Tianlong's very core disciples. If you encounter them in the next round, surrender. Don't fight unless you know you can defeat them, and if you can defeat them, kill them, said Mu Chen calmly, yet slightly cold too. There's also Qi Qianren, who has reached the top of the 6th Zun Qi layer. He's Qi Qianxing's younger brother. He's also Emperor Qi's youngest son, so he's bound to be strong. You have to be careful, said Mu Chen. Emperor Qi's son. Mu Feng really wanted to kill him, hoping that Emperor Qi would go insane if Mu Feng did that. But Qi Qianren had the strength of the top of the 6th Zun Qi layer, and he had been to the shrine. Adding on that, he was also Emperor Qi's real son. So his blood strength and spirit had to be powerful. Qi Tiansu was nothing compared to him. If we kill Qi Qianren, won't Emperor Qi go insane and try to kill us? Asked someone. He won't. Emperor, you saved Meng Qing because it was allowed, but rules must be respected. Even if you kill Emperor Qi's son, he won't dare do anything. Otherwise, the others would do the same and the situation would be chaotic, replied Mu Chun. But you have to remember that strength is the most important thing. If someday you become emperors, you will have very few enemies. The main goal of the meeting of the emperors is cultivation, said Mu Chun. Everybody nodded. The Qi clan was arrogant, but what would happen if someday a medium-level emperor appeared in Tiantai? And a 3rd emperor? And a 4th? Then the Qi clan would be doomed. The crowd then looked at the battle stage. There were 16 people starting the next fight, meaning that 6 groups had already run out of people to send. The other groups didn't have many more people either, so soon, the second round would be over. Tiantai's people glanced around. There were maybe 1,000 people left. Half of them had been eliminated already. Some people who are considered the 10 strongest young cultivators are here too, said Mu Chun. Kong Ming can already defeat cultivators of the top of the Zun Qi layer. He's very smart though, and he always hides his strength. The great Oriental Greenfinch Rock, when Tiango, Xikong Xiao and Fu Hei aren't bad either. But I don't know how many people can fight against them, said Mu Chun. There had never been fixed rules at the meeting of the emperors. As long as the emperors agreed, the rules could be determined at the start of every round. The second round ended and Emperor Qi looked at the remaining people. There were about 700-800 people left. The second round had been a bloodbath and the Qi clan, the Sikong clan, Tianlong Divine Castle, Tiantai. The One Clan and the Devamara Palace had fought like madmen. Since all the disciples are brave and strong, and since they don't seem to be enjoying themselves that much, we could stimulate them a bit more. What do you all think? Asked Emperor Qi, looking at everybody in a sharp way. Just say the rules without being enigmatic, said Emperor One in a cold way. Emperor One and Emperor Yu hated Emperor Qi more than anyone else. After they came back from Shuiyu, Emperor Qi and Emperor Sikong had joined hands to fight against Emperor One. Fighters can be selected, said Emperor Qi, glancing at the crowd. Now that we have very few low-level Zun cultivators left, those who are remaining are extremely strong, such as Mu Feng. There's no difference between him and a medium-level Zun cultivator. I'm suggesting we can sort them. What do you think? Humph. Mu Feng smiled coldly. Emperor Qi was using him as an example. Indeed, there was no difference between him and a medium-level Zun cultivator. Besides, their cultivation level didn't matter that much. Their fighting abilities were more important. The emperors remained silent. They didn't understand the rules clearly actually. What did he mean fighters could be selected? But high-level Zun Qi layer are different. Cultivators of the top of the Zun Qi layer, such as cultivators of the 8th or 9th Zun Qi layer, are different, so we can put them in their own group. Then we can do the same as we had during the first round. Cultivators can divide into two groups, low-level and medium-level cultivators on one side, and cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer on the other. What do you think? Asked Emperor Qi. The emperors agreed with that, of course. They all wanted to protect their low-level and medium-level cultivators, saving them from fighting against cultivators of the top of the Zun Qi layer. Even Emperor Qi didn't want that necessarily. And then, what I meant by selected is a battle consisting of two cultivators. Cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer can only select other cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer, while the others can do as they wish. If someone chooses you, you must fight. If you are chosen, you must go to the stage. If you want to surrender, you must go to the stage and then go back onto the ground. Dying or going back to the ground means you are eliminated. Everybody has one chance to choose someone else. That way someone will get eliminated during each battle, and we can do that until the end, said Emperor Qi. The rules were strict and quite scary if thought about it. I have the feeling he made those rules because he wants Mu Feng to die, thought some people. Mu Feng had infuriated Emperor Qi during the second round. Emperor Qi was already nice when he said that cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer couldn't fight against low-level or medium-level cultivators. But he was also afraid that Ho Qing Lin could choose Qi Qian Ren. And the Qi clan, Tianlong Divine Castle, and the Sikong clan had so many strong cultivators, they would definitely find someone to kill Mu Feng. If someone chose Mu Feng, he would have to fight. Then, he'd have only one chance to choose someone to fight. Besides, Tiantai had less people, so they wouldn't be able to choose as many people as the other groups. Humph! Mu Feng smiled in an ice-cold way. How many people will choose me? Thought Lin Feng. He had won against a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer, so he wasn't scared to be chosen by other people. He knew that the Qi clan, the Sikong clan, and Tianlong Divine Castle had incredibly strong medium-level Zun cultivators, though. Tianlong Divine Castle had 9 incredible cultivators, while 6 of them were medium-level cultivators. The one who had fought against Meng Qing during the first round was already astonishingly strong. Choosing the opponents is not a problem, the problem is the order and the ranking. What will be the ranking? Asked Emperor One. He didn't mind if cultivators chose their opponents. He had faith in the young cultivators from the One clan. When Tiangu and when Ao Shui, for example, they could both defeat cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer. The One clan also had many medium-level cultivators who were quite strong. Emperor Wen wished Mu Feng was stronger. Even though anyone could choose Mu Feng, if he was strong enough, he could also kill all of them. Then the One clan would have less pressure for the later rounds. Since my clan is the host of the event this time, I'd like to make a humble remark. I suggest we rotate from east to south to west to north, and that 2 fighters from the same group can never be in the same battle, said Emperor Qi. In the order he had said, he would be the first one and Tiantai would be the last one. Those rules made the situation difficult for Tiantai. Some people wouldn't have the opportunity to choose their opponent and would die before their time came. Emperor Qi's rules were clearly pitted against Tiantai. Not bad, said Emperor Xikong. Of course he was happy about that, and some of the others agreed as well. I agree, said Emperor Yu calmly. Tiantai's cultivators were not weaklings. They had all gone through hardships in their lives. Emperor Yu would never forget what Emperor Shi and him had gone through to become emperors themselves. They had killed countless people. Emperor Yu didn't mind. During that third round, if they wanted to finish the meeting with 200 cultivators, the battles were going to last for a very long time. Only one person could be eliminated at a time. Given that there were 700-800 people in total, after 300-400 battles, only half of them would be eliminated. Then, battles would start again from the beginning, and 200 battles would take place to eliminate another half of them. That meant that there would be 500-600 battles in total, and that some people would get to choose an opponent twice. Since you all agree, let's start. Qi Shao, you go first, said Emperor Qi. Qi Shao nodded and jumped onto the battle stage. He was a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer who had broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer. Some people had noticed him before because his empty space agility technique was incredible. Let's see whom he'll choose, thought everybody. Qi Shao glanced at the crowd, especially at the people from Tiantai. Then he pointed at a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from Tiantai and demanded, "Come and die." The cultivator of the top of the Zun Qi layer from Tiantai pulled a long face. He had broken through to the 7th Zun Qi layer and he controlled gold and earth abstruse energies. But he knew that he wasn't as strong as the cultivator from the Qi clan. Even if he couldn't win, he wanted to fight, so he jumped on the fighting stage. Slash, slash, slash. As soon as he landed on the battle stage, the battle started. An empty space appeared and a strong wind started blowing. Qi Shao turned into several illusionary clones and surrounded the cultivator from Tiantai. He's going to kill me, I need to get down, thought the Tiantai cultivator. Break! Shouted the cultivator from Tiantai furiously. Suddenly, he was surrounded by gold and earth energies, protecting him like an armor. Then, a gigantic illusionary battle axe also appeared. La la la! The empty space rolled in waves, quickly surrounding the cultivator from Tiantai. Empty space wind explosion, ultimate pressure, said Qi Shao. With that, he broke the earth and gold abstruse energies protecting the cultivator from Tiantai. He's doomed, thought the crowd from Tiantai. Arg! The cultivator from Tiantai shouted furiously and released his blood strength, but it was useless. He was too weak for Qi Shao could even defeat cultivators of the 9th Zun Qi layer. In the end, he died. Phew! People from Tiantai took in a deep breath. The cultivation world was cruel and weak people would be trampled by the strong. Seeing their friend die was sad, but they worried that they were going to end up that way too. Mu Feng remained calm, but he was furious on the inside. He was still getting used to the cruelty of that world. His goal now was to kill as many people from the Qi clan as possible to avenge his fellow disciples. After Qi Shao killed the cultivator of the top of the Zun Qi layer from Tiantai, he glanced at people from Tiantai in a cold way. Then, he rose up in the air and went back to the top of Qi Tian Peak. The Qi clan and Tiantai didn't need to exchange words. They only had to look at each other to know what the others were feeling. After the Qi clan, it was the Xikong clan's turn to send a fighter. This time, the Xikong clan sent a cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer and he chose a fighter from Tiantai as well. Tiantai had 4 cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer, 3 cultivators of the 7th Zun Qi layer and 1 of the 8th. The Qi clan and the Xikong clan wanted to kill all the cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer from Tiantai. That way, Tiantai wouldn't be able to cope with their own cultivators in the end. Tiantai is doomed. Emperor Xikong and Emperor Qi must have discussed this matter before the meeting of the emperors, thought the crowd. Tiantai's people now understood what the Qi clan and the Xikong clan had planned. After that, Mu Chun said to his people, "Not many of our people will be able to survive until the end. Please remember that you must think about your life first. You'll have another opportunity in 100 years. Besides, in less than 100 years, Tiantai will rise. As expected, the second cultivator at the top of the Zunqi layer from Tiantai didn't die, but was eliminated. The cultivator of the 8th Zunqi layer from the Sikong clan had defeated the cultivator of the 7th Zunqi layer from Tiantai. The best cultivators of Tiantai were mainly medium-level Zun cultivators, so this wasn't that surprising after that. The one clan sent when Ao Shui who chose an opponent from the Qi clan, a medium-level Zun cultivator. When Ao Shui had reached the top of the 3rd Zunqi layer, and he controlled murder abstruse energies. Just like when Tian Gu who controlled murder, speed, and empty space abstruse energies. They were even better at controlling empty space abstruse energies than the Qi clan. When Ao Shui made quick work of his opponent. After that, the others continued fighting. The other groups didn't choose people from the 6 main groups though, because they didn't want to get involved. But when it was the Celestial Palace of the Immortal's turn, they chose a cultivator from the Qi clan. The opponent forgot that Junimo she had an Imperial Immortal body and got too close to him. Junimo she easily won. Besides, when he punched his opponent's head, making it explode, Junimo she absorbed his opponent's vitality and recovered himself quickly. An Imperial Immortal body was even better than controlling life abstruse energies. After when Ao Shui and Junimo she, Xiao Yu landed on the battle stage and also chose a cultivator from the Qi clan. He completely destroyed a medium-level Zun cultivator. 2 medium-level Zun cultivator from the Qi clan had died and 1 was injured. 3 medium-level Zun cultivators from the Qi clan had already been eliminated. Many people were excited while the members of the Qi clan looked furious. After that, Ren battled and she also chose a cultivator from the Qi clan, a medium-level Zun cultivator. She also killed her opponent. Yuan Fei from the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit looked at the people from the Qi clan and said arrogantly, "A bunch of cunts. Cultivators at the very top of the Zun Qi layer dared kill my brother. You shameless bitches. And now you dare attack my brother's wife. I'll destroy some of you to avenge his death." Yuan Fei chose a medium-level Zun cultivator and crushed his head with his wooden stick. However, just before Yuan Fei was going to kill him for good, the cultivator jumped off the stage. Then it was Tianlong Divine Castle's turn. The Qi clan had already lost 3 people and 2 of their fighters were injured. 5 of their cultivators had been eliminated in total. "I'll go and kill him," said the 7th prince. He jumped forwards, releasing bestial qi. Of course, he was talking about Mu Feng. "Let me go. I'm stronger," said the 5th prince, releasing a bestial qi too. Even though Mu Feng was arrogant, he was, without a doubt, strong. His deadly demon punch was terrifying. And when he had killed Qi Tiansu, he had released some demon qi with empty space energy in it. The 7th prince might be too weak to deal with that demon cultivator. The 5th prince had broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer and his cultivation level was thus higher than Mu Feng's. He also had a powerful dragon spirit. Even cultivators of the 7th Zun Qi layer couldn't compete with him. Killing Mu Feng probably wouldn't be difficult for him. Concerning the 4th prince, he was even stronger. He could easily kill cultivators of the 7th Zun Qi layer. "I'll go and kill him," said the 7th prince, rushing over to the stage. All the members from Tianlong Divine Castle were surprised and exasperated. "He has a bad temper," said the 4th prince, making the 5th prince smile wryly. "Father, what do you think?" asked the 4th prince to Emperor Tianlong in a low voice. Emperor Tianlong rarely expressed his opinion. If Mu Feng hasn't hidden his real strength, he is, at most, as strong as Little 7. Mu Feng has probably hidden his real strength, but I still think that Little 7 can defeat him with some difficulty. He shouldn't have any problems protecting himself, at least. Besides, thanks to him, we'll also see how strong Mu Feng really is," replied Emperor Tianlong. The 7th prince also needed experience. He needed to go through difficult battles. Therefore, he didn't prevent the 7th prince from going to the battle stage. If he won against Mu Feng, it would be good. If he lost, it wouldn't be a problem. He would learn from it instead. The 7th prince landed on the battle stage and looked at Mu Feng, shouting furiously, "Mu Feng, I'll kill you now." Mu Feng had been waiting. Finally, someone chose him. That person was one of the 9 people they had talked about. He was the one who had tried to kill Meng Qing before. Boom! Mu Feng jumped in the air and demonic qi whistled. The force of the earth and sky surrounded him. His eyes were pitch black. His qi was pure. He could easily oppress people of the 4th and 5th Zun qi layer with that strength. Roar. It seemed like there was an army of dragon around the 7th prince. One of the 9 trump cards from Tianlong Divine Castle. Thought the crowd. Mu Feng amazed and astonished people because his cultivation level was so low. His cultivation level was the lowest amongst people who could defeat cultivators at the top of the Zun qi layer, but each group had their trump cards. They could resist or even kill Mu Feng if they used them. Therefore, Emperor Qi had made the rules that way. He had hoped that Tianlong Divine Castle would send their princes to deal with Mu Feng. But would Mu Feng lose? That battle should be incredible. Maybe we'll get to see Mu Feng use his full power. We've only rarely seen him before and now he's rising at the meeting of the emperors. Thought the crowd. Mu Feng was mysterious. Die! Roar, roar! Mu Feng slowly walked forwards. The 7th prince was surprised by this nonchalant demeanor. Mu Feng released cursing energies, leaving the 7th prince feeling like he was going to die. Death Qi then surrounded and started draining his life. Mu Feng had used his demon curse and his death curse techniques on him at the same time. He was also using demonic intent and singing his 9 netherworlds demonic song. The 7th prince really thought that he was at the end of his life. His face turned gray as began to look like a corpse. It seemed that the 7th prince had underestimated Mu Feng. Everybody had underestimated him. Demon energy was rolling in waves and the 7th prince was hopeless, without a chance to attack. Mu Feng raised his fist, readying to use his deadly demon punch. He also condensed the force of the earth and sky in it, as well as immortal abstruse energies. The earth shook a dozen times under its weight. It no longer looked like a deadly demon punch, it looked like a Devamara punch. Boom! Emperor Tianlong suddenly released a terrifying qi. Even though he didn't attack Mu Feng, he could somehow sense how the 7th prince was feeling in that trance. Arg, arg, arg. The 7th prince was shouting. His brain was shaking violently from the demonic intent. He raised his fist and condensed dragon energies, trying to amount something. However, that deadly demon punch crashed onto his arm and instantly made it explode. Then, rumbling sounds spread in the air as Mu Feng punched the 7th prince's head, which also exploded. "Fuck off!" shouted Mu Feng. He kicked the 7th prince's corpse and made it fly back to the members of Tianlong Divine Castle. The corpse flew so fast that it emitted whistling sounds. He killed him in one punch. The crowd was astonished. No words could describe how they felt, especially the members from the Qi clan, Tianlong Divine Castle, and the Sikong clan. They were shook by Mu Feng's hidden strength. They knew he was so strong, but not that strong. The 7th prince didn't even have time to use his full strength. He died too quickly. Mu Feng had oppressed him from the beginning of the battle, if it could be called a battle. Had Mu Feng used his full strength now? Nobody knew how strong Mu Feng really was. Many thought about Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a lot like Mu Feng. However, Mu Feng was even more incredible than Lin Feng now. He had suddenly appeared and was directly killing the emperor's sons in front of them. Of course, the members from Tianlong Divine Castle were both upset and mad when saw the 7th prince's corpse. Emperor Tianlong tried to remain calm, but he couldn't. He looked furious. "Little 7, it's my fault," said Emperor Tianlong looking at the 7th prince. Little 7 wasn't his biological son. He was his adopted son. He was stronger than Emperor Tianlong's biological sons because he had made great efforts to make Emperor Tianlong proud. He wanted to kill Mu Feng to prove to Emperor Tianlong how strong he was. "Father, I'll definitely kill him," said the 5th prince, clenching his fists so hard that they emitting crackling sounds. "I'll kill him when it's my turn," said the 4th prince. The 4th prince was the strongest prince apart from the cultivators at the top of the Zun qi layer. He had reached the very top of the 6th Zun qi layer. One more step and he'd be a cultivator at the top of the Zun qi layer. He could even defeat cultivators of the 7th or 8th Zun qi layer. "We'll see," said Emperor Tianlong. Mu Feng had already left the battle stage and made it back to Tiantai. He looked expressionless. After Tianlong Divine Castle, there were many other groups left to go. Next was the Fire Mountain's turn to choose an opponent. Fu Hei went to the battle stage and the crowd looked at him. It was difficult to imagine that he was one of the 10 strongest young cultivators of Ba Huang, given his dumb-looking appearance. According to the diviner, he was extremely strong. He'd even become an emperor within the next 80 years, maybe 30 or even 10. Fu Hei's mouth twitched. Then, he pointed at the Qi clan and called upon a medium-level Zun cultivator. Yes, you, don't look at the others. Come here, please. The cultivator from the Qi clan finally understood that Fu Hei was pointing at him. So he was furious. Fu Hei and him weren't enemies. They didn't even know each other. So why did Fu Hei choose him? None of the other groups wanted to join the Qi clan, Tianlong and the Xikong clan's alliance, it seemed. On top of that, now, Fu Hei from the Fire Mountain was challenging them. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome man before? Asked Fu Hei when he saw that cultivator from the Qi clan were staring at him strangely. The cultivator of the Qi clan was speechless. All the other groups were staring at them too. Just what was going on? Was Fire Mountain one of Tiantai's allies? Fu Hei, if you offend the Qi clan, you'll regret it, said that strong cultivator while jumping onto the fighting stage. Are you from the Qi clan? Asked Fu Hei. That cultivator's mouth twitched. Fu Hei had chosen him as an opponent. Hadn't he seen that he was from the Qi clan? What the hell are you on about? Asked that cultivator. Fu Hei walked towards him. He looked annoyed. Could you ask Emperor Qi if we could bury the hatchet? Asked Fu Hei in a fragile voice. That person was confused. He turned around and looked at the people at Qi Tian Peak. Be careful, shouted an extremely loud voice. The cultivator from the Qi clan suddenly sensed some energies, so he immediately used his empty space agility technique to escape. Boom! However, a powerful fireball crashed onto his body and started burning him alive. No! Shouted that cultivator in pain. He was going insane as the fire was chewing through his flesh. No one could see him anymore, as the terrifying black flames had completely consumed him. He looked at Fu Hei, but he was already far away as if all this had nothing to do with him. Once on the battle stage we're enemies. Here we're supposed to fight, sometimes to death. How come you believed me? Said Fu Hei compassionately. He almost sounded sad for his enemy. His death was even more tragic than the 7th prince's death. Fu Hei! The crowd was covered with cold sweat. That guy was outwardly kind, but inwardly evil. Besides, Fu Hei had moved extremely fast when the Qi clan's strong cultivator had used his empty space agility technique. Initially, many people didn't know that Fu Hei also controlled speed abstruse energies. That's the 6th one, thought some people looking at the members of the Qi clan. 6 of their people had been eliminated and 4 of them had died. The first round of battles of the last round of the meeting hadn't even ended and they had already lost 6 people. It was only the first round. Black flames, thought Lin Feng frowning. It looked like demon fire Qi. After that, the next battles were also incredible. Finally, it was Tiantai's turn. Everybody looked at them. Who were they going to choose? One cultivator of the top of the Zunqi layer from Tiantai had died and another one was injured. On the side of the Qi clan, 4 people had died and 2 were injured. On the side of Tianlong Divine Castle, 1 prince had died. In other words, Tiantai and their allies had the advantage so far. And now Tiantai would have the opportunity to eliminate someone else. Qinhai, go and choose an opponent similar to you, but maybe a little bit stronger. If you lose, it's not a problem, said Mu Chun to a disciple of Tiantai. Qinhai was surprised but nodded. He understood what Mu Chun meant. If he chose an opponent that was slightly stronger, he would become stronger if he won. The crowd realized why Tiantai had sent a cultivator who seemed insignificant. It was because Tiantai didn't want their weaker cultivators to get killed before they used their pick. Qinhai was grateful. He chose someone a bit stronger than him and it was an insane battle. They were both injured, but he had no regret. If Mu Chun hadn't sent him, he may have died in the ensuing rounds. This time, it was the Qi clan's turn to choose again. Emperor Qi's eyes twinkled. Mu Feng's strength was enigmatic and mysterious. Even he, as an emperor, couldn't see through Mu Feng's strength. Even Qi Qianren feared Mu Feng. Among all his sons, few had the potential to become emperors, but Qi Qianxing was one of them. He was a cultivator of the very top of the Zun Qi layer, one step away from becoming an emperor. Qi Qianren was one of them too. He was Emperor Qi's youngest son, but his talent was incredible. He was even catching up with a few of his brothers. Emperor Qi hesitated. Whom should he send? Should he send Qi Qianyun to fight against a cultivator at the top of the Zun Qi layer from Tiantai? If he sent Qi Qianren, would he fight against Mu Feng? Tiantai had 2 cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer left, one of the 8th Zun Qi layer and one of the 7th Zun Qi layer, Ho Qinglin. They were both difficult to fight against. "I'll go kill someone and come back," said Qi Qianren indifferently. Then he moved forwards and pointed at a medium-level Zun cultivator from Tiantai, but not Mu Feng. Mu Feng looked at him coldly. Qi Qianren was Emperor Qi's biological son, Qi Qianxing's brother. He was very strong, having broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer while capable of killing cultivators of the 8th Zun Qi layer. He chose someone who wasn't that strong, so it would be difficult for the one he had challenged. Qi Qianren seemed to be waiting for Mu Feng to choose him. In fact, the crowd thought the same. Qi Qianren easily killed the medium-level Zun cultivator from Tiantai, leaving them with only 19 people left. After that, a strong cultivator from the Sikong clan also challenged a medium-level Zun cultivator from Tiantai and killed him, leaving them with only 18 people left. But the Qi clan wasn't that better off than Tiantai. When the One clan and the Devamara palace's turns came, they also killed 2 medium-level Zun cultivators from the Qi clan. Then the Celestial Palace of the Immortals also killed one of their cultivators. However, the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit didn't fight against a cultivator of the Qi clan. After all, they still had people from the Bestial Imperial Palace to kill. 9 people from the Qi clan had already been eliminated. They only had 20 people left. They had 6 cultivators at the top of the Zun Qi layer and 14 medium-level Zun cultivators left. When it came to Tianlong Divine Castle's turn, Emperor Tianlong didn't allow a prince to fight against Mu Feng. He made a prince fight against Qiu Xian. Qiu Xian didn't win. She actually jumped back to the ground and gave up. Now, Tiantai only had 17 people. After the Fire Mountain, Tiantai sent another weaker cultivator. He was eliminated and they only had 16 people left. There were no surprise picks during the second round. The One clan, the Devamara Palace, and the Celestial Palace of the Immortals fought against the Qi clan, while the Qi clan, the Sikong clan, and Tianlong Divine Castle fought against Tiantai. Including the cultivators, Tiantai made forfeit. After 3 rounds, the Qi clan had 17 people left and Tiantai had 12. During the 4th round of battles, the members from the Qi clan looked at the group of Tiantai, surprised by the 12 people who were left. Apart from the cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer, a cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer, and Mu Feng, the 9 others were the emperor's direct disciples. Even though they had been discreet, they looked unfathomable. "Qi Yao, inspect that cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer," said Qi Xiao to his little brother, Qi Yao, who had broken through to the 6th Zun Qi layer. Qi Yao looked at Qi Qianxing, who nodded and said, "Go!" Qi Yao landed on the stage and challenged the cultivator of the 6th Zun Qi layer. Dazzling golden lights appeared as the cultivator from Tiantai opened his mouth widely and shouted furiously, "Arg! Arg! Arg! Arg!" Terrifying golden lights suddenly emerged from his mouth. They looked like stars. Then a gigantic Buddha appeared behind that cultivator. He was holding a lotus in one hand and a sword in the other. Boom, boom, boom. Qi Yao's face turned deathly pale. He was terrified. Kaboom! The sword appeared in front of him and instantly beheaded him. He deserved it, thought the members of Tiantai looking at him. He practiced Buddhist cultivation just like Tianqi, the Buddhist monk. That was a mantra which kills people for their sins to bring them to their salvation. People from the Celestial Thunder Temple were surprised and amazed. That guy should have joined the Celestial Thunder Temple. but he joined Tiantai instead. "Qi Yao!" shouted Qi Xiao, staring at his brother's corpse. He felt guilty for indirectly killing his brother. He looked at the strong cultivators from Tiantai in a cold way. The strong cultivator quickly went back to Emperor Yu's side. Emperor Yu looked at the Qi clan and said, "I've never introduced you to our 12th direct disciple, since his Buddhist name is Prajna. If he's one of the Emperor's direct disciples, apart from that cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer and Mu Chun, all the others are the Emperor's direct disciples," thought the crowd. Many of Tiantai's cultivators had been eliminated, but they had also made some of their cultivators get eliminated on purpose. The Qi clan had 16 people left, 6 top-level Zun cultivators and 10 medium-level Zun cultivators, almost like Tiantai. Then, it was the Sikong clan's turn, but they didn't know what to do. Whom could they choose amongst those 12 cultivators? Finally, they chose a cultivator at the top of the 5th Zun Qi layer. He landed on the battle stage and glanced at Mu Feng, Ban Ruo Tianqi, Ruoxia. "You, come here," said the strong cultivator from the Sikong clan, pointing at someone. It was a cultivator of the 4th Zun Qi layer. His qi wasn't that amazing and he looked calm and serene, both ordinary and simple. "Skyfisher, die!" shouted the Sikong clan's cultivator as soon as Tiantai's cultivator landed on the stage. He immediately punched the air in the direction that Tiantai's cultivator and created a fissure in the air. "Bzzz!" The cultivator from Tiantai suddenly disappeared. Speed abstruse energy. His energy is extremely rich, thick and pure, thought the crowd, amazed. The cultivator from Tiantai suddenly turned around and raised 5 fingers. "Tune fingering!" The crowd was astonished. He was using a finger attack which utilized musical vibrations through the air. It contained terrifying energies which could make cultivators go insane. "Die!" shouted the cultivator from the Sikong clan. His eyes gradually became lifeless and he didn't look as strong as before. The music continued and like funeral music, it was gloomy and sad. The space around them became distorted. So the cultivator from the Sikong clan immediately released his blood strength and spirit. He wanted to break free, but he realized he couldn't. An illusion, the crowd just realized. Not only were there soundwave abstruse energies, but there were also illusion abstruse energies. The Sikong clan is going to lose that battle, thought the crowd. After a short time, the cultivator from the Sikong clan wailed painfully. His eyes were filled with sorrow as explosions suddenly sounded. The cultivator from the Sikong clan made himself explode. He actually committed suicide. The calm and serene-looking young man went back to Emperor Yu. Mu Feng was surprised. The Emperor's direct disciples were incredible. They were Tiantai's trump cards. His song was similar to his 9 Netherworlds demonic song, but the 9 Netherworlds demonic song also required the usage of his vision as opposed to just sound. Emperor Yu has faith in his direct disciples, thought the crowd. Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi had been discreet for a few hundreds of years, and then they had recruited only 9 direct disciples. After so many years, Mu Chen, Ho Qinglin, and Tianqi had started traveling the world. Their cultivation level wasn't high back then. Mu Chen was a cultivator of the very top of the Tianqi layer, and the 2 others had only broken through to the Tianqi layer. That meant that Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi had raised them from the beginning. They had also hidden their 6 other disciples the entire time. Besides, their direct disciples had knowledge about so many different things, like Ban Ruo who knew terrifying mantras, soundwave, and illusional energies. The battles are becoming even more interesting. The Qi clan, the Sikong clan, and Tianlong Divine Castle can't eliminate Tiantai's people as easily anymore, thought some people. After that, the One clan and the Devamara Palace sent fighters again. They killed 2 medium-level Zun cultivators from the Qi clan again. The Qi clan had even fewer people left. After that, the Celestial Palace of the Immortals also eliminated a cultivator of the Qi clan. They only had 13 people left, 7 medium-level Zun cultivators amongst them. Besides, the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit, the Island of the Thunderbirds, and Mangyo Mountain also continuously attacked the Bestial Imperial Palace. The Heavens of Desire's Palace and the Fairyland of the 9 Songs also had incredible battles. The Celestial Thunder Temple and the Church of Desire were interesting to watch as well. But the Celestial Thunder Temple could easily oppress the Church of Desire. The Abyss of Sufferings sometimes challenged people from the one clan, and weaklings were slowly eliminated. Time passed, and it was Tianlong Divine Castle's turn again. They were tired, so what could they do? Should they try and fight against the 3 members of Tiantai, against whom hadn't fought yet? They looked ordinary and simple like Banruo, but who could guarantee that they weren't as strong as or even stronger than Banruo? "Father, I'll go and kill Mu Feng," said the 5th prince to Emperor Tianlong. "I'll go and kill him," said the 4th prince. He was afraid that the 5th prince could die. "Don't, I'm worried about you," said the 5th prince. "What if he hid his strength?" asked Emperor Tianlong to the 5th prince. The 5th prince could easily kill Mu Feng because he was a lot stronger than the 7th prince. However, if Mu Feng had hidden his strength still, it would be dangerous again. "Even if he hid his strength, he can't kill me that quickly. I have broken through to the 6th Zunqi layer, and I know 2 kinds of abstruse energies. If I lose, I'll just jump onto the ground and give up. If I die, it's my fault," said the 5th prince. Once the previous battle ended, the 5th prince jumped forwards. "Brother!" shouted the 4th. He wished he could kill Mu Feng himself. "Father!" said the 4th prince to Emperor Tianlong. But Emperor Tianlong closed his eyes and said, "If you're not insane, you can't become an emperor. If I had prevented him from going, it would have been worse for him than losing. I would have influenced his future cultivation. Emperor Qi doesn't want Qi Qianrun to kill Mu Feng because they have more secrets than us. They have another emperor, a medium-level emperor who actually controls their clan. Qi Qianxing is also a cultivator of the very top of the Zunqi layer, so he will soon become an emperor. We are different, and I must be a good father. Your brothers and you are my only hope. You have to face danger, face pressure, be heroic, brave and determined to succeed if you want to become emperors." The 4th prince bowed before Emperor Tianlong and said, "I understand, father." The 4th prince knew his father was right, that dangers and risks were the keys to success. Tianlong Divine Castle couldn't compete with the Qi clan, and if Tiantai rose, Tianlong Divine Castle would be doomed. "Brother, good luck," said the 4th prince, looking at the stage. The 5th prince was on the stage. He was looking at the people from Tiantai. Dragons started roaring, and a dragon illusion appeared behind him. "Come out! Come out! Come out!" His voice echoed far away in the distance. Mu Feng looked calm and serene. He jumped forward while condensing force in his feet. He then released demonic energies while landing on the stage. "Arg!" Dragons roared, and the 5th prince turned into a dragon. His chi rose to the skies and moved towards Mu Feng. The 5th prince's dragon claws lacerated the sky and looked sanguinary. He released blood abstruse energies, further invoking his own blood strength. This also activated Mu Feng's blood. Blood abstruse energies, gold abstruse energies. The crowd looked at the golden-red dragon. Dragon totem. Mu Feng looked at the dragon claws moving towards him and noticed that his opponent was condensing gold and blood energies into a dragon totem. It was dazzling. Some holy marks even appeared on it. Few people know how to use holy marks to attack, and those who did needed time to use them, unlike Xianxia. And even when they did use holy marks, their attacks couldn't be as powerful as when stronger cultivators used them. The 5th prince fused together the holy marks and dragon lights. "Die! Die! Die!" shouted Mu Feng. His voice echoed and made the 5th prince shake. Then, he raised his fist and started assaulting him with his deadly demon punch attack. He also condensed immortal energies into it. Explosions sounded, but the 5th prince's dragon claws continued moving forwards. The crowd was astonished, especially the strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle. "Die!" shouted the 5th prince bravely. His fists collided with Mu Feng's deadly demon punch and explosions ensued. Mu Feng was propelled away, and it sounded like his bones had been broken. "Die!" shouted the 5th prince. It seemed like Mu Feng couldn't resist his attacks, so he chased Mu Feng. However, Mu Feng didn't back down. He condensed immortal energies in his fist again and used his deadly demon punch once more. Then, his fist collided with the fifth prince again. Crackling sounds were heard. Then an ocean of energies rolled in waves and propelled Mu Feng away. Their fists collided a myriad of times after that. Is that his full power? Where's the Demon King silhouette? Thought some people in the crowd. If Mu Feng continued on like that, he'd die soon. The two silhouettes kept colliding, higher and higher up in the sky. Those at the top of the mountains had to raise their heads to look at them. Last step, thought Lin Feng. He could sense that he was going to break through to the next cultivation layer at any moment. Die! Shouted Mu Feng furiously. This time, he used both fists to attack the fifth prince. He didn't dodge the fifth prince's attack either. Arg! Mu Feng raised his head and looked up at the sky. His hair was fluttering in the strong winds above. He condensed all his strength and turned it into a demonic hurricane. Boom! Emperor Tianlong suddenly stood up and looked at Mu Feng worriedly. Emperor Qi was also petrified. Emperor Yu, however, was smiling magnificently. Mu Feng is about to break through to the third Zun Qi layer, thought the crowd. Mu Feng had endured the attacks on purpose because he wanted to break through to the next cultivation layer.